Johnny took care of dinner and the dishes. At 6 o'clock, she herded everyone to the car and helped the boys into their car seats, then took her own seat. "Have I forgotten anything?" Johnny looked at her. "You have spaghetti sauce on your forehead." She flipped down the visor and saw herself in the tiny rectangular mirror. Sure enough, she had a streak of red across her brow. "I didn't take a shower," she said, horrified. "I wondered about that," Johnny said. She turned to him. "You knew?" "When I told you it was 5 o'clock, you bit my head off and told me to make dinner." She groaned. In all the hoopla, she'd forgotten to get herself ready. She was still dressed in her oldest pair of jeans, a baggy UW sweatshirt, and scuffed Adidas. "I look like a bag lady." "But one who went to college." Ignoring him, she ran out of the car, hearing Morris shriek behind her, "Wear makeup, Mom!" Kate dug through her drawers, found a pair of fairly new black stirrup pants, and a thigh-length black and white V-neck sweater. Were stirrup pants still in style? She didn't know. Pulling her hair into a ponytail, she anchored it with a white scrunchie, then brushed her teeth and put on mascara and blush. Outside, a horn honked. She grabbed a pair of black silk ankle socks and a pair of suede flats and ran back to the car. "We're going to be late," Mara whined. "Everyone else is probably already there." "We're fine," Kate said, only slightly out of breath. They drove through town and parked at the Island Auditorium. Inside, it was pandemonium. 12 girls between the ages of 7 and 11, their harried parents, dozens of rowdy, disinterested siblings, and Miss Parker, their 70-year-old dance instructor, who demanded strict propriety at all times and somehow managed to corral this wild bunch without ever raising her voice. Kate carried the costumes into the dressing room, where she helped the girls get ready, bobby-pinned and ponytailed and sprayed their hair, and helped them put on a few touches of mascara and lip gloss. When she was finished, she knelt down in front of her daughter. "You ready?" "Did you bring the video camera?" "Of course we did." Mara grinned at that, showing off her crooked, oversized teeth. "I'm glad you're here, Mommy," she said. And suddenly, it was all worth it. The crazy deadline, the late-night sewing and ironing, the tired, bleeding fingers. She did it all for a split second of togetherness. "Me too." Mara hugged her. "I love you, Mommy." Kate held her tightly, smelling the sweet, powdery scent of her. She thought in that moment how close they were to childhood's end and the start of puberty, and she held on too long. These moments were too rare already. Mara pulled back, gave her another grin, and ran backstage with her friends. "Bye!" Kate got up slowly and went out to the auditorium, where Johnny sat in the third row, center, with the sun on either side of him. She searched the seats around them, looking for Tully. "Is she here yet?" "No, and she hasn't called either. Maybe something came up." He grinned. "Like a date with George Clooney." Smiling, Kate took her seat beside Lucas. All around her, parents and grandparents filed into their seats, bringing out their video cameras as soon as they sat down. Kate's parents arrived right on time, taking their seats beside her. As always, Mom had the old black Kodak Instamatic dangling from her wrist. "I thought Tully was coming," she said. "She said she was. I hope nothing happened." Kate held a seat for Tully for as long as she could, and then finally let it go. The lights flickered, and the audience fell silent. Miss Parker, dressed now in pink tights and a knee-length black ballet skirt and black leotard, walked out to center stage. She looked every inch the aging prima ballerina. "Hello there," she said in her soft, querulous voice. "As you know, I'm—" The auditorium's back doors banged open. As one, the audience turned. Tully stood there, looking like she'd just left the Grammys. Her short, blonde-streaked hair gave her a gamine kind of beauty that made her smile look even bigger. She wore a stunning forest green silk dress that hung from one shoulder and nipped in at her still small waist. Whispers overtook the audience. Tallulah Hart. Even prettier in person. No one was listening to Miss Parker's introduction. "How does she stay looking so good?" Mom asked, leaning close. "Plastic surgery and a battalion of makeup artists." Mom laughed at that and squeezed her hand, as if to remind Kate that she was just as pretty. Waving at the Mularkeys, Tully walked to an empty aisle seat in the front row and sat down. The house lights dimmed, and Maggie Levine, dressed as the Blue Fairy, danced on stage. Her sister Cleo and the rest of the girls followed, pirouetting and prancing in what was supposed to be unison. The little ones watched the more experienced dancers intently, executing every movement a second too late. The gawkiness only made it more magical. It was all Kate could do not to cry. Then Johnny reached over Lucas and held her hand just as Mara twirled on stage. Halfway through her routine, she saw Tully and stopped right in the middle of the stage, waving wildly. Laughter rippled through the audience when Tully waved back. When the performance was over, the applause was enthusiastic. The girls took several curtain calls, then giggled and ran for their families. Mara headed straight for her godmother. She launched herself off the stage and landed in Tully's arms. A crowd formed around them, people wanting autographs and introductions. All the while, Mara beamed with pride. When the swarm dissipated, Tully headed for the family, hugging them each in turn. She slung an arm around Kate's shoulder and used her other hand to hold on to Mara. "I have a surprise for my goddaughter," she said loudly. Mara giggled and jumped up and down. "What is it?" "You'll see," Tully said, winking at Kate. In a pack, the family moved up the aisle and went outside. There, parked at the curb, was a pink stretch limousine. Mara screamed. Kate turned to Tully. "Are you kidding me? Isn't it cool? You wouldn't believe how hard it was to find. Come on, get in, everyone." She opened the door, and they all piled into the plush black interior. Tiny red and blue lights illuminated the ceiling. Mara snuggled close to Tully, held her hand. "This is the best surprise ever," she said. "Did you think I was good?" "You were perfect," Tully said. They stayed in the car for the entire ferry ride. Not once did Mara stop talking to Tully. On the Seattle side, the car started up again, and they were driven around the city as if they were tourists on vacation. Then they pulled into a brightly lit porte cochere where a hotel doorman came out to greet them. He opened the door and bent down. "And which one of you lovely ladies is Mara Rose?" Mara instantly raised her hand, giggling, "I am." He pulled a single pink rose from behind his back and handed it to her. Mara looked awestruck. "Wow." "Say thank you, Mara," Kate said more sharply than she'd intended. Mara threw her an irritated look. "Thank you." Tully led them into the hotel. On the top floor, she opened the door to a gigantic suite where all kinds of kid-type playstations had been set up. Bouncing rooms and virtual boxing and miniature bumper cars. All the girls from the recital were already there with their families. In the center of the room was a white-draped table. On it was a huge tiered pink cake adorned with tiny frosted ballerinas. "Aunt Tully!" Mara screamed, hugging her. "This is awesome! I love you! I love you too, Princess. Now go play with your friends. Everyone stood there for a moment, stunned. Johnny recovered first. Carrying William, he sidled up to Tully. This is not spoiling her? I wanted to get a pony, but I thought that would be over the top. Mom laughed. Dad shook his head. Come on, Margie, Johnny, he finally said. Let's check out the bar. When Kate and Tully were alone, Kate said, You sure know how to make an entrance. Mara will be talking about this for years. Too much? Tully asked. Perhaps just a bit. Tully gave her a bright smile, but it wasn't the real thing. Kate instantly recognized the pretense. What's wrong? Before Tully could answer, Mara came bouncing back, her little face shining with joy. We all want a picture with you, Aunt Tully. Kate stood there, watching her daughter practically swoon over her godmother. Although she hated to admit it, she felt a pinch of jealousy. This was supposed to have been their night, hers and Mara's. Tully sat in the limousine, with Mara's head in her lap, stroking her goddaughter's silky black hair. Across from them, Kate slept against Johnny, who also had his eyes closed. A small boy lay tucked alongside each of them. They looked like the Hallmark version of family perfection. The limousine turned onto the beach road. Tully kissed Mara's soft pink cheek. We're almost home, Princess. Mara blinked slowly awake. I love you, Aunt Tully. Tully's heart closed like a fist around those words, and she felt a swell of almost painful emotion. She used to think that success was like gold, worth sifting through mud for, and that love would always be there, waiting somehow on the riverbanks for her when she was done panning. She couldn't imagine now why she'd thought that, given her background. She ought to have recognized love's scarcity early on. If success were gold, lying in rivers, love was a diamond buried hundreds of feet beneath the surface of the earth and unrecognizable in its natural form. No wonder it touched her so deeply to hear those words from Mara. They'd been so rare in her life. I love you too, Mara Rose. The limo pulled into the driveway, tires crunching on gravel, and parked. It took forever for the family to get out of the car, walk into the house. They all immediately headed upstairs. Tully stood in the empty living room, unsure of what to do. The floorboards creaked. She'd tried to merge into the lane of their nighttime routine, but she kept getting in the way, so finally she gave up. Kate came down the stairs at last, sighing tiredly, holding a pile of Afghans in her arms. Okay, Tully. What's going on? What do you mean? Kate grabbed her arm and led her through the toy-strewn house. At the kitchen, Kate paused just long enough to pour 2 glasses of white wine, and then they went outside to the chairs positioned in the grass. The quiet gurgling noise of the waves took Tully back more than 20 years, to those nights they used to sneak out and sit by the river, talking about boys and sharing smokes. Tully sat down in one of the weathered Adirondack chairs and spread the knitted blanket over her. After all these years, and no doubt countless washings, it still smelled of Mrs. M's menthol cigarettes and perfume. Kate drew up her blanketed knees and rested her chin on the bumpy summit, then looked at Tully. Talk, she said. What should we talk about? How long have we been best friends? Since David Cassidy was groovy. And you think I can't tell when something's wrong? Tully sat back, sipping her wine. The truth was that she wanted to talk about this, It was, after all, part of the reason she'd flown all the way across the country, and yet, now that she was here with her best friend again, she didn't know how to start. Worse than that, she felt like an idiot complaining about what was missing in her life. She had so much. I thought you were crazy to give up your career. For 4 years, every time I called you, Mara was screaming in the background. I kept thinking I'd kill myself if that were my life. But you sounded frustrated and pissed off, and amazingly happy. I could never quite get it. Someday you'll know what it's like. No, I won't. I'm almost 40, Kate. She finally looked at Kate. I guess I was the crazy one, wanting nothing but the career. It's a hell of a career. Yeah, but sometimes it's not enough. I know that's a greedy thing to say, but I'm tired of working 18 hours a day and coming home to an empty house. You can change your life, you know, but you have to really want to. Thank you, Obi-Wan. Kate stared out at the waves slapping the shore. In the tabloids last week, there was a 60-year-old woman who gave birth. Tully laughed. You are such a bitch. I know. Now come on, poor little mega-rich girl. I'll show you to your room. I'm going to be sorry I complained, aren't I? Oh, yeah. They walked through the darkened house. At the guest bedroom door, Kate turned to her. No more spoiling Mara, okay? She already thinks you hung the moon. Come on, Katie. I made more than $2 million last year. What am I supposed to do with it all? Give it to charity. Just no more pink limos, okay? You are no fun whatsoever, you know that? It wasn't until much later, when Tully lay on the bumpy, saggy mattress of the hide-a-bed, staring out the window at the Big Dipper, that she realized she hadn't asked Kate about her own life. Kate stared at the calendar that hung on the wall by her refrigerator. It seemed impossible to believe the time was passing so quickly, but the proof was right there in front of her. It was November of 2002, and the past 14 months had changed the world. In September of last year, terrorists had flown airplanes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, killing thousands. Another plane had been hijacked and ultimately crashed, leaving no survivors. Car and suicide bombers had become part of the nightly news. The search for weapons of mass destruction had begun. Words like Al-Qaeda and Taliban and Pakistan came up in every conversation, were repeated on every broadcast. Fear changed everyone and everything, and yet, as always, life went on. Hour by hour, day by day, while politicians and military personnel were looking for bombs and terrorists, and while the Justice Department was tearing down Enron's papery walls, families went on with their ordinary lives. Kate continued to run her errands and raise her children and love her husband. If she held on to all of them a little more tightly and kept them closer to home, everyone understood. The world wasn't as safe as it had been before. Now, Thanksgiving was a week away, and Christmas lurked just around the corner. It was the holiday season, the time of year that turned women into card-carrying split personalities. Torn between the joy of the season and the amount of work that joy required, Kate often had trouble slowing down, remembering to savor the precious moments. There was baking to do, for the school parties, for the ballet bake sale, for donations at Helper House, and shopping, of course. As magical as Bainbridge Island was, when it came time to do serious gift combing, one was reminded forcibly that this was a body of land surrounded by water. Thus, malls and department stores were far away. She felt like a mountain climber sometimes, setting out for a vertical ascent without oxygen. The summit was Nordstrom. When you had 3 kids, it took time to pick out their presents, and time was in short supply. Now, as Kate sat in the driver's seat of her car, parked in the first position in the carpool lane, she began her Christmas list. She'd only gotten a few items down when the bell rang and kids poured out of the middle school. Mara usually came out of the brick building in a clot of girls. Like killer whales, preteen girls traveled in pods. But today she was alone, walking fast with her head down and her arms crossed tightly. Kate knew something was wrong. The question was, how bad was it? Her daughter was 12 years old. That meant hormones were boiling through her body, turning her emotions into a witch's cauldron. Everything was big drama these days. "Hey," Kate said tentatively, knowing one wrong word could cause a fight. "Hey." Mara climbed into the front passenger seat and reached for her seatbelt, clicking it into place. "Where are the brats?" "Evan's birthday party. Daddy's going to pick them up on his way home." "Oh." Kate pulled out of the parking lane and merged into the stop-and-go traffic on Sportsman's Club Road. All the way home she tried to begin a conversation, but all her pitches turned out to be strikes. At best, Mara offered a one-word answer. At worst, an eye roll or a dramatic sigh. When they pulled into the garage, Kate gave it one more try. "I'm making cookies for the boys' Thanksgiving party tomorrow. You want to help me?" Mara finally looked at her. "Those pumpkin-shaped ones? With the orange frosting and green sprinkles?" For a split second, her daughter looked like a little girl again. Her dark eyes wide with hope, her lips curving into a hesitant smile. Years' worth of parties were between them now, a net of shared memories. "Of course," Kate said. "I love those cookies." Kate had counted on that. "Remember the year Mrs. Norman brought the same kind, and you were so mad you made everyone try both just to prove that ours were better?" Mara finally smiled. "Mr. Robbins got really mad at me. I had to help him clean up after the party." "Emily stayed to help you." Mara's smile faded. "Yeah." "So you want to help me?" "Sure." Kate took care not to react too sharply to that. Although she wanted to grin and say how happy she was, she simply nodded and followed her daughter into the house and then into the kitchen. She'd learned a few things in the last turbulent year about dealing with preteen girls. While they were virtual roller coasters of emotion, you needed to be calm, always. For the next 3 hours, they worked side by side in the big country-style kitchen. Kate reminded her daughter how to sift ingredients together and showed her how to grease a cookie sheet the old-fashioned way. They talked about little things, this and that, nothing important. Kate was gauging the scene like a hunter. Instinctively, she knew when the time was right. They'd just frosted the last of the cookies and were stacking the dirty dishes by the sink when Kate said, "You want to make another batch? We could take them over to Ashley's house." Mara went very still. "No," she said in a voice almost too quiet to be heard. "But Ash loves them. Remember when—" "She hates me," Mara said. And just like that, the floodgates opened. Tears gathered in her eyes. "Did you two have a fight?" "I don't know." "How can you not know?" "I just don't, okay?" Mara burst into tears and turned away. Kate lunged for her daughter, grabbed her sleeve, and pulled her into a fierce hug. "I'm right here, Mara," she whispered. Mara hugged her tightly. "I don't know what I did wrong," she wailed, sobbing. "Shh," Kate murmured, stroking her daughter's hair as if she were still little. When Mara's crying finally subsided, Kate drew back just enough to look down at her. Sometimes life is... Behind them, the door banged open. The twins burst into the house, yelling at each other, making their toy dinosaurs fight. Johnny came in after them, chasing them down. William bumped into an end table, upsetting a glass of water that shouldn't have been left there. The sound of shattering glass rang through the room. "Uh-oh," William said, looking up at Kate. Lucas laughed. "Willie's in trouble," he chanted. Mara wrenched free and ran upstairs, slamming the door behind her. "Lucas," Johnny said, "stop teasing your brother and stay back from the glass on the floor." Kate sighed and reached for a towel. The next day, Kate pulled into the school drive-through lane just 3 minutes before the lunch bell rang. Parking illegally, she hurried into the office, signed Mara out for the day, and then walked down to her classroom. Last night, after the moment of conversation and connection between them, Mara had shut Kate out again. No amount of prompting could restart the engine. And so Kate had had to formulate Plan B, a surprise attack. Peering through the rectangular glass window, she knocked once, saw the teacher wave at her, and went inside. Most of the kids smiled at her and said hello. That was one of the benefits of constant volunteering. Everyone knew you. All the kids looked happy to see her, or at least happy for this disruption in class. All the kids except one. Mara's face wore the "what are you doing at school embarrassing me" grimace. Kate was more than familiar with it. She knew the middle school rules. Parents should be invisible. The bell rang, and the kids ran from the room, talking loudly. When they were alone, Kate went to Mara. "What are you doing here?" "You'll see. Get your things. We're leaving." Mara stared up at her, obviously assessing the situation from every possible social angle. "Okay. I'll meet you at the car, okay?" Ordinarily, Kate would make a comment about that and force Mara to walk out with her. But her daughter was emotionally fragile right now. That was why Kate was here. "Okay." The easy victory surprised Mara. Kate smiled at her, touched her shoulder. "See you in a minute." Actually, it took a bit longer than that, but not much. In no time, Mara was in the passenger seat, buckling up. "Where are we going?" "Well, first we're going out to lunch." "You got me out of school to have lunch?" "And something else. A surprise." Kate drove to the diner-style restaurant that was next door to the brand-new multiplex theater on the island. "I'm going to have a cheeseburger, fries, and a strawberry milkshake," Kate said when they were seated. "Me too." After the waitress took their orders and left, Kate looked at her daughter. Slouched down in the blue vinyl seat, she looked thin and angular, a girl bursting into adolescence. Her black hair, messy and unkempt now, would someday be a crowning glory, and her brown eyes revealed every nuance of emotion she felt. Now she looked bereft. The waitress delivered their shakes. Kate took a sip. It was probably her first ice cream product since the twins' birth, and it tasted like heaven. "Ashley still being mean to you?" she finally said. "She hates me. I don't even know what I did to her." Kate had been thinking a lot about what to say, how to handle this first heartbreak. Like all mothers, she would do anything in the world to keep her daughter safe and whole. But some dangers couldn't be fully protected against. They could only be experienced and then understood. That was one of the many lessons this country had learned this year. And even though some things had changed for them all, some things had stayed the same. In 5th grade, I had 2 very best friends. For years we did everything together. Showed our horses at the fair, had slumber parties, hung out at the lake in the summer. Grandma called us the 3 Horseketeers. And then one summer, when I was almost 14, they stopped liking me. I still don't know why. They started hanging around with boys and went to parties, and they never called me again. Every day I went to school and sat on the bus by myself and ate lunch by myself. And every night I cried before I went to sleep. Really? Kate nodded. I can still remember how much it hurt my feelings. What happened? Well, when I was at my very most miserable, and I mean miserable, you should have seen me with my braces and Dorkorama glasses. Mara giggled. I got up and went to school. And Aunt Tully was waiting at the bus stop. She was the coolest-looking girl I'd ever seen. I figured she'd never want to be friends with me. But you know what I found out? What? Inside, where it counts, she was as scared and lonely as I was. We became best friends that year. Real friends. The kind that don't purposely hurt your feelings or stop liking you for no reason. How do you make friends like that? That's the hard part, Mara. To make real friends, you have to put yourself out there. Sometimes people will let you down. Girls can be really mean to each other. But you can't let that stop you. If you get hurt, you just pick yourself up, dust off your feelings, and try again. Somewhere in your class is the girl who will be friends with you all through high school. I promise. You just have to find her. Mara frowned at that, thinking. The waitress delivered their meals, left the bill, and walked away. Before she took a bite of her cheeseburger, Mara said, "Emily's nice." Kate had hoped Mara would remember that. She and Emily had been inseparable in grade school, but had drifted apart in recent years. Yes, she is. Kate saw her daughter finally smile, and it lit Kate up inside, that tiny change. They talked about little things through lunch, mostly fashions, about which Mara already obsessed, and Kate knew next to nothing. When she'd paid the bill and they were ready to leave, Kate said, "There's one more thing." She reached into her handbag and pulled out a small wrapped package. "This is for you." Mara tore off the shimmery paper, revealing the paperback book that had been beneath it. "The Hobbit," Mara said, looking up. In that year when I had no friends, I wasn't completely alone. I had books to keep me company. And that is the start of one of my favorite stories of all time. I must have read The Lord of the Rings 10 times in my life. I don't think you're quite ready for The Hobbit yet, but someday soon, maybe in a few years, something will happen to hurt your feelings again. Maybe you'll feel alone with your sadness, not ready to share it with me or Daddy. And if that happens, you'll remember this book on your nightstand. You can read it then. Let it take you away. It sounds silly, but it really helped me when I was 13. Mara looked slightly confused by the receipt of a gift she was too young to enjoy, but she said, "Thank you, anyway." Kate stared at her daughter for just a moment longer, feeling a pinch in her chest. It was going by so fast, these baby, little girl years were almost gone. "I love you, Mommy," Mara said. To the world at large, perhaps this was an ordinary moment in an ordinary day. But to Kate, it was extraordinary. This was the reason she'd chosen to stay home instead of work. She judged the meaning of her life in nanoseconds, perhaps, but she wouldn't trade this instant for anything. I love you too. That's why we're playing hooky for the rest of the day. We're going to go to a matinee of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Mara slid out of the booth, grinning. You're the best mommy ever! Kate laughed. I just hope you remember that when you're a teenager. Chapter 25. Tully remembered the years by the stories she covered. In 2002, she vacationed in Europe, St. Bart's, and Thailand. She went to the Oscars, won an Emmy, graced the cover of People magazine, and redecorated her apartment. But none of that stayed with her. What she remembered were the stories. She'd covered the launch of Operation Anaconda against the Taliban, the escalating violence in the region, the trial of Milosevic for crimes against humanity, and the start of the war against Iraq. By the spring of 2003, she was exhausted, worn down by the violence. When she finally returned home, it wasn't much better. Everywhere she went, she was in a crowd, and nowhere did she feel more isolated than in a group of people who fawned over her and sucked up to her, but didn't really know her. Although no one who watched her on television would notice it, she was quietly coming undone. Grant hadn't called her in almost 4 months, and the last time they'd spoken before that, it hadn't gone well. I just don't want what you want, love, he'd said, not even bothering to look sad when he'd said it. And what is that? She'd snapped back, surprised to feel tears sting her eyes. What you always want. More. It shouldn't have surprised her. God knew she'd heard the same thing often enough in her life. She could even admit the truth of it. She did want more lately. She wanted a real life, not this perfect, glittery cotton candy one she'd created for herself. But she had no real idea how to go about starting over at her age. She loved her job too much to give it up. Besides, she'd been famous and rich for so long that she couldn't imagine being ordinary again. Now, beneath a surprisingly warm sun, she walked down the busy streets of Manhattan, watching the fast-moving locals dodging between brightly dressed tourists. Today was the first sunny day after a long, snowy winter, and nothing changed the mood of New York like the sun. People poured out of their boxy apartments, put on their walking shoes, and went outside. To her right, Central Park was a green oasis. For a moment, when she looked at it, she saw her own past. The quad at UW, kids running around, throwing frisbees, playing hacky-sack. It had been 20 years since she'd left the campus for the last time. So much life had happened in those years, but right now it all felt as close as her own shadow. Smiling, she shook her head to clear it. She'd have to call Katie tonight and tell her about this senior moment. She was just about to start walking again when she saw him. Down a low green hillside, standing on the paved path, watching 2 teenage girls roller skate around him. Chad. It was the first time she'd said his name aloud in years, and it tasted as sweet as almond liquor. Just the sight of him peeled back the carapace of years and made her feel young again. She walked down to the start of the path and turned toward him. A huge tree spread out above her like an umbrella, blocking out the sunlight, making her instantly cold. What would she say to him after all these years? What would he say to her? The last time they'd been together, he'd asked her to marry him. They'd never seen each other again. He'd known her so well then, enough that he hadn't stuck around to be told no. But they'd loved each other. With the wisdom of time and the passing of years, she knew that. She knew, too, that love didn't evaporate. It faded, perhaps, lost its weight like bones left out in the sun, but it didn't go away. It occurred to her suddenly, sharply, that she wanted to be in love. Like Johnny and Kate. She wanted not to feel so damned alone in the world. She faltered only once as she walked toward him, out of the shadows and into the sunlight. And there he was, standing in front of her, the man she'd never quite been able to evict from her dreams. She said his name aloud, too quietly for him to hear. He looked up and saw her, his smile fading slowly. Tully? She saw his mouth move, and felt him say her name, but just then a dog barked and a pair of skateboarders rumbled past her. And then he was moving toward her. It was like every movie she'd ever seen, every dream she'd ever had. He pulled her into his arms and held her. Too soon, though, he let go of her and stepped back. I knew I'd see you again. You always had more faith than I did. Almost everyone does, he said, smiling. So how are you? I'm on CBS. I do, believe me, he said gently. I know. I'm proud of you, Tully. I always knew you'd get to the top. He studied her for a long time, then said, How's Katie? She married Johnny. I hardly see them lately. Ah, he said, nodding, as if a question had been answered. She felt exposed by his glance. Ah, what? You're lonely. The world isn't enough after all. She frowned up at him. They were standing so close that the merest move would be a kiss, but she couldn't imagine crossing that small distance. He looked younger than she remembered, more handsome. How do you do that? She whispered. Do what? Dad, watch this! As if from far away, Tully heard the girl's voice. She turned slowly around, saw two young women roller skating toward them. She'd been wrong before. They were older than teenagers. One was the spitting image of Chad, sharp features, black hair, eyes that crinkled when she smiled. But it was the other woman who held her attention. Maybe 30, 35, with a bright smile and a ready laugh. She wore the colors of a tourist. Brand new jeans, thick pink cable-knit sweater, aqua blue hat and gloves. My daughter. She's in grad school at NYU, Chad said. And Clarissa, the woman I live with. You still live in Nashville? It was like rolling a log uphill, pushing those words out. The last thing she wanted was to make ordinary conversation with him. Still teaching bright-eyed believers about the news? He took her by the shoulders, turned her to face him. You didn't want me, Tully, he said. And this time she heard the gruffness of deep emotion in his voice. I was ready to love you forever, but don't, please. He touched her cheek in a fleeting, almost desperate caress. I should have come to Tennessee with you, she said. He shook his head. You have big dreams. That was one of the things I loved most about you. Loved, she said, knowing it was foolish to be hurt. Some things just don't happen. She nodded, especially when you're too afraid to let them. He took her in his arms again and held her with more passion in that instant than Grant had tendered in years. She waited for a kiss that never came. Instead, he let her go, then took her arm and walked her back up to the road. In the sudden coldness of shade, she shivered and leaned against him. Give me some advice, Wiley. I seem to have screwed up my life. Out on the sunny sidewalk, he faced her again. You're successful beyond your wildest dreams, and it still isn't enough. She winced at the look in his eyes. I guess I should have stopped to smell a few of those flowers. Hell, I didn't even see them. You're not alone, Tully. Everyone has people in their life. A family. I guess you've forgotten Cloud. Or maybe you have. What do you mean? He glanced down to the park, where his daughter was holding hands with his girlfriend. One was teaching the other to skate backward. I lost a lot of years with my daughter. One day, I just decided it had been too long, and I went to find her. You always were an optimist. That's the funny thing. So were you. He leaned down, kissed her on the cheek, and drew back. Keep lighting the world on fire, Tully, he said, and then walked away. They were almost the exact same words he'd written to her all those years ago. She hadn't recognized the sad desperation in them when they were letters on a piece of paper. Now she saw the truth. They were both an encouragement and an indictment. What good did it do to light the world on fire if she had to watch the glow alone? If there was one thing Tully had always done well, it was to ignore unpleasantness. For most of her life, she'd been able to box up bad memories or disappointments and store them deep in the back of her mind, in a place so dark they couldn't be seen. Sure, she dreamed about the bad times and woke occasionally in a cold sweat with memories on the oily surface of consciousness. But when daylight came, she pushed those thoughts back into their hiding place and found it easy to forget. But now, for the first time, she'd found something she could neither file away in the darkness nor forget. Chad. Seeing him like that, standing there in her adopted city, had shaken her to the core. She couldn't seem to dislodge the memory. There was so much she hadn't said to him, hadn't asked. In the 3 months since they'd run into each other, she found herself remembering every detail, going over the seconds like a forensic scientist, looking for clues to the meaning of it all. He became a kind of marker for everything she'd given up for this life of hers, the road she hadn't taken. And even worse than all of that was the memory of what he'd said about Cloud. You're not alone, Tully. Everyone has a family. Those weren't precisely the words, but they were close enough. The gist of it. Like a cancerous cell, the idea replicated in her mind and grew. She found herself thinking of Cloud, really thinking. She focused on the times her mother came back for her instead of the times she left. It was dangerous, Tully knew, to hang on to the positive when so much negative existed, and yet she wondered suddenly if that had been her mistake. Had she been so intent on hating her mother, on shelving and forgetting the disappointments, that she'd missed the meaning of Cloud's many returns? The thought of that, the hope of it, wouldn't fit in her box, wouldn't remain in the dark. Finally, she quit running from the idea and sat down and studied it. That had led her to this strange and frightening journey. She had taken 2 weeks off of work, called it a vacation, packed a suitcase, and boarded a plane heading west. A little less than 8 hours after she left Manhattan, she was on Bainbridge Island, pulling up to the Ryan house in a sleek black limousine. Now Tully stood in the driveway, listening to the car drive away, tires crunching on gravel. From beyond the house, in the backyard, she could hear waves washing onto the pea-gravel beach. That meant the tide was coming in. On this beautiful, sunny, early summer afternoon, the old-fashioned farmhouse looked like something out of a photo album of the good life. A fresh coat of stain made the shingles look like caramel, and the white glossy trim caught the sunlight and kept it. Flowers ran riot through the yard, creating bursts of color everywhere she looked. Toys and bikes lay scattered about, reminding her sharply of the old days, back when they'd been the Firefly Lane girls. Their bikes had been magic carpets to another world. "Come on, Katie! Let go!" Tully smiled. She hadn't thought about that summer in years. 1974. The beginning of it all. Meeting Kate had changed her life, and all because they dared to reach out for each other, dared to say, "I want to be your friend." She walked up the weed-veined concrete path to the front door. Even before she got to the stoop, she could hear the noise coming from within. It didn't surprise her. According to Kate, the first half of 2003 had been wild and crazy. Mara hadn't eased into the teen years. She'd lurched, and the boys had gone from loud into everything toddlers to louder, even more destructive 5-year-olds. Every time Tully called, it seemed, Kate was driving someone somewhere. Tully rang the doorbell. Normally, of course, she'd just walk in, but normally she'd be expected. This trip had been so spur of the moment that she hadn't called ahead. To be honest, she hadn't really expected to make it. She'd thought she'd chicken out along the way. But here she was. The sound of footsteps shook the old house. Then the door opened and Mara stood there. "Aunt Tully!" she shrieked, launching herself forward. Tully caught her goddaughter and held her tightly. When they drew apart, she stared at the girl in front of her, a little nonplussed. It had been only 7 or 8 months since she'd seen Mara, a blip of time, and yet the girl in front of her was a stranger. A near woman, Mara was taller than Tully, with milky pale skin, penetrating brown eyes, lush black hair that fell in a waterfall down her back, and cheekbones to die for. "Mara Rose," she said, "you're all grown up, and you're gorgeous. Have you tried modeling?" Mara's smile made her even more breathtakingly beautiful. "Really? My mom thinks I'm a baby." Tully laughed. "You, my dear, are no baby." Before she could say more, Johnny came down the stairs holding a squirming boy in each arm. Halfway down, he saw her and stopped. Then he smiled. "You shouldn't have let her in, Mara. She's got a suitcase." Tully laughed and closed the door behind her. "Katie!" Johnny yelled up the stairs. "You better come down here. You won't believe who has come to visit." He put the boys down on the floor at the base of the steps and went to Tully, drawing her into his arms. She couldn't help thinking how good it felt simply to be held. It had been a long time. "Tully!" Kate's voice rose above the other sounds in the room as she hurried down the stairs and pulled Tully into a hug. When Kate drew back, she was smiling. "Now what in the hell are you doing here? Don't you know I need notice for one of your trips? Now you'll give me crap about the haircut I need and the foil I missed. Don't forget the makeup you don't have on. But I could give you a makeover. I'm good at that. It's a gift." The past enveloped them, made them laugh. Kate linked arms with Tully and led her to the sofa. There, with her suitcase positioned at the door like a bodyguard, they spent at least an hour catching up on each other's lives. At around 3 o'clock, they moved their little party to the backyard, where the boys and Mara competed with Kate for Tully's attention. When darkness began to fall, Johnny fired up the barbecue, and on a picnic table in the grass, beneath a dome of stars and beside the placid Sound, Tully had her first home-cooked meal in months. Afterward, they played a rousing game of Candyland with the boys. While Kate and Johnny were upstairs putting the twins to bed, Tully sat out in the backyard with Mara, each wrapped against the night's chill in yet another of Mrs. Mularkey's famous Afghans. What's it like to be famous? Tully hadn't really thought about that in years. She'd simply taken it for granted. It's pretty great, actually. You always get the best tables, get into all the best places, people give you free stuff all the time, everyone waits for you. And since I'm a journalist instead of a movie star, the paparazzi leave me alone for the most part. Parties? Tully smiled. It's been a while since I cared about parties, but yeah, I get invited to a lot of them. And don't forget the clothes. Designers send me dresses all the time. All I have to do is wear them. Wow, Mara said. That is so totally cool. Behind them, a screen door screeched open and banged closed. There was the sound of something, a table maybe, being dragged across the deck. Then the music started. Jimmy Buffett. Margaritaville. You know what that means, Kate said, appearing beside them with 2 margaritas. Mara immediately whined. I'm old enough to stay up. Besides, there's no school tomorrow. It's a teacher contract day. Bedtime, little one, Kate said, bending down to offer Tully a drink. Mara looked at Tully, as if to say, See, I told you she thinks I'm a baby. Tully couldn't help laughing. Your mom and I were once in a hurry to grow up, too. We used to sneak out of the house and steal my mother's— Tully, Kate said sharply, those old stories won't interest her. My mom sneaked out of the house? What did Grandma do? She put her on restriction for life and made her wear clothes from the sale rack at Fred Meyer, Tully answered. Mara shuddered at the thought. Polyester, Kate added. For an entire summer I was afraid to be near open flames. You two are lying to me, Mara said, crossing her arms. Us? Lie? Never, Tully said, taking a sip of her drink. Mara got out of her chair, gave them a long, suffering sigh, and headed back into the house. As soon as the door banged shut, Tully and Kate laughed. Tell me we weren't like that, Tully said. My mom swears I was. You were Little Miss Perfect around her. Until you got us arrested, that is. The first chink in the armor. Laughing, Kate sat down in the Adirondack chair beside her, wrapping herself in one of her mom's Afghans. Tully hadn't realized how tense she'd been, how tight her neck and shoulders had become until that moment, when she began to relax. As always, Kate was her safety net, her security blanket. With her best friend beside her, she could finally trust herself. She leaned back in her chair and stared up at the night sky. She'd never been one of those people who felt insignificant beneath the heavens. But suddenly she understood why some people did. It was a matter of perspective. She'd spent so much of her life in a rush for the finish line that she'd been left out of breath. If she'd paid a little more attention to the scenery and a little less to the goal line, she might not be here now, a 42-year-old single woman searching for the tattered remnant of a family. So, are you going to make me ask? Kate finally said. There was no point in hiding the truth, although she had an almost instinctive need to do just that. The music changed to ABBA. Knowing me, knowing you. I saw Chad, she said quietly. A few months ago, right? In Central Park? Yeah. And seeing him then made you jump on a plane and fly out to see me now. I completely understand. Before Tully could answer, the door opened behind them again, and Johnny walked out holding a beer. Dragging another chair over to where they were, he sat down. The 3 of them formed a ragged semicircle in the grassy yard and faced the dark sound. Moonlight illuminated the waves that lapped against the sand. Has she told you yet? What are you two, telepaths? Tully said. I was just getting started. Actually, Kate said, she reminded me that she saw Chad a couple months ago. Ah, Johnny said, nodding, as if that explained Tully's unexpected cross-country trip. What does that mean, ah? She asked, irritated suddenly. It was exactly what Chad had done. He's your Moby Dick, Johnny answered. Tully gave him a look. I never said a thing about his dick. Come on, Tully, Kate said, putting her hand on her husband's arm. What's the matter? She looked at both of them, sitting so close together. A wife and husband who still laughed together and touched each other after so many years of marriage, and her chest felt tight with longing. I'm tired of being alone, she finally said. She'd held the words back so long that when they finally came out, they sounded worn, as polished as beach stones. What about Grant? Johnny asked. I thought you said Chad lived with a woman, Kate said, leaning forward. This isn't really about Chad. I mean, it is, but not in the way you think. He pointed out that I have a family, Tully said. Kate drew back. You mean Cloud? She's my mother. Biologically speaking, a reptile is a better parent, and they bury their eggs and leave. I know you're only trying to protect me, Kate, but it's easy for you to discount her. You have a family. She hurts you every time you see her, but she kept coming back. Maybe that meant something. She kept leaving, too, Kate said gently. And each time it broke your heart. I'm stronger now. What are you two actually saying? It's like you're speaking in code, Johnny said. I want to go find her. I've got her last known address. I send money every month. I thought maybe if I could get her into a treatment program, we'd have a chance. She's been in treatment a lot, Kate pointed out. I know, but never with support. Maybe that's all she needed. I'm hearing a lot of maybes, Kate said. Tully looked from Kate to Johnny, and finally back to Kate. I know it's crazy, and it probably won't work, and no doubt I'll end up sobbing or drinking or both, but I'm tired of being so damned alone, and I don't have a lover or kids to count on. What I do have is a mother, as flawed as she is, and Katie, I want you to come help me find her. It shouldn't take more than a few days. Kate looked completely taken aback by that. What? I want to find her. I can't do it alone. But I can't just leave for a few days. The elementary school carnival is tomorrow. I'm the games chairman. I have to be there to run the games and distribute the prizes. Tully's breath came out in a rush of disappointment. Oh, well, what about this weekend? I'm sorry, Tull, really. Mom and I are running the church food drive on Saturday and Sunday. If I didn't show up, it would be a real mess. On Monday and Tuesday, I'm volunteering at the Parks and Rec department, but maybe I could go with you for a few days at the end of next week. If I wait, I won't go, Tully said, trying to gather the courage to do it alone. I guess I can go by myself. I was just worried you should go with a crew, Johnny said. Tully looked at him. What do you mean? You know, film it. You're a big star with a poor little rich girl story. I don't mean to sound insensitive, but your viewers would love to go on this journey with you. My boss would skip on tax to air it. Tully turned the unexpected idea around in her head. It was dangerous for her, certainly. She could be humiliated by her mother. Then again, she could be triumphant, too. A mother-daughter reunion would be TV gold. It surprised her, frankly, that she hadn't thought of it herself. An intimate portrait like this could make her Q rating her recognition factor skyrocket. Was it worth the risk? What she needed was a producer who cared about her. She looked at Johnny. "Come with me," she said, angling toward him. "Be my producer." Kate sat up straighter. "What?" "Please, Johnny," Tully pleaded. "I need you if this is going to happen. I wouldn't trust anyone else. It'll give you national exposure. I'll call your boss. Fred and I are friends from way back, and like you said, he'd kill for an exclusive on it." Johnny looked at his wife. "Katie?" Tully held her breath, waiting for her friend's answer. "It's up to you, Johnny," Kate said at last, though she didn't look happy about it. Johnny sat back. "I'll talk to Fred. Assuming he's on board, we'll get started tomorrow. I'll call Bob Davies to run the camera." He grinned. "It'll be nice to get out of the station for a few days anyway." Tully laughed. "That's great!" The screen door banged open. Mara rushed out into the yard. "Can I go with you, Daddy? There's no school tomorrow, and you said you wanted me to see you work sometime." Tully took Mara's hand, pulled her goddaughter down into her lap. "That's a fantastic idea. That way you'll get to see what a great producer your dad is, and your mom won't have to worry about you while she's volunteering at school." Beside her, Kate groaned. She turned to her best friend. "It's okay, isn't it, Katie? It's just a few days. And besides, it will show Mara how lucky she is to have you for a mom. I'll have her back in time for school on Monday, I promise." Johnny stood up and flipped his cell phone open. Punching in numbers, he walked into the house. His voice started strong and trailed away as he went inside. "Fred, Johnny here. Sorry to bother you, but—" "Kate?" Tully said, leaning close. "Tell me it's okay." Her best friend's smile was slow in coming. "Sure, Tully. Take my whole family if you want." Chapter 26. "You always get hurt by her," Kate said hours later, when the lights of Seattle, shimmering between the black sound and the starless sky, had begun to darken. Tully sighed, staring at the foamy rope of water breaking along the shore. It was barely visible. Finishing her third margarita, she put the empty glass on the grass beside her. "I know." Tully fell silent. In truth, her head was spinning, and she was beginning to worry about this idea of hers. "Why, Johnny?" Kate finally asked. She sounded hesitant, as if perhaps she hadn't meant to say it out loud. "He'll protect me. If I say cut, he'll cut. If I say throw it in the trash, he will." "I don't think so." "He will, for me. And you know why?" "Why?" "You." She lurched awkwardly to her feet, unwilling to analyze this decision any more. Kate was beside her in an instant, steadying her. "What would I do without you, Katie?" Tully said, leaning against her best friend. "We'll never have to find out. Come on now. I'll help you to your room. You need some sleep." Kate maneuvered her into the house and down the hall to the guest bedroom. There, Tully fell into bed, staring blearily up at her best friend. Now, with the room tumbling around her, she realized how stupid an idea this documentary was, how firmly she'd planted herself in harm's way. She could be hurt, again. If only she had Kate's life, then Tully wouldn't have to take this risk. "You're so lucky," she murmured, starting to fall asleep. "Johnny—" She meant to continue, "and the kids love you," but the words got tangled up in her head, and before she could finish she was crying, and then she was asleep. The next morning she woke with a blinding headache. It took her longer than usual to do her hair and makeup, and Johnny, yelling at her to hurry, didn't help. But finally she was ready to go. Johnny pulled Kate into a hug and kissed her. "It shouldn't take more than 2 days," he said in a voice so quiet Tully knew she wasn't supposed to be able to hear. "We'll be back before you can miss us." "It'll feel like longer," Kate said. "I already miss you." "Come on, Mommy," Mara said sharply. "We need to go. Right, Aunt Tully?" "Give your mom a kiss goodbye," Johnny said. Mara dutifully went to Kate and kissed her. Kate held her daughter until she started to squirm, then let her go. Tully felt a clutch of jealousy at their intimacy. They were such a beautiful family. Johnny led Mara out to the car and began loading their suitcases into the back. Tully looked at Kate. "You'll be here, right? In case I need to call?" "I'm always here, Tully. That's why they call it being an at-home mom." "Very funny." Tully glanced down at her stuff. On top was a pile of notes she'd taken in the most recent phone conversation with her lawyer. It was a list of the last addresses they had for Cloud. "Okay, then. I'm out of here." She grabbed her bag and went out to the car. When they reached the end of the driveway, she twisted around in her seat. There was Kate, still standing at the front door, with 2 little boys hanging on to her, waving goodbye. Their first stop, only 2 hours later, was at a mobile home park in Fall City. Cloud's last known address. But her mother had apparently moved out a week ago, and no one yet had a forwarding address. The man they spoke to thought Cloud had moved to a campground in Issaquah. For the next 6 hours, they drove from place to place, following leads. Tully, Johnny, Mara, and a cameraman who called himself Fat Bob for good reason. At every stop, they filmed a segment of Tully talking to people at the various campgrounds and communes. Several people knew who Cloud was, but no one seemed to know where to find her. They went from Issaquah to Clay Elum to Ellensburg. Mara hung on Tully's every word. They were finishing a late-night dinner in North Bend when Fred called with a report that Cloud's last monthly check had been cashed at a bank on Vashon Island. "We could have been there in an hour," Johnny muttered. "You think we'll find her?" Tully asked, pouring sugar into her coffee. It was the first time they'd been alone all day. Fat Bob was in the van, and Mara had just gone to the restroom. Johnny looked at her. "I think we can't make people love us. Including our parents? Especially our parents." She felt a hint of their old connection again. They'd had that in common, she recalled. Lonely childhoods. "What's it like, Johnny, being loved?" "That's not the question you want to ask. You want to know what it's like to love someone." He gave her a grin that made him look like a kid again. "Besides yourself, I mean." She leaned back. "I need new friends." "I won't pull back, you know. You better be okay with that. You've got me on this story now. The camera will be there seeing all of it. If you want to back out, this is the time." "You can protect me." "That's what I'm telling you, Tully, I won't. I'll follow the story. Like you did in Germany." She understood what he was saying. Friendship ended when the story rolled. It was an axiom of journalism. "Just try to shoot me from the left. It's my good side." Johnny smiled and paid the bill. "Go get Mara. If we hurry, we might be able to catch the last ferry." In fact, they missed the last ferry and ended up sleeping in 3 rooms in a rundown hotel near the dock. The next morning, Tully woke with a pounding headache that no amount of aspirin could tame. Still, she got dressed and put on her makeup and ate breakfast at some greasy spoon diner that Fat Bob recommended. By 9 in the morning, they were on the ferry, headed to a berry-growing commune on Vashon Island. Every step of the way, every mile driven, the camera was on Tully. As she interviewed the tellers at the bank where the last check was cashed and showed the old and creased picture of her mother, the only photo she had of her, she maintained her smile. It wasn't until almost 10 o'clock, when they pulled up to the Sunshine Farm sign, that she began to lose her grip. The commune was like the others she'd seen. Long rolling acres covered in crops, shaggy-looking people dressed in the modern-day equivalent of sackcloth and ashes, rows of sanny cans. The main difference was the housing. Here, people lived in domed tents called yurts. There were at least 30 of them lining the river. Johnny pulled into a parking stall and got out of the van. Fat Bob followed suit, sliding the van door open and then slamming it shut. Mara said worriedly, "Are you okay, Aunt Tully?" "Be quiet, Mara," Johnny said. "Move over here by Daddy." Tully knew they were waiting for her. Still, she sat there. People waited for her all the time. It was one of the perks of celebrity. "You can do this," she said to the scared-looking woman in the rearview mirror. She'd spent a lifetime shellacking her heart, creating this hard casing around it. And now she was purposely peeling it away, exposing her vulnerability. But what choice did she have? If she and her mother were ever going to have a chance, someone had to make the first move. Cautiously, she opened the door and stepped out. Fat Bob and his camera were right there. Tully took a deep breath and smiled. "We're at the Sunshine Farms commune. We've been told that my mother has lived here for almost a week, although she hasn't yet sent this address to my attorney, so we don't know if she's planning to stay." She walked up to the long row of tables covered by cedar lean-tos, where tired-looking women sold their wares: berries, jams, syrups, berry butters, and Holly Hobby-type handicrafts. No one seemed to care that a camera was coming their way, or a celebrity. "I'm Tallulah Hart, and I'm looking for this woman." She held out the picture. Fat Bob moved to her left, stayed close. People had no idea how close cameras sometimes needed to be to capture nuances of emotion. "Cloud," the woman said without smiling. Tully's heart skipped a beat. "Yes." "She's not at Sunshine anymore. Too much work for her. Last I heard, she was out at the old mulberry place. What has she done?" "Nothing. She's my mother." "She said she didn't have any kids." Tully knew the camera caught her reaction to that, her flinch of pain. "That's hardly surprising. How do we get to the mulberry place?" As the woman gave directions, Tully felt a wave of anxiety. She walked away, went over by a fence to be alone. Johnny came up beside her, leaning close. "Are you okay?" he asked softly enough that the camera couldn't pick up the question. "I'm scared," she whispered, looking up at him. "You'll be fine. She can't hurt you anymore. You're Tallulah Hart, remember?" That was what she needed. Smiling, feeling stronger, she pulled back and broke free, looking at the camera. She didn't bother to wipe the tears from her eyes. "I guess I still want her to love me," she revealed quietly. "Let's go." They climbed back into the van and drove out to the highway. On Mill Road, they turned left and drove down a bumpy, rutted gravel road until an old beige mobile home came into view. It sat on blocks in a grassy field, surrounded by rusted, broken-down cars. A refrigerator lay on its side in the front yard, a threadbare, broken recliner beside it. 3 ragged-looking pit bulls were chained to the fence. They went crazy when the van pulled into the yard, barking and snarling and jumping forward. "It's deliverance," Tully said, giving a weak smile as she reached for the door handle. They all got out at once, moving forward in formation. Tully in the lead, advancing with false confidence, Fat Bob beside or in front of her, capturing every instant on tape, and Johnny behind them, holding Mara's hand, reminding her to keep quiet. Tully went up to the front door and knocked. No one answered. She tried to listen for footsteps, but the barking dogs made that impossible. She knocked again, and was just about to give in to relief and say, "No luck," when the door swung open to reveal a huge, straggly-haired man in boxer shorts. A tattoo of a woman in a hula skirt covered the left half of his swollen, hairy belly. "Yeah," he said, scratching his underarm. "I'm here to see Cloud." He cocked his head to the right and stepped out of the trailer, moving past her, going toward his dogs. Tully's eyes watered at the smell that came from the mobile home. She wanted to turn to the camera and say something witty, but she couldn't even swallow, she was so nervous. Inside, she found piles of junk and old food containers. There were flies everywhere and pizza boxes full of leftover crusts. But mostly what she saw were empty booze bottles and a bong. A huge pile of pot lay on the kitchen table. Tully didn't point it out or make a comment. Fat Bob mirrored every step, filmed her journey through this mobile home hell. She went to the closed door behind the kitchen, knocked, and opened it, revealing the grossest bathroom of all time. She slammed the door shut and went to the next door. There, she knocked twice, and then turned the knob. The bedroom was small, made smaller by the piles of clothes everywhere. 3 empty half-gallon Monarch gin bottles lined the bedside table. Her mother lay curled in the fetal position on the unmade bed, with a ragged blue blanket wrapped around her body. Tully bent close, noticing now how grayed and wrinkled her mother's skin had become. "Cloud?" She said the name 3 or 4 times and got no response at all. Finally, she reached out, touched her mother's shoulder. Gently at first, and then not so gently. "Cloud?" Fat Bob got into position, pointed the camera at the woman in bed. Slowly, her mother opened her eyes. It took her a long time to focus. She had a vague, vacant look. "Tallulah?" "Hey, Cloud." "Tully," she said, as if just remembering the nickname her daughter preferred. "What are you doing here? And who the hell is that guy with the camera?" "I'm here looking for you." Cloud sat up slowly, reaching into her dirty pocket for a cigarette. When she lit up, Tully noticed how palsied her mother's hand was. It took 3 tries to touch the tip to the flame. "I thought you were in New York getting rich and famous." She glanced nervously at the camera. "I'm both," Tully said, unable to squelch the pride in her voice. She hated it that still, after all the disappointments, she craved this woman's admiration. "How long have you been living here?" "What do you care? You live in some fancy place while I'm rotting away." Tully looked at her mother, noticing the wild, unkempt hair now threaded with gray, the baggy, stained cargo pants with the ragged, torn hem, the worn flannel shirt that was buttoned wrong, and her face, lined, dirty, and grayed from cigarettes and alcohol and a life poorly lived. Cloud was barely 60, and she looked 15 years older. The fragile beauty of her youth was gone now, scrubbed away by harsh excess. You can't want this, Cloud. Even you, even me, huh? Why did you come looking for me, Tully? You're my mother. We both know better than that. Cloud cleared her throat and looked away. I need to get away from here. Maybe I could stay with you for a few days, take a bath, eat something. Tully hated the tiny lurch of emotion that followed those words. She had waited a lifetime for her mother to want to come home with her, but she knew how dangerous a moment like this could be. Okay. Really? The disbelief on Cloud's face revealed how little faith they had in each other. Really. And for an instant, Tully forgot the camera was even there. She dared to imagine the impossible, that they could become mother and daughter instead of strangers. Come on, Cloud. Let me help you to the car. Tully knew she shouldn't believe in the possibility of forging a connection with her mother, but the idea created a dizzying cocktail of hope that, once drunk, made her lightheaded. Maybe she could finally have a family of her own. The camera caught it all. Tully's hope and fear and need. On the long drive home, while Cloud slept slumped in the corner, Tully spilled her heart to the lens. She answered Johnny's questions with an unprecedented honesty, revealing at last how wounded she'd been by her distant mother. Now, though, Tully added a new word. Addicted. For as long as she'd known her mother, Cloud had been hooked on drugs or booze or both. The more Tully thought about that, the more it seemed like the cause of their problems. If she could get her mom into rehab and help her through the program, maybe they could make a new start. So sure of this was she that she called her boss at CBS and asked for more time off so that she could be a good daughter and help her broken mother heal. Are you sure that's a good idea? Johnny asked when she got off the phone. They were in the sitting room of the luxurious Cascade Suite at the Fairmont Olympic Hotel in Seattle. By the window, Fat Bob sat in an overstuffed chair, capturing this whole conversation on tape. Cameras and equipment covered most of the floor. Huge lights created a staging area along the couch. Mara lay curled cat-like in an overstuffed chair, reading a book. She needs me, Tully said simply. Johnny shrugged and said nothing more, just looked at her. Well, she stood up, stretching. I think I'll hit the sack. To Fat Bob, she said, that's it for the night. Go get a good night's sleep. We'll start again at 8. Fat Bob nodded, packed up his gear, and headed to his room down the hall. Can I sleep with Aunt Tully? Mara said, letting her book fall to the floor. It's okay with me, Johnny said, if Tully doesn't mind. Are you kidding? A slumber party with my favorite goddaughter is a perfect end to the day. After Johnny went to his own room, Tully played mommy to Mara, telling her to brush her teeth and wash her face and get into her jammies. I'm too old for jammies, Mara informed her smartly, but when she climbed into bed, she snuggled up to Tully like the little girl she'd been only a few short years ago. This was so awesome, Aunt Tully, she said sleepily. I'm going to be a TV star too when I grow up. I don't doubt it. If my mom lets me, which she probably won't. What do you mean? My mom won't let me do anything. You do know that your mom is my best friend, right? Yeah, she answered grudgingly. Why do you think that is? Mara twisted around and looked at her. Why? Because your mom rocks. Mara made a face. My mom? She never does anything cool. Tully shook her head. Mara, your mother loves you no matter what, and she's proud of you. Believe me, Princess. That's the coolest thing in the world. The next morning, Tully got up early and went to the bedroom door across the hall. There, she paused, gathering her nerve, and knocked. When no one answered, she quietly opened it. Her mother was still asleep. Smiling, she left the suite and closed the door quietly behind her. At Johnny's door, she paused and knocked. He answered quickly, dressed in one of the hotel's robes, his hair dripping wet. "I thought we were starting at 8. "We are. I'm just going to get Cloud some clothes to take to rehab and some breakfast for all of us. Mara's still asleep." Johnny frowned. "You're moving awfully fast, Tully. The stores aren't open yet." "I've always been fast. You know that, Johnny. And everything is open for Tallulah Hart. It's one of the perks of my life. You have a key to my room?" "Yeah. I'll go over there now. You be careful." Ignoring his concern, she went to the public market and stocked up on croissants, beignets, and cinnamon rolls. Cloud needed to pack on a few pounds. Then she went to La Dolce, where she bought her mother jeans, tops, shoes, underwear, and bras, as well as the thickest jacket she could find. She was back at the hotel by 9. "I'm home," she called out, kicking the door shut behind her. "And wait till you see what I've got." She draped the garment bags over the sofa and set the bags on the floor. At the small table in the sitting room, she began setting out the rolls and beignets. Fat Bob was in the corner shooting her entrance. She gave him her best smile. "My mother needs to put on a few pounds. This should do it. I got practically every coffee Starbucks sells. I don't know what she likes." Johnny sat on the sofa, looking tired. "It's like a morgue in here." Tully went to her mother's door and knocked. "Cloud?" There was no answer. She knocked again. "Cloud? Are you in the shower? I'm coming in." She opened the door. The first thing she noticed was the smell of cigarettes and the open window. The bed was empty. "Cloud?" She went to the bathroom, which was still damp and cloudy with steam. Thick Egyptian cotton towels lay in a heap on the floor. The wash rag and hand towel were stained with dirt and lying in the sink. Tully backed slowly out of the steamy bathroom and faced Johnny and the camera. "She left?" "A half an hour ago," he said. "I tried to stop her." Tully was stunned by how betrayed she felt. Like that 10-year-old girl again, abandoned on the Seattle street. Worthless and unwanted. Johnny came over to her, took her in his arms and held her. She wanted to ask him why. Ask what was wrong with her that no one ever stayed, but the question caught in her throat. She clung to him for too long, taking the comfort he offered. He stroked her head, whispered, "Shh," in her ear as if she were a child. In time, though, she remembered where she was and pulled back, forcing a smile for the camera. "Well, there it is. The end of the documentary. I'm done, Bob." Sidestepping Johnny, she went back into her room, where she heard Mara singing in the shower. Tears stung her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Her mother wouldn't break her again. She'd been a fool to even think there could be a different ending than this one. Then she noticed the empty nightstand beside her. "The bitch stole my jewelry." She closed her eyes and sat on the end of the bed. Pulling a cell phone out of her pocket, she hit Kate's number and listened to the ringing. When her friend answered, Tully didn't even bother with hello. "There's something wrong with me, Katie," she said quietly, her voice trembling.
"She ditched you?"
"Like a thief in the night."
"Tallulah Rose Hart, you listen to me right now. You are going to hang up the phone and get down to the ferry right now. I'll take care of you, got it? And bring my family with you."
"You don't have to yell. I'm coming," We all are. But you better have alcohol ready for me when I get there. And I'm not mixing it with that gross juice your kids drink." Kate laughed.
"It's the morning, Tully. I'll make you breakfast."
"Thanks, Kate," Tully said quietly. "I owe you one." When she looked up, she saw Fat Bob. He was filming all of this from the doorway, with Johnny standing beside him. But it wasn't the red light on the camera, or the knowledge of her public humiliation, or the all-seeing lens that broke her. It was Johnny, and the sad, knowing way he looked at her, that finally made her cry. Chapter 27. The documentary aired 2 weeks later, and even Kate, who was used to Tully's amazing successes, was caught off guard by the public's reaction. It caused a media frenzy. For years, Tully had been seen on camera as the cool, witty professional, following stories and reporting on them with her journalist's detachment. Now the public learned how she'd been disappointed and abandoned. They saw beyond the journalist to the woman within, and they couldn't stop talking about her. The phrase heard most often was, "Just like me." Before the documentary, the public respected Tully Hart. Afterward, they adored her. She graced the cover of People and Us in the same week. The documentary and segments from it were played and replayed on entertainment news shows. America, it seemed, couldn't get enough of Tully Hart. But while everyone was watching Tully and the sad encounter with her estranged mother, Kate saw something else entirely on that tape, and she watched it just as obsessively. She couldn't help noticing the way Johnny looked at Tully at the end, when Cloud's disappearance was revealed, the way he'd gone to her and taken her in his arms. And then there was the quiet talk Tully and Johnny had had out at Sunshine Farms. They'd edited out whatever words had been exchanged and gone to an establishing shot of the commune, but Kate couldn't help wondering what they'd said to each other. She studied their body language like a primatologist, but in the end, she had only what she'd had in the beginning. Two old friends working together on an emotional documentary and a wife who'd worried for a long time about them. That should have been the end of it. If nothing else had happened, Kate would have boxed up her old jealousies and put them away again, just as she'd done dozens of times over the years. But something had happened. Cindy World, the second largest syndication company in the world, had seen the documentary and offered Tully her own 1-hour show, of which she would be a majority interest owner. The idea had rocked Tully's world, offering her a way to be herself on camera, to show the world who she really was and how she really felt. No more 3 a.m. start times, either. The minute she heard the idea, she said it was exactly what she needed, but even so, she'd put down 2 conditions. First, they had to shoot in Seattle. Second, John Ryan had to be her producer. Neither of these had she bothered to clear with her friends. Kate and Johnny had been on the back porch, talking over drinks after a long day, when the first phone call had come in. Johnny had laughed at Tully's offer, told her to find a producer who specialized in prima donnas. Then Tully mentioned a salary in the millions. Now, 2 days later, Kate sure as hell wasn't laughing. She and Johnny were in the living room, trying to keep their voices down because the kids were in bed. Tully was back in New York, no doubt sitting by the phone, waiting to see if once again she'd get her way. "I don't know why you're fighting me on this, Katie," Johnny said, pacing in front of the window. "It will change our lives. What's wrong with our life now? Do you understand how much money they're offering us? We could pay off this house and send the kids to Harvard for medical degrees, and I could do a few shows that mattered. Tully said I could spotlight places in the world that are in trouble. Do you know what that would mean to me? Is that how you want your career to be from now on? Starting everything with, 'Tully said'? Are you asking if I can work for her? The answer is hell yes. I've worked for a lot worse people than Tully Hart. Maybe I'm asking if you should be working for her, Kate said softly. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. You've got to be kidding me. Is that what this is about? One night 1,000,000 years ago? She's an incredibly beautiful woman. I just think... She couldn't finish, couldn't put her old fears and insecurities into words. The look he gave her was so hot, she felt herself melting, disappearing. I don't deserve that. She watched him storm up the stairs, heard the bedroom door slam shut. She sat there a long time, staring down at her wedding ring. Why was it that some memories could never be erased? Slowly, she turned off all the lights, locked all the doors, and went upstairs. At their closed door, she paused, taking a deep breath. She knew what she had to do now, what she had to say. She'd hurt his feelings and insulted him. They both knew this was the opportunity of a lifetime. Her insecurities and jealousy couldn't stand in the way of that. She had to go to him, say she was sorry, and tell him she was foolish to be afraid, that she believed in his love like she believed in sunshine and rain. It was true, too, she did. Because of all that, she should be proud of Johnny and happy for this chance and what it meant to him. That was what marriage was, a team sport, and this was her time to be cheerleader. But even knowing all that, she couldn't quite be happy. Instead, she was afraid. Yes, they'd be rich, maybe even powerful. But at what cost? Tully finished off her contract, had an emotional, celebrity-studded last broadcast, and said goodbye to New York. She found a new penthouse in the Emerald City and spent the next month in closed-door meetings, coming up with the plans for her new show, which she was calling The Girlfriend Hour with Tully Hart, in honor of the Mularkey's holiday tradition. She and Johnny had spent long hours working together like the old days, hiring staff and designing the set and devising show concepts. By August of 2003, much of the advance work was done, and she realized that yet again she'd been so busy with work that she'd forgotten to have a life. Even with Kate just across the bay, Tully had hardly seen her. So she picked up the phone and invited her best friend and goddaughter to spend the day with her.
Sorry,
Kate said.
I can't come into the city.
Come on, Tully pleaded. I know I haven't called enough this summer, but Johnny and I have been working 12-hour days.
Tell me something I don't know. You see him more than we do.
I've missed you. There was a pause, then...
I've missed you too. But today is no good for me. The boys have some friends coming over.
How about if I take Mara off your hands? Yeah, Tully said, warming to the idea. I could take her to Jean Juarez for a manicure and a makeup lesson. Maybe a facial. It'd be great. A girl's day out.
She's too young for a spa, Tully.
Kate laughed, but it sounded a little strained.
And you can forget the makeover. She is not allowed to wear makeup until 9th grade.
No one is too young for a spa, Kate, and you're crazy to forbid makeup. Remember when your mother tried that? We just put it on at the bus stop. Don't you want her to learn the right way to apply it?
Not yet.
Come on, Tully cajoled. Put her on the 11:15 boat. I'll meet her at McDonald's. You said you two are always fighting anyway.
Well, I guess that would be okay. But no R-rated movies, no matter how much she begs.
Okay.
Maybe that'll put her in a good mood. Tomorrow we're going school shopping, which is only slightly less painful than a root canal without anesthesia.
Maybe I'll take her to Nordstrom, get her something special.
$40.
What?
That's how much you can spend. Not $1 more. And Tully, if you buy her anything that shows off her belly...
I know. Britney Spears is the Antichrist. Got it.
Good. I'll go tell Mara.
Exactly 1 hour and 12 minutes later, Tully directed her driver to pull up beside the McDonald's on Alaskan Way. She could tell by the honking that it was an illegal place to park, but what did she care? She rolled down the window and saw Mara running toward her. "Over here!" she called, getting out of the car. Mara hugged her tightly. "Thank you so much for getting me out of the house. Mom's been ragging on me all day. What are we going to do?" "How about makeovers at Jean Juarez?" "Awesome! And after that, we can do whatever you want." "You're so totally awesome," Mara said, gazing at Tully with the purest expression of adoration she'd ever seen. Tully laughed. "We both are. That's why we're a perfect team." Chapter 28. The Girlfriend Hour was a runaway success from the first day it aired. Suddenly, Tully was more than a journalist or a morning news anchor. She was a bona fide star. Everything about the show had been designed to play to her strengths and highlight her talent. What she did well, what she'd always done well, was talk to people. And she connected, not only with the camera, but with her guests, her audience, and her viewers. In the first 2 weeks of the show, she became a sensation. Her picture graced the covers of People, Entertainment Weekly, Good Housekeeping, and In Style. Cinderworld had trouble keeping up with demand. That was how fast her show was growing into new markets. Best of all was, she owned it. Sure, she shared ownership with Cinderworld, and the Ryans had a small piece, but she was the powerhouse. As anyone knew, half as successful as Oprah was damn successful. Now she sat in her office, going over the notes for the taping that would start in... She looked up at the clock. 25 minutes. This was one of her celebrity shows. A smiling, don't-we-just-love-each-other interview. To be honest, there was still enough of the journalist left in Tully to bristle at these segments, but the businesswoman overruled her. The public simply couldn't get close enough to their stars these days. Johnny put up with these segments in exchange for his change-the-world bits. There was a knock on the door, then a respectful, "Miss Hart?" She spun around in her chair. "Yes? Your goddaughter is here for the Take Your Daughter to Work segment?" "Great." Tully shot to her feet. "Let her in." The door opened farther, revealing Johnny, who stood there dressed in faded jeans and a navy blue cashmere sweater. "Hey," he said. "Hey." Beside him, Mara couldn't keep still, she was so excited. "Hi, Aunt Tully. Daddy said I could be with you all day." Tully walked over to them. "I couldn't ask for a better daughter. You ready to see what it's like to make a show work?" "I can hardly wait!" Tully turned to Johnny, realizing a second too late that she was too close. She could see a tiny place by his ear where he'd missed shaving. "I'll be in my office if you need me. Don't buy her a car or a horse while she's here." "How about something small?" "Normally I'd say fine, but with you, small could be a diamond." "I was thinking of a Girlfriend Hour tote bag." "Perfect." Tully smiled up at him. "You're my producer. You have to say I'm perfect." He stared down at her. "The whole world thinks you're perfect." A lot of years were suddenly between them. Conversations and moments and opportunities she'd walked away from. At least, that was what she was thinking about. She no longer knew him well enough to read his expressions. Even though they worked together every day, they were always surrounded by people and focused on work. On the weekends, when she went to his house, he was Katie's husband, and Tully kept her distance. He didn't move, didn't smile. Tully smiled and backed away, hoping her smile looked real. "Come on, Mara. Let's go play mother-daughter. I have Lindsay Lohan in the green room. You can ask her how she got started. On a bright Wednesday in the first full week of September, Kate stood on the sidewalk outside of Ordway Elementary School. The parking lot, which only moments before had been clogged with buses pulling up to the curb and cars, mostly SUVs and minivans, inching through the carpool lane, was now empty and quiet. The bell had rung and fallen silent. The principal had gone back inside the squat, low-roofed brick building to start his day. Directly overhead, 2 flags flapped in the early autumn breeze. "Are you still crying?" Tully tried to sound reassuring, but her voice was too honest for that. There was the merest hint of laughter behind the words. "Bite me. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. Come on, I'm taking you home. But..." Kate glanced at the window at the far end of the school. "One of them might need me. They're going into kindergarten, not open-heart surgery, and you've got things to do." Kate sighed, wiping her eyes. "I know, it's stupid." Tully squeezed her hand. "It's not stupid. I remember my first day of school. I was so jealous of the kids who had moms that cried. I really appreciate you being here for me today. I know how hard it is for you to leave the studio." "My producer gave me the day off," she said with a smile. "I think he has the hots for my best friend." Together, they walked down the tree-lined sidewalk to their parking spot. Kate climbed into the driver's seat of her new blue SUV and started up the engine. Tully immediately leaned forward in her own seat and popped a CD into the stereo. Rick Springfield's voice blared through the speakers, singing Jessie's Girl. Kate laughed. By the time they'd driven out of the school lot, stopped at the coffee stand drive-thru for their lattes, and arrived back home, she definitely felt better. In her messy, toy-strewn living room, she collapsed into Johnny's favorite overstuffed chair and put her feet up on the ottoman. "What now, fearless leader? Are we going shopping?" "In the ridiculous 3 hours we have? Not likely. You should have put them in the all-day program." Kate had heard it before. "I'm well aware of your opinion on that. I happen to like my kids around me. Actually, I have a better plan anyway." Tully flopped down on the sofa. "We're going to talk about your writing." Kate almost dropped her latte. My writing? You always said you were going to start writing again when the boys were in school." "Give me some time, will you? They just started. Let's talk about the show instead. Johnny tells me that I can see through your feeble tactics. You think I'll forget everything else if you talk about me." "It's usually true." "Touché. So what will you write about?" Kate felt exposed suddenly. "It's an old dream, Tully." "Well, you're getting old, so it's perfect. Has anyone ever told you that you're a cold-hearted bitch?" "Only the men who date me. Come on, Katie, talk to me. I see how tired you are all the time. I know you need something more in your life." This was the last thing that Kate would have expected, that Tully, as on top of the world as she was, would notice her depression. At the realization, the fight went out of her. In truth, she was exhausted lately by the pretense anyway. "It's more than just that. I feel lost. What I have should be enough, but somehow it isn't. And Mara is wearing me down. Everything I do is wrong. I love her so much, and she treats me like last year's shoes." "It's the age. That excuse is wearing a little thin. Maybe I should let her take the modeling class she's so jazzed about. I just hate to think of her in a world like that." "P.S. We're talking about you here," Tully said. "Look, Katie, I don't know what you're going through, but I know about wanting more. Sometimes you have to fight for the thing that will complete you. Says the woman who has to borrow my family when she needs one. Tully smiled. We're quite a pair, aren't we? For the first time in what felt like forever, Kate laughed. We always have been. I'll tell you what, I'll think about writing if you think about falling in love. Tully looked at her. Maybe it would be easier to think about spending the day on the beach. She paused. I haven't heard from Grant since I moved out here. I know, Kate said. I'm sorry. But I don't think he was the one for you. If you two had been right for each other, you'd have fallen in love. That's what people like you think, Tully said quietly, and then brightened. Come on, let's make margaritas. Now you're talking. I'll get drunk on the first day of kindergarten, and in the morning, no less. Perfect. The Ordway Halloween Carnival was only 7 days away, and Kate had foolishly volunteered to design and make the photograph staging area. Between shopping for supplies, painting the backdrops, and building the faux haunted house set, she was overwhelmed with work. Add to that driving responsibilities that came with getting Mara to her modeling class, and she was emotionally close to the edge most of the time. But she was supposed to be writing her book. Johnny and Tully and Mom expected it of her. She expected it of herself. She'd been certain that once the boys started school, she'd find the time. Unfortunately, she'd forgotten the kindergarten timetable. Frankly, she'd barely dropped the boys off before it was time to pick them up, and Johnny, who'd always been so much help, now spent more waking hours at the studio than he did at home. So Kate did what she'd always done. She kept moving, hoping no one would notice that she didn't smile as easily as she used to, or sleep as well. This morning at 6 o'clock, she kissed Johnny awake, then went down the hall to waken Mara. From that moment on, she was caught in the whirlpool of other people's needs. She drove carpool and went shopping and met the decorating committee for an hour of hammer and nails type work. She got so caught up in the work, she almost missed picking up the boys. Late, she ran for her SUV and sped across the island, pulling into the pickup lane as most of the cars were leaving. She honked at the boys and waved them over. Her phone rang. Hello, she answered, reaching behind her to unlock the back door.
Mom?
Mara said. What's wrong? Mara laughed, but it was definitely contrived.
Nothing. I don't want you to spaz out, but I'm scheduling a family meeting for 7 o'clock tonight.
A what?
A family meeting. Well, sort of. I don't want Lucas or William there.
Let me get this straight. You want to have a meeting with your dad and me at 7?
And Tully.
What trouble are you in?
Way to believe the worst in me. I just want to talk.
A 13-year-old girl wanting to talk to her parents? Specifically, Mara wanting to talk to Kate? That was like a snowfall in July. Okay, Kate said slowly. You sure you're not in trouble?
I'm sure. See you. Bye.
Kate stared at the phone in her hand. What's going on? She wondered aloud. But before an answer floated to the surface, the car door behind her opened, the boys climbed into the back seat, and Kate was tossed onto the surf of her everyday life. There was shopping to do, and cooking, and at 3 she was back in the carpool lane picking up Mara. You sure you don't want to talk about something now? She asked. Mara sat slouched against the window in the passenger seat, with her long black hair covering most of her downcast face. As usual, she wore low-rise jeans, flip-flops, even though it was raining, a skimpy pink t-shirt, and a surly expression. The expression was the one accessory she never left home without. If I wanted to talk now, I wouldn't have scheduled a meeting. Sheesh, get a clue, Mom. Kate knew she shouldn't let her daughter talk to her like that, and usually she didn't. But today she didn't feel like fighting, so she let it go. At home, Kate went straight up to her bathroom, took 2 aspirin, and changed into her sweats. Ignoring her headache, she got the boys settled at the kitchen table with their sticker books and started dinner. Before she knew it, it was 6 o'clock and Johnny opened the door. "Hey," he said, ushering Tully into the house. "Look who came home with me for the big meeting." Kate looked up from the tacos she was making. "Hey, you two." She covered the saucepan and turned the stove's heat down to low, then went out to meet them. "You don't know what's going on, do you?" "Me? I hardly know anything," Tully said. After that, the evening seemed alternately to drag and to fly. Kate watched her daughter all through dinner, trying to glean a hint about what was to come, but by the end of the meal she was no closer to an answer than she'd been this afternoon. "Okay," Mara finally said at almost exactly 7 o'clock, when the dishes were done and the boys were upstairs watching a movie. She stood by the fireplace, looking both nervous and young. "Aunt Tully thought I should be—" "Tully knows what this is about?" Kate asked. No," Mara said quickly. "Just in general, she thinks I shouldn't throw stuff at you. I should be respectful and let you know how much something matters to me." Kate glanced at Johnny, who rolled his eyes in response. "So, here it is," Mara said, wringing her hands together. "There's a conference in New York in November that I just have to go to. It's where a bunch of agents and photographers come looking for models. Tully thinks Eileen Ford could definitely pick me, and my modeling class teacher invited me personally." Kate sat there, too stunned to speak right away. New York? Tully thinks? Invited me personally? Which arrow should she pull out first? "I assume this costs money," Johnny said. "Oh, right," Mara nodded. $3,000, but it's a bargain at that price. Everyone who is anyone will be there." "And the dates?" "November 14th through the 21st. "During school?" Kate said sharply. "It's just a week," Mara began, but Kate cut her off. "Just a week? Are you kidding?" Mara glanced nervously at Tully. "I can take my homework and do it at night and on the plane, but if I get discovered, I wouldn't need to finish high school anyway. I'd have tutors." "How many of the kids in your modeling class were invited to attend?" Johnny asked, sounding calm and reasonable. "Everyone," Mara answered. "Everyone?" Kate got to her feet. "Everyone? That's not anything special, then. It's some racket to wring money out of us. You actually think—" "Kate," Johnny said, giving her the look. She yanked hard on her temper, took a deep breath. "I didn't mean that, Mara. You can't miss a week of school, and $3,000 is a lot of money." "I'll pay it," Tully said. Kate had never wanted to hit her best friend more. "She can't miss school." Kate held up a hand for silence. "Don't say more," she said to Tully. Mara burst into tears. "See?" she yelled at Tully. "She thinks I'm a baby and she won't let me do anything." Johnny got to his feet. "Mara, come on. You're 13 years old." "Brooke Shields and Kate Moss were millionaires by 14 because their moms loved them, right, Tully?" She wiped her eyes and looked at Johnny. "Please, Daddy." He shook his head. "I'm sorry, honey." Mara spun on her heel and ran upstairs. All the way up, until she slammed her bedroom door, they could hear her crying. "I'll go talk to her," Johnny said, sighing as he headed for the stairs. Kate turned to her best friend. "Are you insane?" "It's a modeling school, not a crack house." "Damn it, Tully. She doesn't need to be in that screwed-up world. I've told you that before. It's dangerous." "I'll help her through it. I could go with her." Kate was so mad she could hardly breathe. Once again, Tully had made Kate look bad in front of Mara, and frankly, she didn't need any help screwing up her relationship with her daughter. You're not her mother. I am. You can whoop it up with her and have a blast and live like the world is your never-never land. It's my job to keep her safe. Safe isn't everything, Tully said. Sometimes you have to take a risk. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Tully, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. My 13-year-old daughter is not going to New York City on some scam of a modeling trip, and you are certainly not going to chaperone her. The subject is closed. Fine, Tully said. I was just trying to help. Kate heard the hurt in her friend's voice, but she was too tired, and this was too important, to let herself yield. Fine. And next time my daughter comes to you with a plan that includes skipping a week of school or modeling in a faraway place, I would appreciate it if you'd let me discuss it with her. But you don't. You two just scream at each other. Even Johnny says, you've talked to Johnny about this? He's worried about you and Mara. He says it's like World War II around here some nights. That was the third sucker punch tonight. And it hurts so much, she said. You better leave, Tully. This is a family matter. But I thought I was family. Good night, Kate said quietly, then walked out of the room. Chapter 29. Tully should have gone straight home and tried to forget the whole thing. But by the time the ferry pulled back into downtown Seattle, she was a wreck. Instead of turning left on Alaskan Way, she turned right and hit the gas. In record time, she was in Snohomish, driving past the altered landmarks of her youth. The town was a tourist stop now, full of trendy cafes and upscale antique shops. None of it mattered much to her. What changed, what stayed the same, she didn't care. Even under the best of circumstances, she was only barely connected to the yesterdays of her life, and tonight was far from the best of circumstances. Still, when she turned onto Firefly Lane, it was like rocketing into the past. She turned onto the paved driveway and drove up to the small white farmhouse with the glossy black trim. Over the years, Mrs. Mularkey had turned the ragged yard into an English-style garden full of flowers. In this late autumn, the whole garden seemed to glow golden. The yard and hanging baskets were a riot of red geraniums, visible in the orangey porch light. Tully parked the car and went to the front door, ringing the bell. Mr. M. answered. And for a second there, standing on the porch, looking up at him, Tully felt her whole life flash before her eyes. He looked older, of course, with a vanishing hairline and an expanding waistline, but dressed as he was in a white t-shirt and worn jeans, he looked so much like he used to that she felt young again, too. Hey, Mr. M. You're here late. Everything okay? I just need to talk to Mrs. M. I won't stay long. You know you're welcome to stay as long as you want. He stepped back to let her in, then went to the base of the stairs and yelled up, Margie, come on down! Trouble's here. He flashed Tully a smile that coaxed out one of her own. In no time, Mrs. M came down the stairs, zipping up the red velour robe she'd worn for as long as Tully had known her. No matter how many expensive robe and nightgown sets Tully sent Mrs. M over the years, this old red one remained her favorite. Tully, she said, pulling off her big beige-rimmed bifocals, is everything okay? There was no point in lying. Not really. Mrs. M went straight to the wet bar in the living room, an addition in the late 80s, and poured 2 glasses of wine. Handing one to Tully, she led the way into the living room and sat down on the new leopard print sofa. Behind their heads, the wall was full of family photos now. Jesus and Elvis still held center stage, but around them were dozens of school photos of Mara and the twins. Johnny and Kate's wedding pictures, Sean's graduate school graduation photos, and a few here and there of Tully. Okay, what's the problem? Tully sat down in the newest edition of Mr. Mularkey's favorite recliner. Kate is mad at me. Why? Mara called me last week and wanted to talk to me about a modeling thing in New York. Oh, boy. I offered to help her talk to her folks about it, but the second Kate heard about it, she went wacko. She refused to even listen to Mara. Mara is 13 years old. That's old enough to— No, Mrs. M said crisply. Then she smiled gently. I know you're just trying to help Tully, but Kate's right to try to protect Mara. Mara hates her. That's how it seems with 13-year-old girls and their mothers. You don't know, maybe, because Cloud was so different, but girls and their mothers often go through a rough patch. You don't make it better by giving the kids everything they want. I'm not suggesting they should give her everything, but she has real talent, and I think she could be a supermodel. And if she were, what would happen? She'd be rich and famous. She could be a millionaire by 17. Mrs. M leaned forward. You're mega rich, right? Right. Does that make you whole? Is success worth what Mara would give up for it? Her childhood? Her innocence? Her family? I have watched some of those made-for-TV movies about young models. There's all kinds of drugs and sex and such around them. I'd watch out for her. What matters is that she has found something she loves. That should be nurtured, not ignored. And I'm afraid Mara and Kate won't find their way back. You should hear how Mara talks about her. You're worried about Mara, Mrs. M said, eyeing Tully over the rim of her glass. I think you're looking at the wrong player. Kate is the one who needs you now. Kate? The problems with Mara are eating her up alive. Those two have to figure out how to talk to each other without screaming or crying. She looked at Tully. And you need to be Katie's friend first. Are you saying it's my fault? Of course not. I'm saying that Katie needs her best friend beside her. You two have always been each other's armor and sword. I know how much Mara idolizes you, and how much you like to be idolized. She smiled knowingly. But you can't take sides in this unless it's Katie's. I just wanted to— She's not your daughter. And there it was. Tully hadn't realized until just now, this second, what had driven her to get so involved. She loved Mara, sure. But there was more to it than that, wasn't there? And Mrs. M had seen it. Mara was the perfect child for Tully, gorgeous, ambitious, a little selfish. Best of all, she thought Tully was flawless. So, what do I say to Mara? That she has her whole life in front of her. If she's as good and talented as you believe, she'll make it when she's old enough to handle it. Tully sat back in the recliner, sighing. How long do you think Kate will stay mad at me? Mrs. M laughed. You two have more ups and downs than an internet stock. Everything will be fine. Just quit trying to be Mara's best friend and be there for Katie. Kate never tired of the view from her own back porch. Tonight, on this crisp late October evening, the sky above Seattle was an endless, star-filled black. In the glorious moonlight, every skyscraper looked sharp and distinct. So much so, it was easy to imagine you could actually see the individual squares of glass and granite and steel. Sounds were clearer here by the water as well. Maple leaves turned color and fell from the nearby trees, landing like quickened footsteps on the marshy ground. Squirrels scurried from branch to branch, no doubt gathering their food for a cold they sensed was drawing near, and as always, there was the tide. moving forward and back against the shore with the rhythm connected to the faraway moon. Here, on her back porch, only the seasons changed, and each gave the landscape an amazing new look. Only a few feet behind her, through an antique wooden door, the changes came fast enough to leave you breathless. Her teenage daughter was sprouting like a tree, blooming every day into another variation of who she would someday become. Moods twisted her up and left her looking sometimes like a girl who'd just washed up on shore, unable to quite remember who she was and who she wanted to be. Kate's baby boys were growing up, too. Kindergartners now, they were beginning to make their own friends and choose their own clothes and selectively answer her questions. In the blink of an eye, they, too, would be approaching adolescence, pinning magazine pictures to their bedroom walls and demanding privacy. So fast. She stood on the porch a few minutes longer, until the sky was charcoal gray and the stars appeared above the distant city. Then she went back inside, locking the door behind her. The house was quiet, empty downstairs. As she made her way through the living room, she picked up several toy dinosaurs that lay scattered in front of the TV. Upstairs, she turned the doorknob quietly, opening the door to the boys' room, expecting to see them sleeping. What she saw was a tent of sheets on William's bed and the telltale light from a flashlight glowing through the red and blue Star Wars images. "I know 2 little boys who are supposed to be asleep." Giggles erupted from the makeshift tent. Lucas was the first to emerge. With his spiky black hair and gap-toothed grin, he looked like Peter Pan being caught by Wendy. "Hi, Mommy." "Lucas," William hissed from inside, "pretend you're sleeping." Kate went to the bed and gently pulled the sheets back. William stared up at her, flashlight in one hand, gray plastic T-Rex in the other. "Oops," he said, then laughed. Kate opened her arms. "Give Mommy a hug." They launched themselves at her, enthusiastic as always. She held them tightly, smelling the sweet, familiar baby shampoo scent of their hair. "Do you guys need another bedtime story?" "Read us about Max, Mommy," Lucas said. Kate reached for the book and settled in her usual position, seated against the headboard, legs stretched out, with the boy tucked on either side of her. Then she opened Where the Wild Things Are and began to read. Max was halfway through his adventure when they fell asleep. She tucked William in, kissed his cheek, and carried Lucas to his bed. "Night, Mommy," he murmured as she put him down. "Night." She turned off the flashlight and left the room, closing the door behind her. Across the hall, Mara's door was shut. A slice of light ran beneath it. She paused, wanting to go in, but it would just start another fight. Nothing Kate said or did was right anymore, and in the weeks since the modeling fiasco, it had grown even more tense. Instead, she knocked on the door, said, "Lights out, Mara," and waited for her daughter to comply. Then she walked down the hall and went into her own room. Johnny was already in bed, reading. At her entrance, he glanced up. "You look exhausted." "Mara," was all she said, all she had to say. "I think it's more than that." "What do you mean?" Taking off his glasses, he set them on the nightstand and began gathering up the papers spread out around him. Without looking up, he said, "Tully tells me you're still mad at her." Kate could tell by his voice and the studious way he avoided looking at her that he'd wanted to mention this for a while. Men, she thought. You had to be an anthropologist studying the clues to know what they were thinking. She's the one who hasn't called. But you're the one who is mad. Kate couldn't deny that. Not crazy mad or pissed off, just irritated. That crap she pulled with Mara's modeling. She could at least have admitted she was wrong. Tully, apologize? Kate couldn't help smiling. I know, but how come I always have to be the one to let things go? How come I always have to make the first call? You just do. It was true. Always had been. Friendships were like marriages in that way. Routines and patterns were poured early and hardened like cement. Kate went into the bathroom, brushed her teeth, and climbed into bed with him. He turned off the bedside lamp and rolled over to face her. Moonlight shone through the window and illuminated his profile. He held his arm out, waiting for her to snuggle up to him. She felt a surge of love for him that was surprisingly sharp, given their years together. He knew her so well, and there was a cashmere comfort in that. It wrapped around her and warmed her. No wonder Tully had so many sharp angles and harsh edges. She'd never let herself be softened by love, wrapped up in it. Without kids or a husband or a mother's love, she'd grown selfish. And so, yet again, Kate would let go of her anger without an apology. She shouldn't have let it simmer so long anyway. It was remarkable how quickly time passed. Sometimes it felt as if they'd just had the blow-up. What mattered now was not the words, spoken or withheld, but rather the years of friendship. Thanks, she whispered. Tomorrow she'd call Tully and invite her over to dinner. Like always, that would put an end to their fight. They'd move effortlessly back onto the road of their friendship. For what? She kissed him gently, touched his cheek. Of all the views she loved, this man's face was her favorite. Everything. On a gray, drizzly morning in mid-November, Kate turned her car into the middle school parking lot and joined the snake-like line of SUVs and minivans. In the stop-and-go traffic, she glanced to her right. Mara sat slouched in the passenger seat, looking surly. Her expression and her mood had been dark ever since the blow-up over the modeling class in New York. Before, Kate now saw, there had been bricks between her and her daughter. Lately, there was a wall. Usually it fell to Kate to smooth over any of the rough patches in the road their family traveled. She was the peacemaker, the referee, and the mediator, but nothing she said had worked. Mara had stayed angry for weeks now, and it was taking a toll on Kate. She wasn't sleeping well. It pissed her off, too, these silent treatments, because she knew Mara was manipulating her, trying to break Kate down. "Are you excited about the banquet?" she forced herself to ask. At least it was something to say. The whole 8th grade was excited about the winter banquet, as they should be. The parents, including Kate, had expended a huge amount of effort to create a magical night for the kids. "Whatever," Mara said, looking out the window, obviously searching for friends in the crowd of kids outside the school. "You're not going to chaperone, are you?" Kate refused to be wounded by the remark. She told herself it was normal. She'd been telling herself that a lot lately. "I'm the decorations chairman. You know that. I'm hardly going to work on this event for 2 months and then not see our work." "So you'll be there," Mara said dully. "Dad and I both will, but you'll still have fun." "Whatever." Kate came to the drop-off lane and stopped. "The Mularkey family school bus is here," she said. Behind her, the boys giggled at the familiar joke. "That is so totally lame," Mara said, rolling her eyes. Kate turned to her daughter. "Bye, honey. Have a nice day. Good luck on your social studies test." "Bye," Mara said, slamming the door. Kate sighed and glanced in the rearview mirror. The twins were playing together in the back seat, making their plastic dinosaurs fight. Girls, she whispered under her breath, wondering why it was that adolescent girls simply had to be mean to their mothers. Clearly, it was normal behavior. She'd spent enough time with her friends and peers to know that. So normal, it was probably part of evolution. Maybe the species needed girls who thought they were grown up at 13 for some bizarre hidden reason. A few minutes later, she dropped the boys off at school, kissed them both goodbye, in public, and began her own day. First off was a stop at Bainbridge Baker's, where she got a latte. Then she dropped off some books at the library and headed down to Safeway. By 10:30 she was home again, standing in her kitchen, putting the groceries away. Just as she was closing the fridge door, she heard the familiar Girlfriend Hour theme music coming from the TV in the living room, and she followed it. She rarely watched the show all the way through. How could she, with her busy schedule? But she always turned it on so she knew what the episodes were about. Both Johnny and Tully sometimes quizzed her. Kate hitched her leg over the end of the sofa and sat down. On screen, the theme music died down, and Tully walked onto the cozy "we're just a couple of girls hanging out in your family room" set. As usual, she looked beautiful. Last year, she'd decided to let her hair grow out into a sleek, shoulder-length bob, and she'd returned to her natural reddish-brown color. The sophisticated girl-next-door cut and color only emphasized her high cheekbones and chocolatey eyes. A few well-placed shots of collagen had given her perfect lips, which she coated in just a hint of gloss but almost no color. "Welcome back to the Girlfriend Hour," she was saying now, trying to be heard over the din of applause. Kate knew that people sometimes stood in line for 6 hours to be in the studio audience. And why not? The hour, as it was called by fans and media alike now, was fun and breezy and occasionally even inspiring. No one ever quite knew what Tully would say or do next. It was part of what kept people tuning in, and Johnny made sure that everything ran like a well-oiled machine. True to her word, Tully had made them all rich, and Johnny, in turn, always made Tully look good. Tully sat on stage, in the cream-colored chair that was hers. The pale color made her look more vibrant, larger than life. She leaned forward to talk intimately with both the audience and the camera. Kate was instantly hooked. While she watched Tully reveal her makeup and hair secrets to the rest of America, Kate paid bills and dusted the level-or blinds and folded laundry. After the show, she clicked off the television and sat down again to work on her Christmas list. She was so engrossed in this project, it took her a moment to realize her phone was ringing. She glanced around, saw the cordless phone on the floor under a pile of Legos, and answered it. "Hello?"
"Kate, is this you?"
"Yes."
"Thank goodness. It's Ellen, from Woodward. I'm calling because Mara isn't in her 4th period class. If you forgot to sign her out, that's—"
"I didn't forget," Kate said, realizing how sharp she sounded. "Sorry, Ellen. Mara is supposed to be in class." "Let me guess. Emily Allen and Cheryl Burton are absent too."
"Oh, boy,"
Ellen said.
"Do you know where they are?"
"I have a pretty good idea. When I find them, I'll call you. Thanks, Ellen."
"Sorry, Kate."
She hung up the phone and glanced at the clock. 12:42. It didn't take an advanced degree to figure out where the girls were. Today was Thursday, the day the new movies opened at the Pavilion. Coincidentally, that new teen queen, Kate couldn't remember her name, had a new movie out. Kate grabbed her purse and headed out, pulling into the Pavilion lot at just before 1. Trying not to be royally pissed took some real effort, and by the time she'd spoken to the manager, walked through the darkened theater, found the girls, and headed them back into the lobby, she was losing the battle. but her anger was nothing compared to her daughter's. "I can't believe you did that," Mara said when they reached the parking lot. Kate ignored the tone and said tightly, "I told you you could see the Saturday matinee with your friends." "If my room was clean." Kate didn't bother to answer. "Come on, girls, out to the car. They're waiting for you at school." The girls climbed quietly into the back seat, murmuring how sorry they were. "I'm not sorry," Mara said, slamming her door and yanking her seatbelt into place. "We only missed dumb old algebra." Starting the car, Kate drove out of the parking lot and onto the main road. "You are supposed to be in school, period." "Oh, like you'd never take me out of class to see a movie," Mara said. "I must have dreamed I saw Harry Potter on a school day." "In the no good deed goes unpunished category," Kate said, trying not to raise her voice. Mara crossed her arms. "Tully would understand." Kate pulled into the circular drive in front of the middle school and parked. "Okay, girls, they're waiting for you at the office." Emily groaned. "My mom's gonna flip out." When they were alone in the car, Kate turned to her daughter. "Dad would understand," Mara said. "He knows how much movies and modeling mean to me." "You think so?" Kate pulled out her cell phone and hit the speed dial list, then handed it to Mara. "Tell him." You tell him." "I didn't skip school and go to the movies." She held the phone out. Mara took it, put it to her ear. "Daddy?" Mara's voice instantly softened and tears filled her eyes. Kate felt a clutch of jealousy. How was it that Johnny had maintained such a lovely relationship with their daughter when it was Kate who was practically the kid's indentured servant? "Guess what, Daddy? Remember that movie I told you about? The one where the girl finds out that her aunt is really her mom? I went to see it today, and it was totally—" "What?" "Oh." Her voice fell to a near whisper. "During fourth period. But I know." She listened for a few moments and then sighed. "Okay. Bye, Dad." Mara hung up the phone and handed it back to Kate. For a split second, she was a little girl again. "I can't go see the movie this weekend." Kate wanted nothing more than to seize the instant's possibility and pull Mara into her arms for a hug, to hang on to her little girl for just a moment and say, "I love you." But she didn't dare. Motherhood at times like this, most times, was about the steel in your spine, not the bend. Maybe next time you'll think about the consequences of an action. "Someday I'll be a famous actress, and I'll tell the TV that you were totally no help at all. None. I'll give all the credit to Aunt Tully, who believes in me." She got out of the car and started walking. Kate followed, fell into step beside her. "I believe in you." Mara snorted. "Ha! You never let me do anything, but as soon as I can, I'm moving in with Tully." "When hell freezes over," she muttered under her breath. Thankfully, she and her daughter had no more opportunity to speak. When they stepped into the school, the principal was waiting for them. The summer before Mara started high school was hands down the worst summer of Kate's life. A 13-year-old daughter in middle school had been bad. In retrospect, though, it looked a hell of a lot better from a distance. A 14-year-old girl getting ready for high school was worse. It didn't help that for the last year Johnny had been working 60 hours a week either. "You are not going to wear jeans that show the crack of your butt to school," Kate said, striving to keep her voice even. In her busy end-of-the-summer schedule, she'd budgeted 4 hours to buy Mara's school clothes. They'd been in the mall 2 hours already, and the only thing in their arms was hostility. "Everyone is wearing these jeans at the high school." Everyone except you, then. Kate pressed a pair of fingertips to her throbbing temples. She was vaguely aware of the boys running through the store like banshees, but she let that go for now. If she was lucky, maybe security would come and lock her up for failing to control her children. Right now, a little solitary confinement sounded heavenly. Mara threw the jeans on around her and stomped off. "Do you even know how to walk away anymore?" Kate muttered, following her daughter. By the time they were finished, Kate felt like Russell Crowe in Gladiator, beaten, bloodied, but alive. No one was happy. The boys were whining over the Lord of the Rings action figures she'd denied them. Mara was fuming over the jeans she hadn't gotten and the practically see-through blouse that had also gotten away, and Kate was angry that school shopping could so drain her energy. The only good news was that she'd drawn her line in the sand and defended it. Kate hadn't completely won the day, but neither had Mara. On the drive home from Silverdale, the car was divided into two discernible halves. The back seat was noisy, boisterous, and full of fighting. The front seat was frigid and silent. Kate kept trying to make conversation with her daughter, but every sentence was an unreturned volley. By the time they'd turned down the gravel driveway and parked in the garage, she felt utterly defeated. That vague triumph over holding the line, being a mother and not a friend, had lost its luster. Behind her, the boys unhooked their seatbelts and climbed over each other in their haste to get out. Kate knew that whoever got to the living room first controlled the remote. "Take it easy," she said, glancing at them in the rearview mirror. They were tangled together like lion cubs trying to crawl out of a hole. She turned to Mara. "You got some lovely things today." Mara shrugged. "Yeah." "You know, Mara, life is full of—" Kate stopped herself mid-sentence and almost laughed. She'd been about to offer one of her mother's life is speeches. "What?" "Compromises. You can go around seeing what you did get, or you can focus on what you didn't. The choice you make will ultimately determine what kind of woman you become." "I just want to fit in," Mara said in a voice that was unexpectedly small. It reminded Kate how young her daughter really was, and how frightening it was to start high school. Kate reached out, gently tucked some hair behind Mara's ear. "Believe me, I remember the feeling. I had to wear cheap, second-hand clothes to school when I was your age. The kids used to make fun of me." "So you know what I mean." "I know what you mean. But you can't get everything you want. It's that simple." "It's a pair of jeans, Mom, not world peace." Kate looked at her daughter. For once, she wasn't scowling or turning away. "I'm sorry we fight so much." "Yeah." "Maybe we could sign you up for that new modeling class after all. The one in Seattle." Mara jumped on that scrap like a hungry dog. "You'll finally let me go off island? The next session starts Tuesday. I checked. Tully said she'd pick me up from the ferry." Mara smiled sheepishly. "We've been talking about it." "Oh, you have you?" "Daddy said it would be okay if I kept my grades up." "He knows too, and no one talks to me. Who am I, Hannibal Lecter?" "You get mad pretty easily these days." "And whose fault is that?" "Can I go?" Kate had no choice, really. "Okay, but if your grades—" Mara launched herself out of her seat and into Kate's arms. She held her daughter tightly, reveling in the moment. She couldn't remember the last time Mara had initiated a hug. Long after Mara had run into the house, Kate was still sitting in the car, staring after her daughter, wondering if the modeling class was a good idea. That was the sly, ruinous thing about motherhood. The thing that twisted your insides with guilt and made you change your mind and lower your standards. Giving in was so damned easy. It wasn't that she didn't want Mara to take the classes, precisely. It was that she didn't want Mara on that difficult road so young. Rejections, corruption, beauty that went no deeper than the skin, drugs and anorexia, all that lay beneath the surface of the modeling world. Self-esteem and body image were too fragile in the teen years. God knew a girl could fall off the track even without the burden of constant beauty-based rejection. In short, Kate wasn't afraid her gorgeous daughter wouldn't make it in the world of runways and taped-on clothing. Rather, she was afraid she would, and then her childhood would be lost. Finally, she left the car and went inside, muttering, "I should have held firm." The mother's lament. She was trying to figure out how to backtrack, impossible now, when the phone rang. Kate didn't even bother answering. In these last few weeks of summer, she'd learned one true thing. Teenage girls lived on the phone.
"Mom! It's Grandma for you!"
Mara screamed down the stairs.
"But don't take too long! Gabe is gonna call me!"
She picked up the phone and heard the exhalation of smoke on the other end. Smiling, she ignored the groceries and plopped onto the couch, curling up under an Afghan that still smelled like her mother. "Hey, Mom."
You sound terrible.
"You can tell that from my breathing?"
You have a teenage daughter, don't you?
"Believe me, I was never this bad." Mom laughed. It was a horsey, hacking sound.
I guess you don't remember all the times you told me to butt out of your life and then slammed the door in my face.
The memory was vague, but not impossible to recall. "I'm sorry, Mom." There was a pause. Then Mom said,
30 years.
30 years what?
That's how long before you'll get an apology, too. But you know what's great?
Kate groaned. That I might not live that long?
That you'll know she's sorry long before she does.
Mom laughed.
And when she needs you to babysit, she'll really love you.
Kate knocked on Mara's door, heard a muffled,
"Come in."
She went inside, trying to ignore the clothes and books and junk scattered everywhere. She picked her way to the white four-poster bed where Mara sat, knees drawn up, talking on the phone. "Could I talk to you for a minute?" Mara rolled her eyes. "I gotta go, Gabe. My mom wants to talk to me." "Later." To Kate, she said, "What?" Kate sat on the edge of the bed, remembering suddenly all the times this very scene had played out in her own teenage years. Her mother had started every reconciliation with a "life is" speech. She smiled at the memory. "What?" "I know we've been fighting a lot lately, and I'm sorry about that. Most of the time, it's because I love you and I want the best for you. And the rest of the time, what's it about then?" "Because you've really pissed me off." Mara smiled at that, just a little, and sidled left to make room for Katie, just as Kate had once done for her own mother. She moved more fully onto the bed and cautiously reached down to hold her daughter's hand. There were lots of things she could say right now. Conversations she could try to knit out, but instead she just sat there holding her daughter's hand. It was the first quiet, connected moment they'd spent together in years, and it filled her with hope. "I love you, Mara," she said finally. "It was you, more than anyone else, who showed me what love could be. When they put you in my arms for the first time..." She paused, feeling her throat tighten. Her love for this child was so enormous, so overwhelming. Sometimes in the day-to-day war zone of adolescence, she almost forgot that. She smiled. "Anyway, I was thinking we should do something special together." "Like what?" "Like the anniversary party for Dad's show." "You mean it?" Mara had been begging for this opportunity for weeks. Kate had repeatedly said she was too young. "We could go shopping together, get our hair done, get beautiful dresses." "I love you," Mara said, hugging her. She held on to her daughter, reveling in the moment. "Can I tell Emily?" Before Kate had even said, "Sure," Mara was reaching for the phone, punching in numbers. As she headed for the door and closed it behind her, she heard Mara say, "Em, you won't believe this! Guess where I'm going on Saturday!" Kate closed the door and went to her own room, thinking about how quickly things changed with kids. One minute you were an old Eskimo woman floating away from everyone, forgotten. The next you were climbing Mount Rainier, stabbing your flag in the snow. The changes could leave you dizzy sometimes, and the only way to survive was to enjoy the good moments and not dwell too much on the bad. "You're smiling," Johnny said when she entered the room. He was sitting up in bed, wearing the drugstore reading glasses he'd grudgingly purchased. "Is that so remarkable?" "Frankly, yes." She laughed. "I guess it is. Mara and I had a bad week. She got invited to an overnight party with boys. I still can't believe it. And I told her she couldn't go." "So why the smile?" "I invited her to the anniversary party. We'll make a girls' day out of it. Shopping, manicures, haircuts, the works. We'll need to get a suite at the hotel or get a rollaway." "I'll be the luckiest guy in the room," he said. Kate smiled at him, feeling hopeful for the first time in longer than she could remember. She and Mara would have a perfect mother-daughter evening. Maybe it would finally tear down the wall between them. Tully should have been on top of the world. Tonight was the anniversary party for her show. Dozens of people had been working for months to make it the event of the year in Seattle. Not only were the locals expected to attend, but the RSVPs indicated a celebrity-studded night. In short, everyone who was anyone would be here, and they were coming to honor her, to applaud her phenomenal success. She glanced around the glittery traditional ballroom of the Olympic Hotel. Actually, she thought it was called something else these days. Chains kept acquiring and selling the property, but to Seattleites, it was and would always be the Olympic. The room was full of her peers, her colleagues, her partners, many of her A-list celebrity guests, and a few of her key employees. Everyone she saw raised a glass in celebration. They all loved her. And not one of them really knew her. There it was. Edna had been unable to come, and Grant hadn't even returned her phone call. The latest tabloid she'd read claimed he was marrying some starlet, and although the news shouldn't bother Tully, it did. It made her feel old and lonely, especially tonight. How was it that she'd reached this age alone, without a special person with whom she could share her life? A waiter passed by her, and she tapped his shoulder, snagging a second glass of champagne from his tray. "Thanks," she said, flashing the Tallulah Hart smile, looking around the ballroom for the Ryans. They still weren't here. She was drifting in a sea of acquaintances. She downed the champagne and went in search of another drink. The day of beauty with her daughter was everything Kate had hoped it would be. For the first time in ages, they didn't fight. Mara even listened to Kate's opinions on things. After they'd chosen their gowns, a one-shouldered black silk gown for Kate and a beautiful pink chiffon strapless one for Mara, they checked into the Jean Juarez Day Spa, where they got manicures and pedicures, haircuts, and their makeup done. Now they were in Mara's bedroom in the suite at the Olympic. Crowded into the bathroom, they stood side by side, studying themselves in the mirror. Kate knew she'd never forget the sight of them so close together. The tall, gangly daughter with the exquisite face, smiling so broadly her eyes tilted up, with her skinny arm around Kate's bare shoulder. "We totally rock," Mara said. Kate smiled. "Totally." Mara kissed her cheek impulsively, said, "Thanks, Mom," and grabbed her beaded evening bag from the bed on her way to the door. "Here I come, Daddy," she said, opening it, stepping into the sitting room. "Mara," she heard him say, whistling, "you're gorgeous." Kate followed her daughter into the room. She knew she wasn't as shapely as she'd once been, or quite as pretty, but in this dress, with Johnny's diamond heart necklace at her throat, she felt beautiful. And when she saw the way her husband smiled, she felt sexy, too. "Wow," he said, coming toward her. Leaning close, he kissed her. "You look hot, Mrs. Ryan." "You too, Mr. Ryan." Laughing, the three of them left the room and went down to the ballroom where hundreds of people were already celebrating. "Look, Mom," Mara whispered, sidling close. "It's Brad and Jennifer, and there's Christina. Wow! I can't wait to call Emily." Johnny took Kate's hand and led her through the crowd to the bar, where he got 2 drinks and a Coke for Mara. Then they eased back and stood there, sipping their drinks and surveying the crowd. Even in a room like this, Tully stood out in a flowing silk gown the color of Burmese emeralds. She sailed toward them, waving, her gown rippling behind her. "You guys look fabulous," she gushed, laughing. Kate couldn't help noticing that Tully appeared a little unsteady on her feet already. "Are you okay?" "Couldn't be better. Johnny, we need to say a few things on stage after dinner. Then we'll go to the dance floor to get the ball rolling." "Don't you have a date?" Johnny asked. Tully's smile faltered. "Mara can be my date for the evening. You don't mind if I borrow her, do you, Katie?" "Well, why should she care?" Mara said, gazing at Tully in adoration. "She sees me every day." Tully leaned close to Mara. "Ashton is here. Do you want to meet him?" Mara practically swooned. "Are you kidding?" Kate watched them walk away, hand in hand, heads cocked together like a pair of cheerleaders talking about the captain of the football team. After that, the night lost some of its luster for Kate. Sipping her champagne, she followed her husband around the room, smiling when she was supposed to, laughing when it seemed appropriate, saying, "I'm an at-home mom," when asked, and watching how those few words, a sentence that made her so proud, could kill a conversation. All the while, she watched Tully pretend that Mara was her daughter, introducing her to one celebrity after another, letting her have sips of her champagne. When it was finally time for dinner, Kate took her place at the head table, with Johnny on one side of her and the president of Cindyworld on the other. Tully held court all through the meal. There was no other way to describe it. She was lively, animated, funny. Every person seated around her, especially Mara, seemed awestruck. Kate tried not to let any of it get to her. A few times she even tried to get her daughter's attention, but it was impossible to compete with Tully. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore. She made an excuse to Johnny and headed for the bathroom. In line, every woman there seemed to be talking about Tully, remarking on how gorgeous she looked. "And did you see the girl she's with? I think it's her daughter. No wonder they look so close. I wish my daughter treated me like that." "So do I," Kate murmured too quietly to be heard. She stared at herself in the mirror, seeing a woman who'd done her best to look beautiful for her husband and daughter, only to fade into the wallpaper beside her best friend. She knew it was ridiculous to feel so hurt and excluded. It wasn't her night after all. Still, She'd had such high hopes. That was her mistake. She'd pinned her happiness to a teenage girl's chest. Idiot. The realization made her almost smile. She certainly knew better than that. Feeling better, more in control of her silly emotions, she headed back to the party. Chapter 30. Tully shouldn't have drunk so much. She stood on the stage, holding Johnny's hand to keep herself steady. "Thank you all," she said, flashing her smile to the crowd. "The girlfriend hour is so successful because of you." She lifted a glass to everyone, and they answered with applause. It occurred to her in a burst that her sentence hadn't been quite right, had maybe made no sense, but since she couldn't remember what she'd said, it was hard to tell. She turned to Johnny, put her arm around him. "It's our turn to dance." The band started up. They were playing a slow song. Tully took his hand and led him out to the dance floor. She was still laughing when she recognized the song. "Crazy for You." "Touch me once and you'll know it's true." It was the song he and Kate had first danced to at their wedding. Tully tilted her head and looked up at him. Suddenly she was remembering what she shouldn't remember. The last time she danced in his arms. The song had been, "Didn't We Almost Have It All?" And when the dance was over, he'd kissed her. If she'd chosen differently back then, reached for love instead of fame, maybe he would have loved her, given her Mara and a home. In the pale golden light from the old-fashioned chandelier, he looked as handsome as she'd ever seen him. He had the kind of dark Irish looks that only improved with age. Somehow the way he looked at her, so seriously, reminded her of the old days, when he'd been just a little broken by life, and she'd made him laugh for that one romantic night. "You always were a good dancer," she said, and as she said it, she felt a little flare of caution go up. She was drunk. She needed to draw away, but it felt so good to be in a man's arms, and it wasn't like anything would happen. He twirled her easily around and pulled her close again. The crowd clapped in approval. "I shouldn't have had so much champagne. I can't follow your lead." Following has never been your strong suit. And with those few words, she remembered all of it again, the details. Memories came crashing through the walls she'd built to contain them. She stopped and looked up at him. "What happened to us?" "Was there ever an us, Tully? Really?" he asked quietly. The way he said it, so easily, so quickly, made her wonder if he'd been wanting to ask the question for years. She couldn't tell if his smile was rueful or indulgent. All she knew was that they were no longer dancing, but he hadn't let her go. "I wouldn't let there be. Kate thinks I never got over you." Tully knew that, had always known it. Without ever actually talking about their shared past with Johnny, she and Kate had tucked it away in the name of friendship. There, in the dark, was where it should remain, but as always with Tully, booze and loneliness weakened her, and so, despite her best intentions, she found herself asking, "Did you?" By the time Kate returned to the party, the band had begun to play. "Crazy for You." The song always made her smile. At the entrance to the ballroom, she paused, looking around. The dinner tables were emptying out. Lines were forming again at the bar. She saw Mara in the corner, talking to a remarkably skinny girl in a dress that was smaller than a handkerchief. Perfect. Tamping down a flare of irritation, she kept moving. That was when she caught a flash of emerald green silk, and the world seemed to drop away from her. Tully was on the dance floor, hanging all over Johnny. He held her with an easy familiarity, as if they'd spent a lifetime together. Although they should have been dancing, they were just standing there, a still pair amid the colorful swirl of the other dancers. Tully was looking up at him as if she'd just asked him to take her to bed. Kate couldn't draw a breath. For a terrible moment, she thought she might be sick. You were always his second choice. She knew that. Making peace with it over the years was not the same as changing it. The song ended, and Johnny stepped back from Tully. Turning, he saw Kate. Through the jeweled array of gowns, their gazes met. There, in front of anyone who might be watching, she started to cry. Embarrassed, she walked out of the ballroom. Okay, she ran. Downstairs at the elevators, she pushed the button impatiently. Come on. Come on. She didn't want anyone to see her crying. The bell rang, and the door opened. She stepped inside, backing up against the wall, and crossed her arms. It took long seconds of impatient waiting to realize she'd forgotten to press a button. The doors were about to close when a hand pushed through. Go away, she said to her husband. We were dancing. Ha! Kate pressed the button for their floor, then wiped her eyes. He stepped inside. You're being ridiculous. The elevator whisked them to their floor. Doors opened. She walked away from him. Fuck you! She yelled behind her, finding her key and opening her door. She went into the room, slammed the door shut behind her. And then she waited. And waited. Maybe he went to Tully. No! She didn't really believe that. Her husband might carry a torch for Tully, but he was an honorable man. And Tully was her best friend. That was what she'd somehow forgotten in her jealous snit. She opened the door, saw him sitting in the hallway, one leg stretched out, his bow tie hanging slack around his throat. You're still here. You have our key. I hope you're going to apologize. She went to him, knelt beside him. I'm sorry. I can't believe you'd think I don't. She took his hand and pulled him to his feet. Dance with me, she said, hating the tiny emphasis she put on me. There's no music. She put her arms around his neck and started to sway her hips, slowly moving closer to him until his back was to the wall and she was pressing against him. She unzipped her dress, let it fall to the floor. Johnny glanced down the hallway. Katie! He opened her purse, got the key, and opened the door. They hurried into their room and fell onto the sofa, kissing with a passion that felt both familiar and new. I love you, he said, moving his hand down toward her panties. Try not to forget it, okay? She was too breathless to answer, so she nodded and unzipped his pants, shoving the fabric aside. She vowed to herself that she wouldn't let her insecurities run rampant again, wouldn't forget his love. 2 weeks later, Tully stood at the window of her enormous office staring out. She'd known for ages that something was missing in her life. She'd hoped that moving back to Seattle and starting her own show would somehow fill that empty place inside of her, but she hadn't been so lucky. Now she was simply more famous, endlessly wealthy, and still vaguely dissatisfied. As always, when she was unhappy, she turned to her career for the fix. It had taken her a while to come up with the answer, a course of action that would challenge and fulfill her, but in the end, she'd figured it out. You're insane, Johnny said, pacing in front of the window that looked out over Elliott Bay. Format is king in television, you know that. Our ratings are second only to Oprah, and last year you were nominated for an Emmy. Companies can't line up fast enough to provide giveaways and promos to our audience. These are indicators of success. I know, she said, distracted for a moment by her own reflection. In the window glass, she looked thin and worn out. "But I'm not a rule follower, you know that. I need to shake things up a bit, mix it around. A live show would do that. Why do you need to do this? What more do you want?" That was the $64,000 question. Why was it that she never had enough? And how could she possibly make Johnny, of all people, understand? Kate would understand, even if she disagreed, but her best friend was too busy lately to talk much. Maybe that was part of what was wrong. She felt disconnected from Kate. Their lives were on such different paths these days. They'd hardly spoken since the anniversary party. "You're gonna have to trust me on this, Johnny. It could turn all Jerry Springer in an instant, and our credibility would be shot to hell." He moved in toward her, frowning slightly. "Talk to me, Tull." "You couldn't understand," she said, giving him the only truth she knew. "Try me." "I need to make a mark. 20 million viewers watch you every day. What's that, nothing? You have Katie and the kids." She saw when understanding dawned. He gave her the poor Tully look. No matter how far she ran or high she climbed, that look seemed somehow to follow her. "Oh. I need to try this, Johnny. Will you help me?" "When have I ever let you down?" "Only when you married my best friend." He laughed and headed for the door. "One try, Tully. Then we assess. Fair enough?" "Fair enough." The deal stayed with her in the weeks that followed. She put her nose to the grindstone and worked like a maniac, giving up her ever-meager pretense of a social life. Now, finally, the moment of truth had arrived, and she was worried. What if Johnny was right, and her brilliant idea degenerated into melodrama? There was a knock at her office door. "Come in," she said. Her assistant, Helen, a recent graduate of Stanford, poked her head in. "Dr. Tillman is here. He's in the green room. I put the McAdams family in the employee lunchroom, and Christy is in Ted's office." "Thanks, Helen," she said distractedly as the door closed. She'd almost forgotten how this felt, the scary, exhilarating feeling that you might fail. The past years had given her such insulation. Now it was as if she were new again, starting out, trying something only she believed in. She checked herself in the mirror one last time, pulled the white makeup protector away from her collar, and headed for the studio. On stage, she found Johnny doing about 10 things at once, barking out orders. "You ready?" he asked. "Honestly, I don't know." He walked over, talking into his headpiece as he neared. Pulling the mic away from his mouth, he said quietly to her alone, "You'll be great, you know. I trust you." "Thanks. I needed to hear that. Just be yourself. Everyone loves you." At his signal, the audience began streaming into the studio. Tully ducked backstage and waited for her cue. When the red lights lit up, she walked on stage. As always, she stood there a moment, smiling, letting the strangers' applause wash through her, fill her to overflowing. "Today we have a very special show for you. My guest, Dr. Wesley Tillman, is a noted psychiatrist who specializes in addiction recovery and family counseling." Behind her, a huge screen played a film clip of an overweight man with thinning hair. He was trying not to cry and losing the battle. "My wife is a good woman, Tallulah. We've been married for 20 years and we have 2 beautiful children. The problem is..." He paused, wiping his eyes. "Booze. It used to be just cocktail hour with friends, but lately..." The clip showed the disintegration of a family in sound and images. When it ended, Tully turned back to the audience. She could see how moved they were by the piece. Several women already looked close to tears. Mr. McAdams is like too many of us, living lives of quiet desperation because of a loved one's addiction. He swears that he's tried everything to convince his wife to go into treatment and quit drinking. Today, with Dr. Tillman's help, we're going to try something radical. Mrs. McAdams is backstage, alone right now. She believes she's won a trip to the Bahamas and is here to collect it. In fact, though, her family, with Dr. Tillman's professional help, is going to confront her about her alcoholism. Our hope is that we can force her to see the truth and seek treatment. There was a moment of silence in the audience. Tully held her breath. Go along with me. Then applause. It was all Tully could do not to laugh. She glanced over at Johnny, who was standing in the shadows by camera 1, giving her a boyish grin and a thumbs up. This would help her, fill her up. She would genuinely help this family, and America would love her for it. She stepped back to introduce her guests, and from that moment on, the show moved forward like a runaway train. Everyone in the room climbed aboard and loved the ride. They clapped, they moaned, they cheered, they cried. Like an expert ringmaster, Tully controlled it all. She was in the zone, no doubt about it. This was as good as she'd ever been on TV. Winter came all at once that November, settling over the island in a gray and rainy pall. Naked trees shivered in the cold, clung to their blackened, dying leaves, as if to let go would mean defeat. Fog rose from the sound, morning after morning, obscuring the view and changing ordinary noises into muffled faraway echoes. Ferries honked as they came in and out of port, the sound a mournful dirge in the haze. It should have provided the perfect setting in which to write a Gothic thriller. At least, that was what Kate had told herself when she began, secretly, to write again. Unfortunately, it wasn't as easy as she remembered. She reread what she'd just written, then sighed and hit the delete key, watching the letters blink out of existence one by one until she was left once more with a blank blue screen. She tried to come up with a better way to say it, but only more clichés came to her. The tiny white cursor mocked her, waited. Finally, she pushed away from her desk and stood up. She was too tired to imagine worlds and people and dramatic events right now. It was time to make dinner anyway. Lately, it seemed that she was always exhausted, and yet when she went to bed, she rarely slept well. She flicked off the light in Johnny's office, closed up her laptop, and went downstairs. Johnny looked up from the New York Times. eBay suck you in again? She laughed. Of course. Were the boys good? He leaned forward, tousled their hair. As long as I sing along with poor unfortunate souls, they're happy as clams. She couldn't help smiling at that. Little Mermaid was this week's favorite movie. That meant they watched it every day if they could. The front door banged open, and Mara was home, looking excited.
You'll never guess what happened to me today.
Johnny put down his paper. What?
Christopher, Jenny, Josh, and I are going to the Tacoma Dome to see 9 Inch Nails. Can you believe it? Josh asked me.
Kate took a deep breath. She'd learned to react slowly with Mara. A concert, huh? Johnny said. Who are these kids? How old are they?
Josh and Chris are juniors, and don't worry, we'll wear our seatbelts.
When is the concert? He asked.
Tuesday.
On a school night? You think you're going on a date with a junior to a concert on a school night? Kate looked at Johnny. That's wrong on so many levels. When does it start? Johnny asked.
9. We should be home by 2 o'clock.
Kate couldn't help herself. She laughed. She had no idea how her husband could stay so reasonable. Should be home by 2:00? You must be joking, Mara. You're 14 years old. Jenny's 14 and she gets to go. Daddy? Mara turned to Johnny. You have to let me go. You're too young, he said. Sorry. I'm not too young. Everyone gets to do stuff like this except me. Kate's heart went out to Mara. She remembered being in a hurry to grow up, how sharp that need could be in a girl. I know you think we're too strict, Mara, but sometimes life— Oh, please, not another lame life is speech. With a snort, she ran upstairs and slammed her bedroom door shut. Kate felt a wave of exhaustion so profound she almost sat down. Instead, she looked at her husband. I'm so glad I came downstairs. Johnny smiled. It came easily, too. How was it that he could do the same battles with Mara that Kate did, but managed to come out unscathed and loved? Your timing with her is always impeccable. He stood up, kissed her. I love you, he said simply. She knew it was meant to be a Band-Aid, those words, and she appreciated it. I'll go make dinner and then try talking to her. Give her some time to cool down. He sat back down, returned to his paper. Call Jenny's mom and tell her she's an idiot. I'll leave that to you. She went into the kitchen and started dinner. For almost an hour, she lost herself in slicing vegetables for stir-fry and making Mara's favorite teriyaki marinade. At 6:00, she tossed the salad, put the biscuits in the oven, and set the table. Usually that was Mara's job, setting the table, but there was no point in asking for help tonight. Okay, she said, coming back into the living room, where Johnny was sprawled on the floor with his boys, building something out of Legos. I'm going in. Johnny looked up. The Kevlar vest is in the coat closet. In the comforting wake of his laughter, Kate went upstairs. At the closed door to her daughter's room, which sported a yellow "Keep Out" sign, she paused, steeling herself, then knocked. There was no answer. Mara, she said after a moment, I know you're upset, but we need to talk about this. She waited, knocked again, and opened the door. In the jumble of clothes and books and movies, it took Kate a moment to process what she was seeing. An empty room. With an open window. Just to be sure, she checked everywhere. In the closet, under the bed, behind the chair. She checked the bathroom, too, and the boys' room, and even her own. By the time she'd searched the entire upstairs, her heart was pounding so fast she felt lightheaded. At the top of the stairs, she held onto the banister for support. She's gone, she said, hearing the crack in her voice. Johnny looked up. Huh? She's gone. I think she climbed out her window and went down the trellis. He was on his feet in a second. Son of a bitch. He ran outside. Kate followed. They stood beneath her bedroom window, seeing where her weight had broken the white wooden trellis and ripped through the ivy. Son of a bitch, Johnny said again. We need to start calling everyone she knows. Even on a cold night like this, Tully loved being on the deck of her condo. It was a big, stone-tiled space that had been designed to replicate an Italian villa's terrace. Big, leafy trees grew from terracotta planters, their branches strung with tiny white lights. She went to the railing and stared out. From here, she could hear the bump and grind of the city far below and smell the salty air of the sound. In the distance, beyond the expanse of gray water, she could see the forested outline of Bainbridge Island. What were the Ryans doing tonight, she wondered. Were they gathered around that big old-fashioned trestle table of theirs, playing board games? Or maybe Mara and Kate were curled up on the couch together, talking about boys. Or maybe she and Johnny had stolen a moment together to kiss. The phone rang in her apartment. It was just as well. Thinking about Kate's family only made Tully feel more lonely. She went through the open pocket doors and closed them behind her, then answered the phone. Hello?
Tully?
It was Johnny. His voice was tight, unfamiliar. She was immediately worried. What is it?
Mara ran away. We don't know when exactly, probably about an hour and 15 minutes ago. Have you heard from her?
No, I haven't. Why did she run away? Before Johnny could answer, Tully's doorman buzzed her. Just a second, Johnny, hold on. She ran to the intercom, pressed it. What is it, Edmund?
There's a Mara Ryan here to see you.
Send her up. Tully released the button. She's here, Johnny.
Thank God,
he said.
She's there, honey, she's fine. We'll be right over, Tully. Don't let her leave.
Don't worry. Tully hung up the phone and went to the door. As the penthouse unit, hers was the only door on this side of the building, so she opened it and stood there, trying to look surprised when Mara stepped out of the elevator. Hey, Aunt Tully. I'm sorry to come here so late. This isn't late. Come on in. She stood back, let Mara enter the condo first. As always, she was struck by her goddaughter's remarkable beauty. Like most girls her age, she was too thin, a jangle of points and hollows, but none of that mattered. She was the kind of girl who'd be called coltish until she was 30. That was when she'd settle into her body like royalty. Tully went to her. What happened? Mara flopped onto the couch and sighed dramatically. I got invited to a concert. Tully sat beside her. Uh-huh. At the Tacoma Dome. Uh-huh. On a school night. Mara gave her a sideways glance. The boy who asked me is a junior. That's what, 16, 17? 17. Tully nodded. I went to see Wings in the Kingdome when I was about your age. What's the trauma? My parents think I'm too young. They said no. How lame is that? Everyone gets to do stuff like this except me. My mom won't even let me drive with boys who have their license. She still picks me up from school every day. Well, 16-year-old boys are notoriously bad drivers, and sometimes it's not safe to be alone with them. She thought about that night in the woods all those years ago. Your mom is just protecting you. But we'll be in a group. A group? Well, that's different. Nothing can happen as long as you all stay together. I know! I think she's worried about their driving. Oh. Well, I could take you guys in a limo. You do that? Sure. Solves all the problems. Chaperone, driver. We'll have a blast. I'll make sure no one gets hurt. Mara sighed. It won't work. Why not? Because my mom is a bitch and I hate her. That caught Tully off guard, shocked her so much that she couldn't think of what to say. Mara, I mean it. She treats me as if I'm a child. She doesn't respect my privacy. She tries to pick my friends and tell me what I can do. No makeup, no thongs, no belly ring, no staying out after 11, no tattoos. I can't wait to get away from her. Believe me, once I graduate, it's sayonara, Mom. I'm going straight to Hollywood to be a star like you. That last bit flattered Tully so much she almost forgot what had preceded it. She had to force herself back on track. You're not being fair to your mom. Girls your age are more vulnerable than you think. A long time ago, when I was your age and thought I was invincible, You'd let me go to the concert if you were my mom. Yes, but I wish you were my mom. Tully was surprised by how deeply she felt those words. They found a soft spot inside her. You two will get past this, Mara. You'll see. No, we won't. For the next hour, Tully tried to crack through Mara's anger. But it was a durable shell, impossible to breach. She was stunned by how easily Mara claimed to hate Kate, afraid that these two would never repair their damaged relationship. If there was one thing Tully knew, it was how ruined you could be without a mother's love. Finally, the intercom buzzed, and Edmund's voice came through.
The Ryans, Miss Hart.
"They know I'm here?" Mara said, popping to her feet. "It couldn't have been hard to figure out," Tully said, going to the intercom. "Let them up, Edmund, thanks." "They're going to kill me," Mara said, pacing, wringing her hands. And all at once, she was a child again, gangly and tall and gorgeous, but still a child, scared that she was going to be in trouble. Johnny was the first to walk through the open door. "Damn it, Mara," he said. "You scared the hell out of us. We didn't know if you'd been kidnapped or run away." He broke his sentence off, as if he were afraid to say more. Kate came up behind him. Tully was stunned at the sight of her friend. She looked tired and sick and smaller somehow, as if she'd just taken a beating. "Katie?" Tully said, worried. "Thanks, Tully," she answered, giving her a wan smile. "Aunt Tully said she'd take us to the concert in her limo," Mara said, "and chaperone us." "Your aunt is a moron," Johnny snapped. "Her wacko mother dropped her on her head. Now get your stuff, we're going home." "But—" "No buts, Mara," Kate said. "Get your things." Mara put on a real show, sighing, stomping, muttering, whining. Then she gave Tully a fierce hug, whispered, "Thanks for trying," and left the condo with Johnny. Tully waited for Kate to say something. "Don't promise her things without asking us, okay?" was all Kate said. Her voice was a monotone, not even angry. "It just makes it harder." She turned to leave. "Katie, wait!" "Not tonight, Tull. I'm exhausted." Chapter 31. Tully was worried about Kate and Mara. For most of the past week, she tried to figure out how to fix things between them, but nothing had come to her. Now she was at her desk, looking over her script notes for today. Her phone rang. It was her assistant.
Tully, the McAdamses are here from the rehab show.
"Send them in." The couple that walked through her door on that icy November morning bore only the most surface resemblance to the people who'd been on her first live show. Mr. McAdams had lost at least 20 pounds and no longer walked hunched over, with his head pulled down into his shoulders. Mrs. McAdams had cut her hair, put on makeup, and was smiling. "Wow," Tully said. "You two look great. Please sit down." Mr. McAdams held his wife's hand. Together they sat down on the expensive black leather sofa that faced the windows. "We're sorry to bother you. We know how busy you are." "I'm never too busy for friends," Tully said, giving them her PR smile. Hitching one leg over the end of her desk, she looked down at them. "We just wanted to say thank you," Mrs. McAdams said. "I don't know if you know anyone with a drug or alcohol problem." Tully's smile faded. "I do, actually. We can be mean and selfish and angry and resistant. I wanted to change. Lord knows I wanted to quit every day, but I didn't. Until you put the spotlight on me and I actually saw my life." "You can't imagine how you've helped us," Mr. McAdams said. "We just wanted to say thank you." Tully was so moved by their words it took her a moment to respond. "That's what I wanted to do with the live show. Change someone's life. It means a lot to me that it worked." Her phone rang. "Excuse me." She answered it. "What is it?"
John is on line 1, Tully.
"Thanks. Put him through." When he came on the line, she said, Too lazy to walk 50 feet to my office? You must be getting old, Johnny.
I need to talk to you, and not over the phone. Can I buy you a beer?
Where and when?
Virginia Inn?
She laughed. God, I haven't been there in years.
Liar. Come to my office at 3:30.
She hung up the phone and turned her attention back to the McAdamses, who were standing now. Well, Mr. McAdams said, we've said what we came to. I hope you can help other folks like you've done for us. She went to them, shook their hands. Thank you. If you don't mind, can I schedule a follow-up show for next year? To show America your progress? Sure. She walked them to the door, said goodbye, and went back to her desk. For the next few hours, while she made notes for tomorrow's show, she found herself smiling. She'd done some good with her show. She'd changed the McAdamses' lives. At 3:30, she closed up the folder, grabbed her coat, and went to Johnny's office. Together, talking about ideas for the upcoming shows, they walked up the block toward the public market and turned into the dank, smoky bar on the corner. He led her to the back wall, took a seat at one of the small wooden tables by the window. Before she even sat down, he flagged down a waitress, ordered a Corona for himself and a dirty martini for her. She waited until the drinks were delivered before she said, "Okay, what's wrong?" "Have you talked to Kate lately?" "No. I think she's pissed at me over the concert. Or maybe it's still the modeling thing. Why?" He ran a hand through his unruly hair. "I can't believe I'm going to say this about my own daughter, but Mara's being a first-rate bitch. Slamming doors, yelling at her brothers, ignoring her curfew, refusing to do her chores. She and Kate battle all day, every day. It's wearing Kate out. She's lost weight, isn't sleeping. Have you thought about boarding school? Kate would never go." He smiled tiredly at his own joke. "Honest to God, Tully, I'm worried about her." "Will you talk to her?" "Of course, but it sounds like she needs more than a friendly talk. Should she see someone? Like a shrink? I don't know. Depression is common in at-home moms. Remember that show we did on it? That's what worries me. I need you to find out if it's something I should worry about or not. You know her so well." Tully reached for her drink. "You can count on me." He smiled, but it looked tired. "I know that." On Saturday, Tully called Johnny first thing in the morning. "I've got it," she said when he answered.
What are you going to do?
Take her to the Salish Lodge. Get her relaxed and massaged. That sort of thing. And we'll talk.
She'll tell you she's busy and blow you off.
Then I'll kidnap her.
You think you can make it work?
Have you ever seen me fail?
Okay. I'll pack a bag and leave it by the door. Then I'll take the kids out so she'll have no excuses.
He paused.
Thanks, Tully. She's lucky to have a friend like you.
Tully ended that call and immediately made another one, and then another. By 9 a.m., she had everything set up. Packing quickly, she threw what she needed in her car and drove to a store on Capitol Hill for a few supplies, then continued to the ferry. The wait on shore and then the crossing seemed to take forever, but eventually she drove into Kate's driveway. The front yard had a wild, untended look about it, as if long ago a young mother had spent her spring months outside planting bulbs and perennials with their babies in blankets on the grass around her, and over the years, as those kids had grown up and chosen their own summer pursuits, the time for gardening had been lost. All those plants still thrived in the short hot blast of a northwest summer, though, returning year after year as reminders of an earlier time, growing up and out and into one another, just like the family that lived in the house. Now, in the midst of a cold, gray November's day, Every plant looked leggy and brown. Leaves lay strewn everywhere. Multicolored splashes hung on dying roses. Tully parked her Mercedes in front of the garage and got out. As she picked her way through the bikes and skateboards and action figures strewn across the gravel path, she couldn't help admiring how homey this place was, even at this time of year. The shingled house, built in the 1920s for a wealthy lumber baron's weekends, wore a new crisp coat of caramel-hued stain. Bright glossy white trim outlined the mullioned windows, beneath which were flower boxes, filled with the last blooming geraniums of the season. On the front porch, she squeezed past a freestanding clown punching bag and knocked on the door. Kate answered, wearing a pair of worn black leggings and an oversized t-shirt. With her blonde hair badly in need of both a cut and a color, she looked ragged, worn out. "Oh," she said, tucking the hair behind her right ear. "What a nice surprise." "I'm going to ask you once, nicely, to come with me." "What do you mean, come with you?" "I'm right in the middle of something. The boys' Little League team is having a quilting fundraiser. As soon as I finish," Tully pulled a bright yellow squirt gun out of her pocket and pointed it at Kate. "Don't make me shoot you." "You're going to shoot me?" "I am." "Look, I know how much you love drama, but I don't have time for it today. I've got to quilt about 50 bits of fabric before—" Tully pulled the trigger. A stream of cold water snaked through the air and hit Kate full in the chest. Moisture seeped through her cotton t-shirt, leaving a stain. "What the—" "This is a kidnapping. Don't make me aim for your face, although you appear to need a shower, frankly." "Are you trying to piss me off?" She handed Kate a black blindfold. "I had to go into that creepy sex toys store on Capitol Hill for that, so I hope you appreciate it." Kate looked utterly confused, as if she didn't quite know if she should laugh or be pissed. "I can't just leave. Johnny and the kids will be back in an hour, and I need to—" "No, they won't." Tully looked past her, into the cluttered living room. "There's your suitcase." Kate spun around. "How—" "Johnny packed it this morning. He's my accomplice. Or my alibi, if you give me trouble. Now get your suitcase." "You expect me to go somewhere with only the things my husband thinks I need? I'll open that suitcase and find sexy lingerie, a toothbrush, and clothes I outgrew 2 years ago." Tully shook the blindfold. "Put it on, or I'm going to shoot you again." She started to squeeze the trigger. Finally, Kate threw up her hands. "Fine, you win." She put on the blindfold, saying, "You know, of course, that intelligent criminals blindfold their victims before the crime. I think it has something to do with thwarting identification." Tully bit back a smile and went into the living room, where she grabbed the suitcase and then gently guided Kate to the car. "It's not every kidnapped victim that gets to ride in a Mercedes." Tully popped a CD into the stereo. Within minutes, they were rocketing across the Agate Pass Bridge and winding their way through the reservation land, where the local tribes boarded up fireworks stands lined the highway. "Where are we going?" Kate asked. "That's my business, not yours." Tully turned up the volume on Madonna singing Papa Don't Preach. In no time at all, they were singing along. They knew the words to one song after another, and every song took them back in time to when they were young. Madonna, Chicago, The Boss, The Eagles, Prince, Queen. Bohemian Rhapsody was their particular favorite sing-along. They tossed their heads in time with the music in a perfect imitation of Garth and Wayne. It was just past 2:00 when Tully pulled into the driveway of their destination. "We're here." "The doorman is looking at you funny, so you might want to remove the blindfold." Kate whipped it off just as the doorman welcomed her to the Salish Lodge and opened her door. As if from everywhere at once, they could hear the distant roaring of Snoqualmie Falls. but from here they couldn't actually see it. The ground vibrated with the force of the falling water. The air was heavy and moist. Tully led the way to the front desk, checked in, and followed the bellman to their room, which was a corner suite with 2 bedrooms, a fireplace in the sitting room, and a view of the rushing white-capped Snoqualmie River as it moved toward the falls. The bellman gave her their spa schedule. She gave him a healthy tip, and then she and Kate were alone. "First things first," Tully said. She'd been on television long enough to know when a script was needed. She'd devised a format and schedule for the entire duration of their stay. She opened her suitcase, pulled out 2 limes, a shaker of salt, and the most ridiculously overpriced tequila she'd ever seen. Straight shots. "You are insane," Kate said. "I haven't had a straight shot since Don't Make Me Shoot You. I'm running out of water." Kate laughed. "Okay, pour up, bartender." "One more," Tully said right away. Kate shrugged and drank up. "Okay, bathing suits. Put yours on. There's a robe in your bedroom." As usual, Kate did as she was told. "Where are we going?" she asked as they walked down the glossy slate floor of the lodge's main floor. "You'll see." They came to the spa and followed the signs to the hot tub. In a back corner, they came to a beautiful steaming pool surrounded by Northwest and Asian-styled accents. The air smelled of lavender and roses. Lush green plants in ceramic and bronze pots made it almost feel as if you were outdoors. They climbed down into the hot bubbling water. Kate immediately sighed and leaned back. "This is heaven." Tully stared at her best friend, seeing now, amid the softening curtain of steam, how tired she looked. "You look terrible," she said gently. Kate opened her eyes slowly. Tully could see anger flash across her face, but as quickly as it flared, it died. "It's Mara. Sometimes when she looks at me, I actually see hate in her eyes. I can't tell you how much that hurts. She'll grow out of it. That's what everyone says, but I don't believe it. If there was just some way I could force her to talk to me and to listen. We tried counseling, but she refused to participate. You can't make a kid open up. Only peer pressure can get them to do anything, right? Oh, they'll open up. You just can't believe anything they say. According to Mara, I'm the only mother in the world who's so grossly overprotective." Tully saw the deep unhappiness in her friend's eyes, and although she tried to believe it was just ordinary motherhood stress, suddenly she was afraid. No wonder Johnny was so worried. Last year, Tully had interviewed a young mother who was overwhelmed and depressed. A few months after the interview, the woman had swallowed a bottle of pills. The very thought of that terrified her. She had to find a way to help Kate. "Maybe you should see someone." "You mean a shrink?" Tully nodded. "I don't need to talk about my problems. I need to be more organized, that's all. Organization is hardly your problem. You don't have to go on every field trip or make costumes for every kid's play or cookies for every bake sale. And they can ride the damn bus to school." "You sound like Johnny." "I suppose now you're going to tell me that everything would be better if I did all this and wrote a book too. Well, I've tried. I've been trying." Kate's voice broke. Tears welled in her eyes. "Where's the tequila?" "Excellent idea. We haven't been totally toasted in years." "Like for sure," Kate laughed. "We have massages in 30 minutes, though, so we'll have to wait a while." "Massages," Kate looked at her. "Thanks, Tully. I needed this." It wasn't enough by a long shot. Tully could see that now. Kate needed real help, not a few shots of tequila and a mud wrap, and she needed her best friend to find the answer. If you could change one thing in your life, what would it be? Mara, she said softly. I'd get her to talk to me again. Like magic, Tully knew what to do. Why don't you come on my show? You and Mara. We'll do a mother-daughter segment. Live would be best, so she knows there's no editing. She'll see how much you love her and how lucky she is. Hope took 10 years off Kate's face. You think it would work? You know how badly Mara wants to be on TV. She'd never let herself look bad in front of the camera. She'd have to listen to you then. That tired desperation finally left Kate's eyes. In its stead was a bright anticipation. What would I do without you, Tully? Tully's smile felt too big for her face. She could help her friend through all this, maybe even save her life, just like they promised all those years ago. We'll never have to find out. Will your makeup people hide my wrinkles? Tully laughed. Believe me, when they get done, you'll look younger than Mara. Perfect! Kate returned from the spa with a new attitude. The moment she walked into the house, Mara started in on her, complaining about some event she couldn't attend because of her curfew, but for once, the words were arrows that found no target and clattered uselessly to the ground. Soon, Kate thought, smiling to herself, soon we'll find a way back to each other. She put her clothes away, took a nice long bath, then gathered her boys into her arms for a story. They were just falling asleep when Johnny poked his head in. Shh, she said, closing the book. Kissing each little forehead, she tucked the boys into bed, then went to her husband. Did you guys have a good time? Johnny said, pulling her into his arms. Great. Tully has a plan. Downstairs, the doorbell rang. Mara's voice followed. I'll get it! Johnny and Kate frowned at each other. It's Sunday night, Kate said. She's not allowed to have kids over on a school night. But when they got downstairs, they saw Mom and Dad in the living room carrying suitcases. Mom? Kate said, what's going on? Tully sent us over to watch the kids for a week. The car outside is going to take you two to the airport. Tully said to pack bathing suits and sunscreen. That's all you get to know. I can't leave work, Johnny said. We've got Senator McCain on. Tully's your boss, isn't she? Dad said. I guess if she says you're taking a vacation, you're taking a vacation. Kate and Johnny looked at each other. They'd never taken a vacation away from the kids. It might be nice, he said, smiling. For the next hour, they ran through the house, packing, making lists, gathering telephone numbers. Then they kissed the kids, even Mara, thanked Mom and Dad, and went out to the waiting limousine. She doesn't do anything halfway, Johnny said, sliding into the plush, dark interior. Kate snuggled beside him. I feel more relaxed already, and we're still in our driveway. The car engine started, purred. Do you know where we're going? Johnny asked the driver. The tickets are in the pocket across from you, sir. Johnny reached for the envelope, opened it. Kauai, he said. It was where they'd gone on their honeymoon. Kate closed her eyes, picturing the swaying palm trees and pinkish sand of Anini Beach. No fair going to sleep, Johnny said. I'm not sleeping. She twisted around, draped herself across his lap. Thanks for helping Tully to kidnap me. I've been worried about you. I've been worried about me too, but I feel better now. How much better? She glanced at the open window that separated them from the driver. Close the window and I'll show you. Are we talking sex? We're talking sex, she said, unbuttoning his shirt. "But if you'd hit the damn button, we'd be doing more than talking." He smiled slowly. "Oh, I'll hit it." Chapter 32. Kate and Johnny returned home, rested and refreshed, on the night before the big broadcast. The next morning, Kate woke up at 5 o'clock to go to the bathroom and found it impossible to go back to sleep. The house was quiet and dark. She didn't bother turning on lights as she went from room to room, picking up toys and putting them away. She still couldn't quite believe today was going to happen. She'd waited so long and prayed so hard for a change in her relationship with Mara that she'd almost given up hope. Tully and this program had given it back to her. Even Johnny seemed optimistic. He'd done as Tully asked, or demanded, actually, and relinquished control over the segment. For this one broadcast, he was going to be simply an audience member, a father supporting his family. In the bathroom, after she'd taken a shower and gotten dressed, Kate stared at herself in the mirror, trying not to notice the lines that had begun to collect in the corners of her eyes as she practiced what she would say. "That's right, Tully. I've given up my career to be an at-home mom. Frankly, I think it would have been easier to work." The audience would laugh at that. "I still want to be a writer someday, but it's so hard to balance work and motherhood. And Mara needs me more now than she did as a toddler. Everyone talks about the terrible twos, but in my house, it's the terrible teens. I missed the days when I could put her in a playpen and know that she was safe." A murmur of agreement would certainly follow that remark. She went downstairs, made breakfast for everyone, and set it out on the table. The boys were down the stairs in record time, clambering over each other in their quest for the perfect chair. When Mara came downstairs, clearly excited for the taping, Kate couldn't contain her excitement. This was going to work. She knew it. "Stop grinning, Mom. You're creeping me out," Mara said, pouring milk into her oatmeal bowl and carrying it to the table. "Leave your mom alone," Johnny said, walking past her. He paused behind Kate, squeezed her shoulders, and kissed the back of her neck. "You look gorgeous." She turned and put her arms around him, gazing into his eyes. "I'm glad you're going to be my husband today, and not her producer. I need you in the audience." "Don't thank me. Tully pushed me completely on the outside. No one on set is allowed to tell me anything or show me a script. Tully wants me to be surprised." From that moment on, the day flew forward like the Millennium Falcon in hyperspace. It wasn't until they were on the ferry crossing the bay that she started to get nervous. The audience would laugh at her, say she should have done more with her life, been more. She'd look fat. She was so caught up in her negative fantasies that when they parked, she couldn't get out of the car. "I'm scared," she said to Johnny. Mara rolled her eyes and walked away. Johnny took her arm, unhooked her seatbelt, and eased her out of the car. "You'll be great," he said, leading her into the elevator. In the studio, there were people everywhere, running to and fro, yelling at one another. Johnny leaned close. "It's just like your old days in news, remember?" "Kate!" She heard her name ring through the busy hallway and looked up. Tully, looking thin and gorgeous, was coming at her with open arms. Tully pulled her into a fierce embrace, and Kate finally felt herself relaxing. This wasn't just a TV show. It was Tully's show. Her best friend would make sure Kate did well. "I'm a little nervous," Kate confided. "A little?" Mara said. "She's been acting like Rain Man." Tully laughed at that and looped her arm through Kate's. "There's nothing to worry about. You're going to be great. Everyone is excited to have you and Mara on the show." She led them to the makeup room and left them there. "This is exciting," Kate said, sitting in front of the giant mirror. The makeup artist, a woman named Dora, immediately went to work on Kate's face. Mara sat in the chair beside her. Another makeup artist went to work on her. Kate stared into the mirror. In no time, a stranger emerged beside her. The woman Mara would someday become. In her daughter's made-up face, she saw the future, recognized a truth that had until now been hidden from her beneath the pretty gauze of childhood. Soon Mara would be dating, and then driving, and then going off to college. "I love you, Munchkin," she said, purposely using the nickname that had gone out of fashion with Winnie the Pooh lunchboxes and Tickle Me Elmo. "Remember when we used to dance to those old Linda Ronstadt songs?" Mara looked at her. For a second, just that. They were Mommy and Munchkin again. And though it couldn't last in the hurricane of the teen years, it filled Kate with hope that after today they'd come together again, be as inseparable as they'd once been. Mara looked poised to say something. Then she smiled instead. "I remember." Kate wanted to hug her daughter, but that would never have the desired effect. Physical contact, she had learned, was the surest way to put distance between them. "Kathleen and Mara Ryan?" She twisted around in her chair, saw a young pretty woman with a clipboard standing behind her. "We're ready for you." Kate reached out for Mara, who was excited enough to take her hand. They followed the woman up to the green room, where they were put to wait. "There's water in that fridge, and feel free to eat anything in that basket," the woman said. Then she handed Kate a lapel microphone and the corresponding pack that attached to her waistband. "Tallulah said you'd know how to work this?" "It's been a while, but I think I can still manage. I'll show Mara, thanks." "Great. I'll come and get you when it's time. As you know, we're live today, but don't let that worry you. Just be yourself." And then she was gone. This was really happening. It meant so much to her, this chance to reconnect with her daughter. An instant later, there was a knock on the door. "We're ready for you, Kathleen," the woman said. "Mara, stay here. We'll come for you in a minute." Kate headed for the door. "Mom," Mara said sharply, as if she'd just remembered something important. "I need to tell you something." Kate looked back, smiling. "Don't worry, honey. We'll be great." Then she followed the woman down the busy corridor. Through the walls, she could hear applause, even a smattering of laughter. At the edge of the stage, the woman paused. "When you hear your name, you'll walk out. Breathe. Suck in your stomach. Stand up straight." She heard Tully say, "And now I'd like you all to meet my good friend Kathleen Ryan." Kate stumbled around the corner and found herself standing beneath the bright glare of the stage lights. It was so disorienting that it took her a second to process her surroundings. There was Tully, standing center stage, smiling at her. Behind her was Dr. Tillman, the psychiatrist who specialized in family counseling. Tully swept over to her side, took her arm. Beneath the swell of applause, she said, "We're live, Katie, so just roll with it." Kate glanced over at the screen behind them. There was a huge image of two women shouting at each other. Then she looked at the audience. Johnny and her parents were in the front row. Tully faced them. "Today, we're talking about overprotective mothers and the teenage daughters who hate them. Our goal is to get a dialogue going, to break up the logjam of communication that comes with adolescence and get these two talking again." Kate actually felt the blood drain from her face. "What?" Behind her, Dr. Tillman moved from his place in the shadows to a chair on stage. "Some mothers, especially the controlling, domineering type, actually damage their children's fragile psyches without ever really seeing what they're doing. Children can be like flowers, trying to blossom in too small a space. They need to break out, make their own mistakes. We don't help them by wrapping them in rules and rigid expectations and pretending that we can keep them safe. The full impact of what was happening hit Kate. They were calling her a bad mother, on national television, with her family right here. She wrenched her arm away from Tully. "What are you doing?" "You need help," Tully said, sounding reasonable and just a little sad. "You and Mara both do. I'm scared for you. So is your husband. He begged me to help. Mara wants to confront you about it, but she's afraid." Mara walked on stage, smiling brightly at the audience. Kate felt the start of tears, and the vulnerability fueled her anger. "I can't believe you do this to me." Dr. Tillman came forward. "Come on, Kathleen. Tully is being your friend here. You're crushing your daughter's tender spirit. Tully just wants you to address your parenting style. She's going to help me be a better mother?" She turned to Tully. "You?" Then she looked at the audience. "You're taking advice from a woman who doesn't know the first thing about love or family or the hard choices women have to make. The only person Tully Hart ever loved is herself." "Katie," Tully said in a low, warning voice, "we're live." "That's all you care about, isn't it? Your ratings. Well, I hope they keep you warm when you're old, because you won't have anything or anyone else. What the hell do you know about motherhood or love?" Kate stared at her, feeling sick enough that she thought she might throw up. "Your own mother didn't love you. And you'd sell your soul for fame. Hell, you just did." She turned back to the audience. "There's your icon, folks. A woman so fucking warm and caring that she's probably never told a single human being she loved them." Kate wrenched off her microphone and power pack and threw them on the floor. As she stormed off stage, she snagged Mara's arm and pulled her along. Backstage, Johnny rushed at her, took her in his arms, and held her tightly, but even his body heat couldn't reach her. Her parents and the boys ran up behind him, creating a circle around Kate and her daughter. "I'm sorry, honey," he said. "I didn't know." "I can't believe Tully would do that," Mom said. "She must have thought—" "Don't," Kate said sharply, wiping her eyes. "I don't care what she thought or wanted or believed. Not anymore." Tully ran out into the hallway, but Kate was gone. She stood there too long, then turned and went back on stage, where she stared at a sea of unfamiliar faces. She tried to smile, she really did, but for once her cast-iron will failed her. She heard the quiet murmuring of the crowd. It was the sound of sympathy. Behind her, Dr. Tillman was talking, filling the void with words she could neither follow nor understand. She realized that he was keeping the show going since they were live. "I just wanted to help her," she said to the audience, interrupting him. She sat down on the edge of the stage. "Did I do something wrong?" Their applause was loud and went on, their approval as unconditional as their presence. It should have filled up the empty places in her. That had always been their role, but now the applause didn't help. Somehow she made it through the rest of the broadcast. Finally, though, she was as alone on stage as she felt. The audience had filed out, and her employees had all left. None had had the courage to even speak to her on the way out. She knew they were angry at her for ambushing Johnny, too. As if from a great distance, she heard footsteps. Someone was coming toward her. Dully, she looked up. Johnny stood there. How could you do that to her? She trusted you. We trusted you. I was just trying to help her. You told me she was falling apart. Dr. Tillman told me that drastic situations call for drastic measures. He said suicide was... I quit, he said. But... Tell her to call me. I'll explain." I wouldn't count on hearing from her. "What do you mean? We've been friends for 30 years. Johnny gave her a look so cold she began to shake. I think that ended today. Pale morning light came through the windows, brightening the white-painted sills. Outside, seagulls cawed and dove through the air. The sound, combined with the waves slapping against the shore, meant that the ferry was chugging past their house. Ordinarily, Kate loved these morning noises. Even though she'd lived on this beach for years now, she still loved to watch the ferries pass by, especially at night when they were lit like floating jewel boxes. Today, though, she didn't even smile. She sat in bed with a book open in her lap so that her husband would leave her alone. As she stared at the pages, the type blurred and danced like black dots on the creamy paper. Yesterday's fiasco kept playing in her mind over and over. She saw it from a dozen angles. The title, Overprotective Mothers and the Teenage Daughters Who Hate Them. Hate them. Crushing your daughter's tender spirit. And Dr. Tillman coming toward her saying she was a terrible parent. Her mother in the front row starting to cry. Johnny jumping from his seat, shouting something to a cameraman that Kate couldn't hear. She still felt shell-shocked by all of it. Numb. Beneath the numbness, though, was a raw and terrible anger that was unlike anything she'd felt before. She had so little experience with genuine anger that it scared her. She actually worried that if she started screaming, she'd never stop. So she kept the lid on her emotions and sat quietly. She kept glancing at the phone, expecting Tully to call. "I'll hang up," she said. And she would. She was actually looking forward to it. For all the years of the friendship, Tully had pulled shit like this. Well, nothing really like this. And it had fallen to Kate to apologize, whether it was her fault or not. Tully never said she was sorry. She just waited for Kate to smooth things over. Not this time. This time Kate was so hurt and angry, she didn't care if they stayed friends or not. If they were to get back together, Tully was going to have to work for it. "I'll hang up a lot of times." She sighed, wishing the thought made her feel better, but it didn't. She felt broken by yesterday. There was a knock at her door. It could be any member of her family. Last night they'd circled the wagons around her, treating her like a breakable princess, protecting her. Mom and Dad had spent the night. Kate thought her mom was on suicide watch. That was how overbearing she was. Dad kept patting her shoulder and saying how pretty she was, and the boys, who didn't know exactly what was wrong but sensed that it was big, hung on her constantly. Only Mara stood back from the drama, watching it all from a distance. "Come in," Kate said, sitting up taller, trying to look more durable than she felt. Mara walked into the room. Dressed for school in low-rise jeans, pink Ugg boots, and a gray hoodie sweatshirt, she tried to smile, but it was a failure. "Grandma said I had to talk to you." Kate was relieved beyond measure simply by her daughter's presence. She moved to the middle of her bed and patted the empty space beside her. Mara sat opposite her instead, leaning back against the silk-upholstered footboard, with her legs drawn up. Ragged holes in her favorite jeans showed the knobby curl of her knees. Kate couldn't help longing for the time when she could have scooped her daughter into her arms and held her. She needed that now. "You knew about the show, didn't you?" "Tully and I talked about it. She said it would help us." "And?" Mara shrugged. "I just wanted to go to the concert." The concert. It hurt Kate deeply, that simple, selfish answer. She'd forgotten about the concert and Mara's running away. The trip to Kauai had cleared her mind of all that. No doubt, as Tully had intended. It had also gotten Johnny out of the way so he couldn't stop the plan. "Say something," Mara said. But Kate didn't quite know what to say, how to handle this. She wanted Mara to understand how selfish she'd been and how deeply that selfishness had hurt Kate, but she didn't want to load guilt on her. The weight of this debacle fell on Tully. "Did it occur to you, when you and Tully were hatching this plan, that I might be hurt and embarrassed by it?" "Did you think that I'd be hurt or embarrassed by not getting to go to the concert? Or rockin' midnight bowling? Or to—" Kate held up her hand. "So it's still about you," she said tiredly. "If this is all you have to say, you can leave. I don't have the strength to fight with you now. You were selfish, and you hurt my feelings, and if you can't see that and take responsibility for it, I feel sorry for you. Get out. Go." "Whatever." Mara got off the bed, but she moved slowly. At the door, she paused and turned around. "When Tully comes over—" "Tully won't be coming over." "What do you mean?" "Your idol owes me an apology. That's not something she's good at. I'd say it's something else you two have in common." For the first time, Mara looked scared, and it was at the prospect of losing Tully. "You better think about how you're treating me, Mara." Kate's voice broke on that. She struggled to sound in control. "I love you more than the world, and you're hurting me on purpose." "It's not my fault!" Kate sighed. "How could it be, Mara? Nothing ever is." It was exactly the wrong thing to say. Kate knew it the second she said it, but she couldn't take it back. Mara yanked open the door and slammed it shut behind her. Quiet came instantly. Somewhere outside a rooster crowed and a pair of dogs barked at each other. She heard people walking around downstairs. The floorboards of this old house creaked with the movement. Kate looked at the phone, waiting for it to ring. "I think it was Mother Teresa who said that loneliness is the worst kind of poverty," Tully said, sipping her dirty martini. The man to whom she spoke looked startled for a moment, as if he were driving on some dark, empty stretch of road and a deer had suddenly bounded into his path. Then he laughed, and there was so much in the sound, a shared camaraderie, a hint of superiority, an undercurrent of privilege. No doubt he'd learned to laugh like that in the hallowed halls of Harvard or Stanford. "What do people like us know about poverty or loneliness? There must be 100 people here at your birthday party, and God knows the champagne and caviar didn't come cheap." Tully stood there, trying and failing to remember his name. He was her guest. She ought to know who in the hell he was. And why had she made such a ridiculously transparent remark to a stranger? Disgusted with herself, she finished the martini, her second, and walked over to the makeshift bar that had been set up in the corner of her penthouse. Behind the tuxedoed bartender, the glittering starburst of the Seattle skyline was a magical combination of bright lights and black sky. She waited impatiently for her third martini, making small talk with the bartender. The minute the drink was ready, she set a course for the terrace, sailing past the table overflowing with foil and ribbon-wrapped gifts. She knew without opening a single package the kind of gifts she'd received. Champagne glasses from Waterford or Baccarat, silver bracelets and frames from Tiffany, Mont Blanc pens, perhaps a cashmere throw or a pair of blown-glass candlesticks. The kind of expensive presents that strangers and co-workers gave each other when they'd reached a certain economic status. There wouldn't be anything personal in any of those beautifully wrapped packages. She took another sip of her martini and went out onto the deck. From the railing, she saw the barest outline of Bainbridge Island. Moonlight painted the forested hills silver. She wanted to look away, but couldn't. It had been 3 weeks since the broadcast. 21 days. Her heart still felt cracked beyond repair. The things Kate had said to her kept running on an endless loop through her mind, and when she managed to forget, she saw them in print, in People magazine, or on the internet. Her own mother didn't even love her. There's your icon, a woman so warm and caring she's probably never said "I love you" to another human being. How could Kate have said that? And then not called to apologize, or to say hello, or even to wish her a happy birthday? She finished the drink and set the empty glass on the table beside her, still staring out across the black expanse of water. Behind her, she heard the phone ring. She knew it. She ran back into the condo, pushed through the people crowded in her living room, and went into her bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. "Hello?" she said, a little out of breath.
Hey, Tully. Happy birthday.
"Hey, Mrs. M, I knew you'd call. I could come down and see you and Mr. M right now. We could—"
You have to make things right with Katie.
She sat down on the end of her bed. "I was only trying to help."
But you didn't help. Surely you see that.
"Did you hear the things she said to me on TV? I was trying to help her, and she told all of America." She couldn't even say it. That was how much it still hurt. "She owes me an apology." There was a long pause on the other end, then a tired sigh.
Oh, Tully.
She heard the disappointment in Mrs. M's voice, and she felt like a kid again in the police station. No words came to her, for once.
I love you like a daughter,
Mrs. M finally said.
You know that, but—
Like a daughter. There was a whole sea in that single word, an ocean of distance.
You have to see how you hurt her.
What about how she hurt me?
What your mother did to you is a crime, Tully.
Mrs. M made a sad sound, then said,
Bud is calling me. I better go. I'm sorry for the way things are, but I need to go now.
Tully didn't even say goodbye. She just quietly hung up the phone. The truth she'd been trying to outrun landed on her chest, so heavy she could hardly breathe. Everyone she loved was a member of Kate's family, not her own, and when the chips were down, they took sides. And where was she left then? As the old song said, alone again, naturally. She got up slowly and returned to her party, surprised that she'd been so blind. If there was one central lesson of her life, it was this: people leave. Parents, lovers, friends. In the room full of acquaintances and colleagues, she smiled brightly, made small talk, and went straight to the bar. It wasn't so hard to act normal, to pretend she was happy. It was what she'd done for so much of her life. Acted. Only with Katie had she ever really been herself. By the following autumn, Kate had stopped waiting for Tully to call. In the long months of their estrangement, she'd settled, albeit uncomfortably, into a rarefied and contained world, a kind of snow globe of her own creation. At first, of course, she'd cried about their lost friendship, ached for what had been. But in time, she accepted that there would be no apology from Tully, that if one were to be offered, it would have to, as always, come from her. The story of their lives. Kate's ego, usually such a fluid and convenient thing, became solid on this point. For once, she would not yield. And so the time passed, and the curved glass walls of the snow globe hardened. Less and less often she thought of Tully, and when she did, she learned to stop crying about it and go on. But it exhausted her, drained her. As the weather had begun to turn cold again, it took all her effort to get up in the morning and take a shower. By November, washing her hair had been such a daunting prospect that she'd avoided it altogether. Cooking dinner and doing the dishes sapped so much energy that halfway through she had to sit down. That all would have been okay, and by that she meant acceptable levels of depression, if only it had ended there. Last week, unfortunately, she'd been too tired to brush her teeth in the morning, and she'd driven the kids to school in her pajamas. "I don't know why that's such a big deal," she'd said to her husband that night when he asked her about it. He'd taken a job at his old station, and the lessened responsibilities gave him too much time to notice Kate's flaws. "It's just a slip in personal hygiene. It's not like I went postal." "You're depressed," he'd said, pulling her against him on the sofa. "And frankly, Kate, you don't look good." That had hurt, although, to be honest, not as much as it should have. "So make me an appointment with a plastic surgeon. I hardly need a physical exam. I see my doctors regularly. You know that." "Better safe than sorry," was his answer. And so now here she was on the ferry going into the city. The truth was, although she wouldn't have admitted it to her husband, she was glad to be going in. She was tired of being depressed, tired of feeling worn out. Maybe a prescription of some kind would help. A pill to forget a 30-year friendship that had ended badly. When the ferry docked, she drove off the bumpy ramp and merged into the early morning traffic. It was a gray, dismal day that matched her mood. She drove through downtown and negotiated the hill up to the hospital, where she found a parking spot in the garage, and then walked across the street and into the lobby. After a quick check-in, she headed for the elevator. 40 minutes later, after she'd read every article in the newest edition of Parents Magazine, she was led back to an examination room, where a nurse took all the usual stats and information. When she was left alone again, Kate picked up the new People and flipped it open. There was a picture of Tully, mugging for the camera, tilting up an empty champagne glass. She looked gorgeous in a black Chanel dress and glittery beaded shrug. Below the photograph, it read, "Tallulah Hart at a gala charity event at the Chateau Marmont with her date, media tycoon Thomas Morgan." The door opened. Dr. Marcia Silver stepped into the room. "Hey there, Kate. It's good to see you again." Sitting down on her wheeled stool, she glided forward, reading Kate's chart. "So, is there anything you want to tell me?" "My husband thinks I'm depressed." "Are you?" Kate shrugged. "A little blue, maybe." Marcia made a note in the chart. "It's been almost exactly 12 months since your last appointment. Way to go." "You know us Catholic girls, rule followers." Marcia smiled and closed the chart, reaching for her gloves. "Okay, Kate, we'll start with the pap smear. Slide on down to the end here." For the next few minutes, Kate gave herself over to the little indignities that came with female health care. The speculum, the probing, the sampling. All the while, she and Dr. Silver made stilted impersonal conversation. They talked about the weather, the latest show at the Fifth Avenue Theater, and the approaching holidays. It wasn't until nearly 30 minutes later, when the exam had moved to her breasts, that Marcia actually stopped making chit-chat. "How long have you had this discoloration on your breast?" Kate glanced down at the quarter-sized red patch beneath her right nipple. The skin was slightly puckered like an orange peel. 9 months or so. Maybe a year, come to think of it. It started as a bug bite. My family doctor thought it was an infection and put me on antibiotics. It went away for a while and then came back. Sometimes it feels hot. That's how I know it's an infection. Marcia stared down at Kate's breast, frowning. Kate added, I had my mammogram on time. Everything was clean. I see that. Marcia went to the wall phone, punched in a number, and said, I want to get Kate in for a breast ultrasound. Now. Tell them to fit her in. Thanks. She hung up and turned around. Kate sat up. You're scaring me, Marcia. I hope it's nothing, Kate, but I want to be sure, okay? But what? Let's talk when we know what's going on. Janice will take you down to radiology, okay? Is your husband here? Should he be? No, I'm sure it's fine. Ah, here's Janice. Kate's mind was a whirl. Before she knew it, she was dressed again and being shepherded up 3 floors and down the hall. There, after an interminable wait, she endured another breast exam, more clucking and frowning, and then an ultrasound. I always do my self-exams, she said. I haven't felt a lump. Above her, as she lay in the dark room, the nurse and radiologist exchanged a look. What? Kate said, hearing fear in her voice now. When the ultrasound was over, she was again shuffled out of the exam room and deposited back in the waiting room. Like all the other women in the small room, she read magazines, trying to concentrate on random sentences and bundt cake recipes, anything except the results of the ultrasound. It'll be fine, she told herself whenever the worry crept through. Nothing to worry about. Cancer wasn't something that crept up on you, certainly not breast cancer. There were warning signs, and she watched for them religiously. It had already struck her family once with Aunt Georgia, so they were vigilant. One by one, the other women left. Still, Kate waited. Finally, a plump, doe-eyed nurse came for her. Kathleen Ryan? She stood up. Yes? I'm going to take you across the hall. Dr. Krantz is waiting to do a biopsy on you. Biopsy? Just to be sure. Come on. Kate couldn't seem to move. She could barely nod. Clutching her purse, she stumbled along behind the nurse. My last mammogram was clear, you know. I do regular self-exams, too. She wished suddenly that Johnny were here, holding her hand, telling her everything was going to be fine. Or Tully. She took a deep breath and tried to control her fear. Once, several years ago, she'd had a bad pap smear and needed a biopsy. It had ruined a weekend, waiting for results, but in the end she'd been fine. Remembering that, clinging to it like a life ring in cold, turbulent water, she followed the silent nurse to the office down the hall. The sign by the door read, The Goodnow Foundation Cancer Care Center. Chapter 33. Tully was awakened by the phone ringing. She came awake hard, looked around. It was 2:01 in the morning. She reached over and answered. Hello?
Is this Tallulah Hart?
She rubbed her eyes. Yes, who is this?
My name is Lori Witherspoon. I'm a nurse at Harborview Hospital. We have your mother here, Dorothy Hart.
What happened?
We're not sure. It looks like a drug overdose, but she was pretty badly beaten up, too. The police are waiting to question her.
Did she ask for me?
She's unconscious. We found your name and number in her things.
I'll be right there. Tully got dressed in record time and was on the road by 2:20. She pulled into the parking lot at the hospital and went to the desk. Hello, I'm here to see my mother, Dorothy Hart. 6th floor, Miss Hart. Go to the nurse's desk. Thanks. Tully went upstairs and was directed to her mother's room by a tiny woman in a pale orange nurse's uniform. Inside the shadowy room, there were 2 beds. The one nearest the door was empty. She shut the door behind her, surprised to find that she was frightened. For the whole of her life, she'd been wounded by her mother. She'd loved her as a child, inexplicably. Hated her as a teenager, and ignored her as a woman. Cloud had broken her heart more times than she could count and let her down on every possible occasion, and yet, even after all of that, Tully couldn't help feeling something for her. Cloud was asleep. Bruises covered her face, blackened one eye. Her lip was split open and seeped blood. Short gray hair, apparently cut with a dull knife, was matted to her head. She didn't look anything like herself. Rather, she looked like a frail old woman who'd been beaten by more than someone's fists, by life itself. "Hey, Cloud," Tully said, surprised to find that her throat was tight. She gently stroked her mother's temple, the only place on her face that wasn't bloodied or bruised. As she felt the velvety, soft skin, she realized that the last time she'd touched her mother had been in 1970, when they'd held hands on that crowded Seattle street. She wished she knew what to say to this woman, with whom she had a history but no present. So she just talked. She told her about the show and her life and how successful she'd become. When that started to sound hollow and desperate, she talked about Kate and their fight and how it had left her feeling so alone. As the words formed themselves and spilled out, Tully heard the truth in them. Losing the Ryans and Mularkeys had left her devastatingly alone. Cloud was all she had left. How pathetic was that? "We're all alone in this world. Haven't you figured that out by now?" Tully hadn't noticed her mother wake up, and yet she was conscious now and looking at Tully through tired eyes. "Hey," she said, smiling, wiping her eyes. "What happened to you?" "I got beat up." "I wasn't asking what put you in the hospital. I was asking what happened to you." Cloud flinched and turned away. "Oh, that. I guess your precious grandmother never told you, huh?" She sighed. "It doesn't matter now." Tully drew in a sharp breath. This was the most meaningful conversation they'd ever had. She felt poised on the edge of some essential discovery that had eluded her for all her years. "I think it does." "Go away, Tully." Cloud turned her face into the pillow. "Not until you tell me why." Her voice trembled on that question. Of course it did. "Why didn't you ever love me?" "Forget about me." "Honestly, I wish I could, but you're my mother." Cloud turned back and stared at her. And for a moment, no longer than it took to blink, Tully saw sadness in her mother's eyes. "You break my heart," she said quietly. "You break mine, too." Cloud smiled for a second. "I wish..." "What?" "I could be what you need, but I can't. You need to let me go." "I don't know how to do that. After everything, you're still my mother." "I was never your mother. We both know that." "I'll always keep coming back," Tully said, realizing just then that it was true. They might be damaged, she and her mother, but they were connected, too, in a strange and profound way. This dance of theirs, as painful as it had always been, wasn't quite over. "Someday you'll be ready for me." "How do you keep hold of a dream like that?" "With both hands." She would have added, "no matter what." But the promise reminded her of Kate and hurt too much to utter aloud. Her mother sighed and closed her eyes. "Go away." Tully stood there a long time, her hands curled around the metal bed rails. She knew her mother was pretending sleep. She also knew when it became real. When intermittent snores filled the silence, she went to the small closet in the room, found a folded-up blanket, and grabbed it. That was when she noticed the small pile of clothes folded neatly in the corner on the closet's bottom shelf. Beside it was a brown paper grocery bag, rolled closed at the top. She covered her mother with a blanket, tucked it up beneath her chin, and returned to the closet. She wasn't sure why she went through her mother's things, what she was looking for. At first it was the stuff she'd expected: dirty, worn clothes, shoes with holes along the soles, a makeshift toiletry set in a plastic baggie, cigarettes and a lighter. Then she saw it, coiled neatly at the bottom of the sack, a frayed piece of string knotted into a circle, with 2 pieces of dried macaroni and a single blue bead strung on it. The necklace Tully had made in her Bible study class and given to her mother on that day so many years ago, when they'd left Gran's house in the VW bus. Her mother had kept it, all this time. Tully didn't touch it. She was afraid somehow that she'd find it existed only in her mind. She turned to her mother, went to the bed. "You kept it," she said, feeling something brand new open up inside her. A kind of hope. Not the spit-shined little girl variety, but something tarnished and worn, more reflective of who they were and where they'd been. Still, it was there, under all the rust and discoloration. Hope. You know how to hold on to a dream, too, don't you, Cloud? She sat down on the molded plastic chair by the bed. Now she had a genuine question for her mother, and she intended to get an answer. Sometime around 4 o'clock, she slumped in her chair and fell asleep. The trilling of her cell phone wakened her. She unfolded slowly, painfully, rubbing the crick in her neck. It took her a moment to realize where she was. The hospital. Harborview. She stood up. Her mother's bed was empty. She wrenched open the closet doors. Empty. The bag was crumpled into a ball and left behind. Shit! Her cell phone rang again. She glanced at the incoming number. "Hey, Edna," she said, sinking back into the chair.
You sound awful.
Bad night. She wished she'd touched the necklace now. Already it was taking on the blurry edges of a dream. What time is it?
6, your time. Are you sitting down?
Coincidentally, I am.
Do you still take off part of November and all of December?
So that my crew can enjoy the holidays with their families? She said bitterly. I do.
I know you're usually busy with that friend of yours.
Not this year.
Good. Then maybe you'd like to come to the Antarctic with me. I'm doing a documentary on global warming. I think it's an important story, Tully. Someone of your stature would get it watched.
The offer was a godsend. A moment before, she'd been wanting to get away from her own life. You couldn't get much farther than Antarctica. How long will we be gone?
6 weeks. 7 at the most. You could fly back and forth, but it's a hell of a trip.
Sounds perfect. I need to get away. How soon can we leave? Naked, Kate stood in front of the mirror in her bathroom, studying her body. All her life she'd been engaged in a guerrilla-type war with her reflection. Her thighs had always been too fleshy, no matter how much weight she lost, and her tummy pooched out after 3 kids. She did sit-ups at the gym, but still her middle sagged. She'd stopped wearing sleeveless shirts about 3 years ago, arm jiggle, and her breasts. Since the boys' births, she'd started wearing heavier molded, less sexy bras, that was for sure, and she tightened the straps to pull her boobs into place. Now, though, when she looked at herself, she saw how little all of that mattered. What a waste of time it had been. She stepped closer, practicing the words she'd chosen, rehearsing. If ever there was a moment in her life that required strength, this was it. She reached for the pile of clothes on the counter and began dressing. She'd chosen a pretty pink cashmere V-neck sweater, a Christmas present from the kids last year, and a worn, soft as lambskin pair of Levi's. Then she brushed her hair, pulled it away from her face, and made a ponytail. She even put on some makeup. It was important that she look healthy for what was to come. When there was nothing else she could do, she left the bathroom and went into her bedroom. Johnny, who'd been seated on the end of the bed, stood quickly and turned to her. She could see how hard he was trying to be strong. Already his eyes were bright. It should have made her cry, too, that shiny evidence of his love and fear, but somehow it made her stronger. "I have cancer," she said. He already knew it, of course. The past few days, spent waiting for the test results, had been agonizing. Last night they'd finally gotten the doctor's call. They'd held hands while she gave them the information, assuring each other before she spoke that it would be fine. But it hadn't been fine. Not even close to fine.
I'm sorry, Kate. Stage 4. Inflammatory breast cancer. Aggressive. Already spread.
At first, Kate had been furious. She'd always done everything right, looked for lumps, gotten her mammograms, and then the fear set in. Johnny took it even harder than she did, and she saw quickly that she needed to be strong for him. Last night, they'd lain awake all night, holding each other, crying, praying, promising each other they'd get through it. Now, though, she wondered how they'd do it. She went to him. He curled his arms around her and held her as tightly as he could, and still it wasn't close enough. "I have to tell them. We have to." He stepped back slightly, loosened his hold just enough to look down at her. "Nothing will change. Remember that." "Are you kidding? They're going to take away my breasts." Her voice caught on that. Fear was a crack in the road that tripped her up. "Then they'll poison and burn me, and all that is supposed to be the good news." He stared down at her, and the love in his eyes was the most beautiful, heart-wrenching thing she'd ever seen. "Between us, nothing will change. It doesn't matter how you look or feel or act. I'll love you forever, just like I do now." The emotions she'd worked so hard to submerge floated up again, threatened to consume her. "Let's go," she said quietly, "while I've still got the nerve." Hand in hand, they walked out of their bedroom and went downstairs, where the kids were supposed to be waiting for them. The living room was empty. Kate could hear the television in the family room. It blared out the bleep thump of video games. She let go of her husband and went to the corner by the hall. "Boys, come on out here." "Aw, Mom," Lucas whined. "We're watching a movie." She wanted to say, "Keep on watching, forget it," so badly it actually hurt to say, "Come on, please, now." Behind her, she heard her husband go into the kitchen and pick up the phone. "Downstairs, Mara. Right now." "No, I don't care who you're talking to." Click. Kate heard him hang up. Instead of going to him, she went to the couch and sat down, perching stiffly on the cushion's edge. She wished suddenly that she'd put on a heavier sweater. She was freezing. The boys rushed into the room together, fighting with plastic swords, laughing. "Take that, Captain Hook," Lucas said. "I'm Peter Pan," William complained, pretending to stab his brother. "On guard!" At 7, they were just beginning to change. The little boy freckles were fading. Baby teeth were falling out. Every time she looked at them lately, some baby trait had been lost. 3 years from now, they'd be almost unrecognizable. The thought scared her so much that she clutched the sofa's arm and closed her eyes. What if she weren't here to see them grow up? What if no bad thoughts? It had become her mantra in the past 4 days. Johnny came up beside her, sat down close, and took her hand in his.
I can't believe you picked up the phone, Mara said, coming down the stairs. That is so totally an invasion of my privacy, and it was Brian.
Kate counted silently to 10, calmed herself enough to breathe, and opened her eyes. Her children were in front of her, standing there, looking either bored, the boys, or irritated, Mara. She swallowed hard. She could do this.
Are you going to say something? Mara demanded. Because if you're just going to stare at us, I'm going back upstairs.
Johnny started to come out of his seat.
Damn it, Mara!
Kate put a hand on his thigh to stop him. Sit down, Mara, she said, surprised to hear how ordinary she sounded. You too, boys. The boys plopped onto the carpet like marionettes whose strings had been cut, landing in side-by-side heaps.
I'll stand, Mara said, flinging her hip out and crossing her arms.
She gave Kate the old, "You're not the boss of me" glare, and Kate couldn't help feeling a pinch of nostalgia. You remember when I went into the city on Friday? Kate began, feeling the acceleration of her heartbeat and the slight breathlessness that accompanied it. Well, I had a doctor's appointment. Lucas whispered something to William, who grinned and punched his brother. Mara looked longingly up the stairs. Kate squeezed her husband's hand. Anyway, there's nothing for you to worry about, but I'm sick. All 3 of them looked at her. Don't worry. They're going to operate on me and then give me a bunch of medicine, and I'll be fine. I might be tired for a few weeks, but that should be about it.
You promise you'll be okay?
Lucas said, his gaze steady and earnest and only a little afraid. Kate wanted to say, certainly, of course, but such a promise would be remembered. William rolled his eyes and elbowed his brother.
She just said she'd be fine. Will we get out of school to go to the hospital?
Yes, Kate said, actually finding a smile.
Lucas rushed forward to hug her first.
I love you, Mommy, he whispered. She held on to him so long he had to wrench free. The same thing happened with William. Then, as one, they turned and went to the stairs.
Aren't you going to finish your movie?
Kate asked.
No, Lucas said. We're going upstairs.
Kate glanced worriedly at her husband, who was already rising. How about a game of basketball, boys? They jumped on the idea and all went outside. Finally, Kate looked at Mara. It's cancer, isn't it? Her daughter asked after a long silence. Yes.
Ms. Murphy had cancer last year and she's fine. And Aunt Georgia, too.
Exactly. Mara's mouth trembled. For all her height and pseudo-sophistication and makeup, she looked suddenly like a little girl again asking Kate to leave the nightlight on. Wringing her hands together, she moved toward the sofa.
You'll be fine, right?
Stage 4, already spread. Caught it late. She put a lid on those thoughts. They could do her no good. Now was the time for optimism. Right. The doctors say I'm young and healthy, so I should be fine. Mara lay down on the couch, snuggled close, and put her head in Kate's lap.
I'll take care of you, Mommy.
Kate closed her eyes and stroked her daughter's hair. It seemed like only yesterday she'd been able to hold her in her arms and rock her to sleep. Only yesterday that Mara had curled into her lap and cried for their lost goldfish. "Please, God," she prayed, "let me get old enough that someday we're friends." She swallowed hard. "I know you will, honey." The Firefly Lane Girls. In Kate's dream, it is 1974, and she is a teenager again, riding her bike at midnight with her best friend beside her in a darkness so complete it is like being invisible. She remembers the place in vivid detail, a meandering ribbon of asphalt bordered on either side by deep gullies of murky water and hillsides of shaggy grass. Before they met, that road seemed to go nowhere at all. It was just a country lane named after an insect no one had ever seen in this rugged blue and green corner of the world. Then they saw it through each other's eyes. "Let go, Katie! God hates a coward!" She woke with a start, feeling tears on her cheeks. She lay there in her bed, wide awake now, listening to a winter storm rage outside. In the last week, she'd lost the ability to distance herself from her memories. Too often lately, she returned to Firefly Lane in her dreams, and no wonder. Best friends forever. That was the promise they'd made all those years ago, and they'd believed it would last. Believed that someday they'd be old women together, sitting in their rocking chairs on a creaking deck, talking about the times of their lives and laughing. Now she knew better, of course. For more than a year, she'd been telling herself that it was okay, that she could go on without her best friend. Sometimes she even believed it. Then she'd hear the music. Their music. Yesterday, while she'd been shopping, a bad Muzak version of You've Got a Friend had made her cry right there next to the radishes. She eased the covers back and got out of bed, careful not to waken the man sleeping beside her. For a moment, she stood there, staring down at him in the shadowy darkness. Even in sleep, he wore a troubled expression. She took the phone off its hook and left the bedroom, then walked down the quiet hallway to the deck. There she stared out at the storm and gathered her courage. As she punched in the familiar numbers, she wondered what she would say after all these silent months. How she would start. "I've had a bad week. My life is falling apart." Or simply, "I need you." Across the black and turbulent sound, the phone rang. And rang. When the answering machine clicked on, she tried to marshal her need into something as small and ordinary as words. "Hey, Tull. It's me, Kate. I can't believe you haven't called to apologize to me." Thunder echoed across the sky. Lightning flashed in staccato bursts. She heard a click. "Tully? Are you listening to this? Tully?" There was no answer. Kate sighed and went on. "I need you, Tully. Call me on my cell." Suddenly the power went out, taking the phone connection with it. A busy signal bleated in her ear. Kate tried not to take it as a sign. Instead, she went back inside and lit a candle in the living room. Then, on this day of her surgery, she did one special thing for each member of her family, a little reminder that she was here. For William, she found the DVD of Monsters, Inc. that he'd misplaced. For Lucas, she put together a sack full of his favorite snacks for the waiting room. She charged Mara's cell phone and put it by her bed, knowing how adrift her daughter would feel today if she couldn't call her friends. Finally, she found every set of keys in the house, tagged them, and set them on the counter for Johnny. He lost them almost daily. When she couldn't think of anything else to do for her family, she went to the window and watched the storm die. Slowly, the dewy world lightened. Charcoal clouds turned to a gorgeous, pearlized pink. Seattle looked shiny and new, huddled as it was beneath the rising sun. A few hours later, her family began to gather around her. The whole time they were together, having breakfast and packing their things into the car, she found herself glancing at the phone, expecting it to ring. 6 weeks later, when they'd taken both her breasts and poured poison into her blood and irradiated her flesh until it looked raw and burned, she was still waiting for Tully to call. On January 2nd, Tully came home to a cold, empty apartment. "Story of my life," she said bitterly, tipping the doorman, who carried her bulky designer suitcases into the bedroom. When he left, she stood there, uncertain of what to do. It was 9 o'clock on a Monday night, and most people were home with their families. Tomorrow she'd go back to work and be able to lose herself in the daily routine of the empire she'd created. In no time at all, she'd let go of the images that haunted her during the holidays, had even followed her to the ends of the earth last month. Literally. She'd spent Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's in the frozen South, huddled around their heat source, singing songs and drinking wine. To the naked eye and the ever-present camera, it had looked like a good time. But too often, when she'd crawled into her down sleeping bag, wearing her hat and mittens, and tried to sleep, she heard the old songs banging around in her head, making her cry. More than once, she'd wakened with ice on her cheeks. She tossed her purse on the sofa and glanced at the clock, noticing that the red numbers were flashing 5:55. The power must have gone out while she was gone. She poured herself a glass of wine, got out a piece of paper and a pen, then sat down at her desk. The numbers on the answering machine were flashing too. Great. Now she'd have no idea who had tried to call her after the outage. She hit the replay button and began the slow, arduous task of going through her messages. Halfway through, she made a note to speak to her assistant about voicemail. She was barely paying attention when Kate's voice roused her.
"Hey, Tull. It's me, Kate."
Tully sat up sharply and hit the rewind button.
"Hey, Tull. It's me, Kate. I can't believe you haven't called to apologize to me."
A loud click, then,
"Tully? Are you listening to this? Tully?"
and then another click, followed by a loud busy signal. Kate had hung up. That was all there was. It was over. There were no more messages on the machine. Tully felt a disappointment so sharp it actually made her flinch. She played and replayed the message until all she could hear was the accusation in Kate's voice. That wasn't the Kate she remembered, the girl who'd promised all those years ago to be friends forever. That girl would never have called to taunt Tully like this, to berate her and then hang up.
"I can't believe you haven't called to apologize to me."
Tully stood up, trying to distance herself from this voice that had invaded her home, tricked her into hoping. She hit the erase all button and backed away. "I can't believe you haven't called me," she said to her empty apartment, trying not to notice how thick her voice sounded. She went to her purse and burrowed through the mess inside for her cell phone. Finding it, she scrolled through her huge contact list for a name she'd added only a few months ago and hit send. When Thomas answered, she tried to sound flirty and light, but it was hard to pretend. A weight seemed to be sitting on her chest, making it hard to breathe. "Hey, Tom. I just got back from the icy beyond. What are you doing tonight?" "Nothing? That's great. How about getting together?" It was pathetic how desperate she suddenly felt. But she couldn't be alone tonight, couldn't even sleep in her own apartment. "I'll meet you at Kells, say 9:30? Before he even said, "It's a date," she was on her way. Chapter 34. 2006 saw the Girlfriend Hour rise even higher in the ratings. Week after week, month after month, Tully created magic with her selection of guests and her rapport with the audience. She had definitely reached the top of her game and seized control of the board. No longer did she let herself think about what she didn't have in her life. Just as she'd done at 6 and 10 and 14, she boxed all that negative stuff up and put it in the shadow box. She went on. It was what she'd always done in her life when disappointment set in. She tucked her chin, squared her shoulders, and set a new goal for herself. This year, she was starting a magazine. Next year, it would be a retreat for women. After that, who knew? Now she sat in her newly decorated office in a corner of the building that didn't face Bainbridge Island, talking to her secretary on the phone.
Are you kidding me? He's canceling the show 40 minutes before we're scheduled to start taping? I have a studio full of people waiting to see him. She slammed the phone back onto the hook, then hit the intercom. Get Ted in here. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and her producer walked into her office. His cheeks were pink from exertion, and he was breathing hard. You wanted to see me?
Jack just canceled.
Now?
Ted glanced at his watch. Son of a bitch. I hope you told him the next time he has a movie out, he can just pitch it on the radio. Tully flipped open her calendar. It's June 1st, right? Call Nordstrom and the Jean Juarez Spa. We'll do mothers' makeovers for summer. Give away a bunch of clothes and stuff. It'll suck, but it's better than nothing. From the moment Ted left her office, the whole team was in high gear. People were tracking down new guests, calling the various spa and department store contacts, and keeping the studio audience entertained. The adrenaline was so high that everyone, including Tully, worked at supersonic speed, and the taping of the new segment began only 1 hour late. Judging by the audience's applause, it was a rousing success. After the show, as always, Tully stayed around and talked with her fans. She posed for photographs and signed autographs and listened to one story after another about how she'd changed someone's life. It was her favorite hour of any day. She had just returned to her office when her intercom buzzed.
Tallulah, there's a Kate Ryan on line 1.
Tully's heart missed a beat. The hope she felt pissed her off. She stood at the corner of her huge desk and pushed the intercom button. Ask her what she wants. A moment later, her secretary was back on the line.
Ms. Ryan says you need to pick up the phone and find out for yourself.
Tell her to go fuck herself. Tully wished she could take the words back as soon as she'd said them, but she didn't know how to bend now. During their long estrangement, she'd had to stay angry just to get by. Otherwise, the loneliness would have been unbearable.
Ms. Ryan says, and I quote, "Tell that bitch to get her designer-clad ass out of her ridiculously expensive leather chair and come to the phone. She also says that if you ignore her on this of all days, she's selling those pictures of you with a bad perm to the tabloids."
Tully almost smiled. How could 2 sentences peel back so many years and blast through the sediment of so many bad choices? She picked up the phone. You're the bitch, and I'm pissed at you.
Of course you are, you narcissist, and I'm not apologizing, but that doesn't matter anymore.
It matters. You should have called long before.
I'm in the hospital, Tully. Sacred Heart, 4th floor,
Kate said. Then she hung up. Hurry up, Tully said to her driver for at least the 5th time in as many blocks. When the car pulled up in front of the hospital, she got out and ran for the glass doors, pausing for a moment while the sensors engaged. The second she stepped inside, people swarmed around her. Usually she factored what she called fan maintenance into her schedule. 30 minutes at every location to meet and greet, but now she didn't have time. She pushed through the crowd and went to the front desk. "I'm here to see Kathleen Ryan." The receptionist stared up at her in awe. "You're Tallulah Hart." "Yes, I am. Kathleen Ryan's room, please." The receptionist nodded. "Oh, right." She glanced at her computer screen, entered a few keys, and said, 410 East. "Thanks." Tully headed for the elevators, but noticed that she was being followed. Her fans would nonchalantly enter the elevator with her. The brave ones would initiate conversation between floors. The weirdos might follow her out. She took the stairs instead, thankful by the third flight that she attended daily aerobics classes and worked with a personal trainer. Still, she was out of breath when she reached the 4th floor. Just down the hall, she found a small waiting area. The television was turned on to her show, a rerun from 2 years ago. She knew the moment she stepped into the small room that it was bad, this thing with Kate. Johnny sat there, in an ugly blue love seat, with Lucas curled up beside him. With one son's head in his lap, Johnny was reading to the other. Mara was in a chair beside William, with her eyes closed, listening to an iPod through tiny headphones. She moved to the beat of music only she could hear. The boys were so big. It was a painful reminder of how long Tully had been apart from them. Beside Mara, Mrs. Mularkey sat, staring intently at her knitting. Sean was beside his mother, talking on his cell phone. Georgia and Ralph were watching TV in the corner. By the looks of it, they'd been here a long time. It took a huge act of will to step forward. "Hey, Johnny." At the sound of her voice, they all looked up, but no one said anything. And suddenly Tully remembered the last time they'd all been together. "Kate called me," she explained. Johnny eased out from under his sleeping son and stood up. There was only a beat of awkwardness, a clumsy pause, before he took her in his arms. She could tell by the ferocity of his embrace that it was more to comfort himself than her. She clung to him, trying not to be afraid. "Tell me," she said more harshly than she intended when he let go of her and stepped back. He sighed and nodded. "We'll go into the family room." Mrs. M. stood up slowly. Tully was struck by how much Mrs. M. had aged. The woman looked frail and a little hunched. She'd stopped dyeing her hair, and it was snow white. "Katie called you?" Mrs. M. said. "I came right away," she said, as if speed mattered now, after all this time. Then Mrs. M. did the most amazing thing. She hugged Tully, enveloped her once again in an embrace that smelled of Jean Naté perfume and menthol cigarettes, with just a hint of hairspray to give it spice. "Come on," Johnny said, breaking up the hug and leading the way to another room. Inside there was a smallish fake wood conference table and 8 molded plastic chairs. Johnny and Mrs. M. sat down. Tully remained standing. No one spoke for a moment, and every passing second was a turn of the screw. "Tell me." "Kate has cancer," Johnny said. "It's called inflammatory breast cancer." Tully had to concentrate on each breath to remain upright. "She'll have a mastectomy and get radiation and chemotherapy, right? I have several friends who have fought—" "She's already had all of that," he said gently. "What? When?" "She called you several months ago," he said, and this time his voice had an edge she'd never heard before. "She wanted to have you at the hospital with her. You didn't return her call." Tully remembered the message word for word. "I can't believe you haven't called to apologize to me. Tully? Are you listening to this? Tully?" And the click. Had something happened to the rest of the message? Had the power gone out, or the tape hit its end? She didn't say anything about being sick, Tully said. She called, Mrs. M said. Tully felt tackled by guilt, overcome. She should have sensed something was wrong. Why hadn't she just picked up the phone? Now all that time had been lost. Oh my God, I should have— None of that matters now, Mrs. M said. Johnny nodded and went on. The cancer has metastasized. Last night she had a minor stroke. They got her into the OR as quickly as possible, but once they were inside, they saw there was nothing they could do. His voice broke. Mrs. M laid her hand on his. The cancer is in her brain now. Tully thought she had known fear before, like on that Seattle street when she was 10 years old, or when Katie had had her miscarriage, or when Johnny had been hurt in Iraq, but nothing had felt like this. Are you saying— She's dying, Mrs. M said quietly. Tully shook her head, unable to think of what to say. Where is she? The question came out sounding choppy and broken. I need to see her. A look passed between Johnny and Mrs. M. What? Tully said. They're only allowing one person in at a time, Mrs. M said. Bud is in there now. I'll go get him. As soon as Mrs. M left, Johnny moved even closer, said, She's fragile right now, Tull. Her faculties have been impacted by the cancer in her brain. She has good moments and not so good moments. What are you saying? Tully asked. She might not know who you are. The walk to Kate's room was the longest journey of Tully's life. She felt people all around her, talking quietly among themselves, but never had she felt more alone. Johnny led her to a doorway and stopped there. Tully nodded, trying to gather strength as she walked into the room. Closing the door behind her, she reached for a smile, found one that was the best she could do under the circumstances, and went toward the bed where her friend lay sleeping. Angled up to a near sit, Kate looked like a broken doll against the stark white sheets and piled pillows. She had no hair or eyebrows left, and her bald head was a pale oval that nearly disappeared against the pillowcase. Kate, Tully said quietly, moving forward. The moment she heard her voice, she winced. It sounded too loud in this room, too alive somehow. Kate opened her eyes, and there was the woman Tully knew, the girl she'd sworn to be best friends with forever. Put your arms out, Katie, it's like flying. How had it happened, after all their decades together, that they were estranged now? I'm sorry, Katie, she whispered, hearing how small the words were. All her life she'd hoarded those few and simple words, kept them tucked inside her heart, as if to let them out would harm her. Why, of all the lessons she should have learned from her mother, had she held on to this most hurtful one? Why hadn't she called when she'd heard Kate's voice on the answering machine? I'm so sorry, she said again, feeling the burn of tears. Kate didn't smile or give any indication of welcome or surprise. Even the apology, as little and late as it was, seemed to have no effect. Please say you remember me. Kate just stared up at her. Tully reached down, let her knuckles graze Kate's warm cheek. It's Tully, the bitch, who used to be your best friend. I'm so sorry for what I did to you, Katie. I should have told you that a long time ago. She made a tiny, desperate sound. If Kate didn't remember her, remember them, she didn't think she could bear it.
I remember when I first met you, Katie Mularkey Ryan. You were the first person who ever really wanted to know me. Naturally, I treated you like shit at first. But when I got raped, you were there for me. The memories overtook her. She wiped her eyes. You're thinking I'm only talking about me, right? Typical, you say, but I remember you too, Katie, every second. Like when you read Love Story and couldn't figure out what son of a bitch meant because it wasn't in the dictionary. Or when you swore you'd never French kiss because it was grossorama. Tully shook her head, fighting to keep it together. Her whole life was in the room with them now. We were so damned young, Katie. But we're not young anymore. You remember that first time I left Snohomish and we wrote about 1,000,000 letters? We signed them Forever Friends or Best Friends Forever. Which was it? Tully spun out the story of their years. Sometimes she even laughed, like when she told about riding their bikes down Summer Hill or running from the cops on the night they got busted. Oh, here's one you'll know. Remember when we went to Pete's Dragon because we thought it was an action movie, only it was a cartoon? We were the oldest kids in the theater, and we came out singing You and Me Against the World, and we said it would always be that way. Stop. Tully drew in a sharp breath. There were tears in her friend's eyes, and more streaking down her temples. They'd formed a small gray patch of wetness on the pillow behind her head. Tully, Kate said in a soft, swollen voice, did you really think I could forget you? Tully's relief was so huge she felt weak in the knees. Hey, she said. You didn't have to go so far to get my attention, you know. She touched her friend's bald head, let her fingers linger on the baby's soft skin. You could have just called. I did call. Tully flinched. I'm so sorry, Katie. You're a bitch, Kate said, smiling tiredly. I've always known that. And I could have called back too. I guess no one stays friends for more than 30 years without a few broken hearts along the way. I am a bitch, Tully said miserably, her eyes welling up. I should have called. It was just... She didn't even know what to say, how to explain this dark rip that had always been inside of her. No looking back, okay? That only leaves ahead, Tully said, and the words were like bits of broken metal, sharp and cold. No, Kate said, it leaves now. I did a show on breast cancer a few months ago. There's a doctor in Ontario doing amazing things with some new drug. I'll call him. I'm done with treatments. I've had them all, and none has worked. Just be with me. Tully took a step back. I'm here to watch you die. Is that what you're telling me? Because I say no fucking way to that. I won't do it! Kate looked up at her, smiling just a little. That's all there is, Tully. But do you really think Johnny just gave up on me? You know my husband. He's just like you, and we're almost as rich. For 6 months, I saw every specialist on the planet. I did conventional and unconventional and naturopathic remedies. I even went to that faith healer in the rainforest. I have kids. I did everything I could to stay healthy for them. None of it worked. So what do I do? Kate's smile was almost like the old days. That's my Tull. I'm dying of cancer, and you ask about you. She laughed. That's not funny. I don't know how to do this. Tully wiped her eyes.
The truth of what they were really talking about pressed in on her. "We'll do it like we've done everything else, Kate. Side by side." Tully came out of Kate's room shaken. She made a small sound, a kind of gasp, and covered her mouth with her hand. "You can't hold it in," Mrs. M said, coming up to her. "I can't let it out." "I know." Mrs. M's voice cracked, stumbled. "Just love her. Be there for her. That's all there is. Believe me, I've cried and argued and bargained with God. I've begged the doctors for hope. All that's past now. She's most worried about the kids. Mara, especially. They've had such a rough go of it. Well, you know about that. And Mara seems to have shut down for all of this. No tears, no drama. All she does is listen to music." They walked back out to the waiting room, only to find everyone gone. Mrs. M looked at her watch. "They're in the cafeteria. You want to join us?" "No, thanks. I think I need some fresh air." Mrs. M nodded. "It's good to have you back, Tully. I missed you." "I should have taken your advice and called her. You're here now. That's what matters." She patted Tully's arm and walked away. Tully went outside, surprised to find that it was light out here, warm and sunny. It seemed vaguely wrong that the sun was still shining while Kate lay up in that narrow bed, dying. She walked down the street, her watery eyes hidden behind huge dark sunglasses so that no one would recognize her. The last thing she wanted now was to be stopped. She passed by a coffee shop, heard a bit of music waft through the door as someone came out. "Bye bye, Miss American Pie." Her legs gave out on her, and she went down, hard, scraping her knees on the concrete sidewalk, but she didn't notice, hardly cared, she was crying so hard. She'd never felt so swollen with emotion. It was as if she couldn't handle it all. Fear, sorrow, guilt, regret. "Why didn't I call her?" she whispered. "I'm so sorry, Katie," she said, hearing the hollow desperation in her voice, feeling sick that now the words came so easily when it was too late to matter. She didn't know how long she knelt there, her head bowed, sobbing, thinking of all their times together. It was a bad part of Capitol Hill, full of homeless people, so no one stopped to help her. Finally, feeling spent and shaky, she climbed back to a standing position and stood there, feeling as if she'd been beaten up. The music took her back in time, reminded her of so many shared moments. "Swear we'll always be best friends." "Oh, Katie." And she was crying again, quieter this time. She walked dully up one street and down another until something in one of the display windows caught her eye. There, in a store on the corner, she found what she hadn't even realized she'd been looking for. She had the gift wrapped and ran all the way back to Kate's room. She was out of breath when she opened the door and went inside. Kate smiled tiredly. "Let me guess. You've got a film crew with you." "Very funny." She eased around the curtain and stood by the bed. "Your mom tells me you're still having trouble with Mara." "It's not your fault. She's scared of all this, and she doesn't know how easy it is to say you're sorry. I didn't. You always were her role model." Kate closed her eyes. "I'm tired, Tully. I have a present for you." Kate opened her eyes. "What I need can't be bought." Tully tried not to react to that. Instead, she handed Kate the beautifully wrapped gift and helped her open it. Inside was a hand-tooled, leather-bound journal. On the first page, Tully had written, Katie's story. Kate stared down at the blank page for a long time, saying nothing. Katie? I was never really a writer, she finally said. You and Johnny and Mom all wanted it for me, but I never did it. Too late now. Tully touched her friend's wrist, feeling how fragile and thin it was. The tiniest pressure could leave a bruise. For Mara, she said quietly. And the boys. Someday they'll be old enough to read it. They'll want to know who you were. How do I know what to write? Tully had no real answer for that. Just write what you remember. Kate closed her eyes, as if the thought alone were too much to bear. Thanks, Tully. I won't leave you again, Katie. Kate didn't open her eyes, but she smiled just a little. I know. Kate didn't remember falling asleep. 1 minute she was talking to Tully, and the next, she was waking up in a dark room that smelled of fresh flowers and disinfectant. She'd been in this room for so long it almost felt like home, and sometimes, when her family's hope was more than she could bear, this small beige room comforted her with its silence. Within these blank walls, when no one else was around, she didn't have to pretend to be strong. But right now, she didn't want to be here. She wanted to be at home, in her own bed, in her husband's arms, rather than watching him sleep in the hospital bed on the other side of the room. Or with Tully, sitting on the muddy banks of the Pilchuck River, talking about David Cassidy's newest album and sharing a bag of Pop Rocks. The memory made her smile, and with it came a lessening of the fear that had wakened her. She knew she wouldn't fall back asleep without medication, and she didn't want to wake the night nurse. Besides, she had little enough life left to her. What was the point in sleeping? It had only been in the last few weeks that such morbid thoughts had come to her. Before that, in the months since her diagnosis, what she thought of as D-Day, she did everything she was supposed to do, and she did it with a smile for everyone in the room. Surgery. Sure, cut me open and take my breasts. Radiation. Absolutely, burn me up. Chemotherapy. Another dose of poison, please. Tofu and miso soup. Yum, may I have some more? Crystals, meditation, visualization, Chinese herbs. She'd done it all, and done it with vigor. Even more important, she'd believed in all of it, believed she'd be cured. The effort had winded her. The belief had broken her. She sighed and rubbed her eyes. Leaning sideways, she turned on the bedside lamp. Johnny, who'd grown used to her weird waking, sleeping schedule, rolled onto his side and murmured, "You okay, baby?" "I'm fine. Keep sleeping." Mumbling something, he rolled back over. In no time, she heard his quiet snore. Kate reached over for the journal Tully had bought her. Holding it, she traced the leather etchings and the gold-edged sheets of paper. It would hurt to do this. Of that she had no doubt. To pick up a pen and write down her life, she'd have to remember it all. Who she was, who she'd wanted to be. Those memories would be painful. Both the good and the bad would wound her. But her children would see through the illness to her, the woman they would always remember but never truly have time to know. Tully was right. The only gift Kate could give them now was the truth of who she was. She flipped the journal open. Because she had no clear idea of where to start, she simply began to write. Panic always comes to me in the same way. First, I get a knot in the pit of my stomach that turns to nausea. Then a fluttery breathlessness that no amount of deep breathing can cure. But what causes my fear is different every day. I never know what will set me off. It could be a kiss from my husband, or the lingering look of sadness in his eyes when he draws back. Sometimes I know he's already grieving for me, missing me, even while I'm still here. Worse yet is Mara's quiet acceptance of everything I say. I would give anything for another of our old knock-down, drag-out fights. That's one of the first things I'd say to you now, Mara. Those fights were real life. You were struggling to break free of being my daughter, but unsure of how to be yourself, while I was afraid to let you go. It's the circle of love. I only wish I'd recognized it then. Your grandmother told me I'd know you were sorry for those years before you did. And she was right. I know you regret some of the things you said to me, as I regret my own words. None of that matters, though. I want you to know that. I love you, and I know you love me. But these are just more words, aren't they? I want to go deeper than that. So, if you'll bear with me, I haven't really written anything in years. I have a story to tell you. It's my story, and yours, too. It starts in 1960 in a small farming town up north, in a clapboard house on a hill above a horse pasture. When it gets good, though, is 1974, when the coolest girl in the world moved into the house across the street. Chapter 35. From her place in the makeup chair, Tully stared at herself. It was the first time in all her years spent in seats like this that she'd really noticed how huge the mirrors were. No wonder it was so easy for a celebrity to get lost in her own reflection. She said, "I don't need makeup, Charles," and got out of the chair. He stared at her, gape-mouthed, his own seriously overstyled hair falling across his face. "You're kidding me, right? You're on in 15. Let them see me as I am." She walked around the studio, her fiefdom, watching her employees scurry around, running to and fro to make sure everything went off without a hitch, and that was no mean feat, given that she'd called everyone at 3 yesterday to change the theme of today's live show. She knew that several of her producers and bookers had worked late into the night to put it together. She herself had been up until almost 2 in the morning doing research. She'd faxed and emailed dozens of the best oncologists in the world. She'd spent hours on the phone, relaying every bit of information on Kate's case that she'd been able to glean. Every specialist said the same thing. There was nothing Tully could do. No amount of fame or success or money would help her now. For the first time in years, she felt ordinary, small. But, for once, she had something important to say. The theme music started, and she walked onto her stage. "Welcome to the Girlfriend Hour," she said, as she always did. But then something went wrong, just stopped. She looked at her audience and saw strangers. It was an odd and disconcerting moment. For most of her life, she'd sought approval from crowds like this, and their unconditional support had buoyed her. They noticed something was wrong and fell silent. She sat down on the edge of the stage. "You're all thinking I'm skinnier in person, and older, and that I'm not as pretty as you'd thought." The audience laughed nervously. "I'm not wearing makeup." They burst into applause. "I'm not fishing for compliments. I'm just tired." She glanced around. "You have been my friends for a long time. You write to me, email me, come to my events when I'm in your city, and I've always appreciated it. In return, I've given you my honest self, or as close as I can, without some kind of medication. Do you remember a show from a few years ago, when my best friend Kate Ryan was ambushed on this very stage? By me? There was a nervous rumbling, a shaking and nodding of heads. Well, Kate has breast cancer. A murmur of sympathy. It's an extremely rare kind of cancer that starts not with a lump, but with a rash or a discoloration. Kate's family physician diagnosed it as a bug bite and prescribed antibiotics. Unfortunately, this happens to too many women, especially younger women. It's called inflammatory breast cancer, and it can be aggressive and all too deadly. By the time Kate was diagnosed, it was already too late. There wasn't a sound from the audience. Tully looked up through a blur of tears. Dr. Hilary Carlton is here to talk about inflammatory breast cancer and to educate you about the symptoms, the rashes, the localized heat, the discolorations, the puckered skin, and the inverted nipples, to name a few. She'll remind us all that we need to look for more than just lumps. The doctor has brought a woman with her, Marilee Comber, from Des Moines, Iowa, who first noticed a small scaly patch near her left nipple. The show rolled forward, as they all did, on the wheels of Tully's personality. She interviewed guests and showed pictures and reminded her audience of millions not only to get yearly mammograms, but to watch for any changes in their breasts. At the end of her broadcast, instead of her usual, "We'll talk tomorrow" tagline, she looked into the camera and said, "Katie, you're the best friend I have, and the best mother I know. Except for Mrs. M, who is good too." Then she smiled at her audience and said simply, "This will be my last show for a long while. I'm taking time off to be with Katie, as all of you would." She heard a gasp following her announcement. This time, the sound came from backstage. This show is, after all, just that, a show. Real life is with friends and family. And as an old friend pointed out to me a while ago, I do have a family, and she needs me now. She unclipped her microphone, dropped it to the floor, and left the stage. On Kate's last night in the hospital, Tully convinced Johnny to take the kids home, and she took his place in the room's other bed. She pushed the bed across the linoleum floor until it practically butted up to Katie's. "I brought you a tape of my last show." "You would think that's what a dying woman wanted to watch." "Ha ha." Tully put the tape in the machine and hit play, then crawled into her bed. Like a pair of 8th grade girls at a slumber party, they watched the taped broadcast. When it was over, Kate turned to her. "I'm glad to see you'll still use me to bump up your ratings. I'll have you know that was poignant and powerful. And important." "You think that's true of everything you do." "Do not." Good comeback. "You wouldn't know good TV if it bit you in the ass." Kate smiled, but it was as washed out as her complexion. With her bald head and sunken eyes, she looked impossibly young and fragile. "Are you getting tired?" Tully said, sitting up. "Maybe we should go to sleep." "I noticed that you apologized to me on air. In your own way." Her smile expanded. "I mean, without admitting you were a bitch or actually saying the words. You meant that you were sorry." "Yeah, well, you're on morphine. You probably saw me fly, too." Kate laughed, but it soon dissolved into coughing. Tully sat up quickly. "Are you okay?" "Hardly." She reached for the plastic glass on the table by her bed. Tully leaned over and guided the straw to her mouth. I started the journal. That's great! I'll need you to help me remember, she said, putting the glass back. So much of my life happened with you. Seems like our whole lives. God, Katie, we were such babies when we met. We're still kids, Katie said softly. Tully heard the sadness in her friend's voice. It matched her own. The last thing she wanted to think about right now was how young they were. For years they'd teased each other about getting old. How much have you written? About 10 pages. When Tully fell silent, Kate frowned. You aren't going to demand to read it? I don't want to intrude. Don't do that, Tully, Kate said. Do what? Treat me as if I'm dying. I need you to be you. It's the only way I remember who I am. Deal? Okay, she said quietly, promising the only thing she had to give, herself. It's a deal. She had to force a smile, and both of them knew it. Some lies, it was obvious, would be unavoidable in the days ahead. You'll need my input, of course. I was a witness to every important moment of your life, and I have a photographic memory. It's a gift, like my ability to apply makeup and highlight hair. Kate laughed. There's my Tully. Even with self-regulated pain meds, Kate found leaving the hospital a difficult endeavor. First of all, there was the crowd. Her parents, her kids and husband, her aunt and uncle, her brother and Tully. Second, there was just so much movement. Out of bed, into the wheelchair, out of the wheelchair, into the car, out of the car, into Johnny's arms. He carried her through the comfortable, pretty island house that smelled of scented candles and last night's dinner, just as it always had. He'd made spaghetti last night, she could tell. That meant tomorrow night it would be tacos. His 2 recipes. She rested her cheek against the soft wool of his sweater. What will he cook for them when I'm gone? The question made her draw in a sharp breath, which she forced herself to slowly release. Being home would hurt like this sometimes. So would being with her family. In a strange way, it would have been easier to spend her final days at the hospital without all these reminders around her. But easier wasn't the point anymore. Time with her family was what mattered. Now they were all in the house, scattering like soldiers to their different tasks. Mara had herded the boys into their room to watch television. Mom was busy making casseroles. Dad was probably mowing the lawn. That left Johnny, Tully, and Kate making their way down the hallway toward the guest room, which had been redecorated for her homecoming. The docs wanted you in a hospital bed, Johnny said. I've got one too, see? We'll be like Ricky and Lucy in our twin beds. Of course. She'd meant to sound matter-of-fact, to simply acknowledge what they both knew. Soon she would have trouble sitting up, and the bed would help. But her voice betrayed her. You painted, she said to her husband. The last time she'd seen this room, it had been barn red with white trim and red and blue furniture. A casual, beachy look with lots of painted antique pieces and shells in glass bowls. Now it was pale green, almost celery-colored, with rose accents. Family photos were everywhere, in white porcelain frames. Tully stepped forward. Actually, I did it. Something to do with shysters, Johnny said. Chakras, Tully corrected him. It's stupid, I'm sure, but... She shrugged. I did a show on it once. Couldn't hurt. Johnny carried Kate to her bed and tucked her in. The bathroom down here is all set up for you. Everything has been installed. Railings and a shower seat and all the stuff they recommended. A hospice nurse will be coming by. She wasn't sure when she closed her eyes. All she knew was that she was sleeping. Somewhere, a radio was playing Sweet Dreams Are Made of This, and she could hear people talking in the distance. Then Johnny was kissing her and telling her she was beautiful, and talking about the vacations they would someday take. She awoke with a start. The room around her was dark now. She'd slept through the remaining daylight hours, obviously. Beside her, a eucalyptus-scented candle burned. The darkness lulled her for a moment, made her think she was alone. Across the room, a shadow moved. Someone breathed. Kate hit the button on her bed and moved to a sit. "Hey," she said. "Hey, Mom." She grew accustomed to the darkness and saw her daughter sitting in a chair in the corner. Although Mara looked tired, she was so beautiful that Kate felt a cinching in her chest. Being home again made her see everything and everyone with perfect clarity, even in this gray darkness. When she looked at her teenage daughter, with her long black hair kept out of her eyes with little girl barrettes, she glimpsed the whole arc of life. The child she'd been, the girl she was, the woman she'd become. "Hey, baby girl." She smiled and leaned sideways to turn on the bedside lamp. "But you aren't my baby anymore, are you?" Mara stood up and moved forward, twisting her hands together. For all her grown-up beauty, the fear in her eyes made her look 10 years old again. Kate tried to figure out what she should say. She knew how much Mara wanted everything to be normal, but it simply wasn't. From now on, the words they said to each other would be weighted, remembered. That was a simple fact of life. Or of death. "I've been mean to you," Mara said. Kate had waited years for this moment. Actually dreamed of it in the days when she and Mara had been at war. Now she saw it from a distance and knew that those battles were just ordinary life. A girl trying to grow up and a mother trying to hang on. She'd give anything for another fight, actually. It would mean they had time. I was a bitch to Grandma, too. That's what teen girls do. Rag on their mothers. And your Aunt Tully was a bitch to everyone. Mara made a sound that was half snort, half laughter, and pure relief. "I won't tell her you said that." "Believe me, honey, it will come as no surprise to her. And I want you to know something. I'm proud of your big personality and spirit. It will take you far in this life." On those last words, she saw her daughter's eyes fill with tears. Kate opened her arms, and Mara leaned down to her, pulling her into a fierce embrace. Kate could have held on forever. That was how good it felt. For years, Mara's hugs had been perfunctory at best, or a reward for getting her way. This was the real thing. When Mara drew back, she was crying. "Remember when you used to dance with me? When you were really little, I'd hold on and twirl you around until you giggled. Once I did it so long you threw up all over me." "We shouldn't have stopped," Mara said. "I shouldn't have, None of that," Kate said. "Put down the bed rail and sit by me." Mara struggled with the rail, but finally got it down. She climbed into the bed and pulled her knees up. "How's James?" Kate asked. "I'm into Tyler now." "And is he a nice boy?" Mara laughed at that. "He's totally hot, if that's what you mean. He asked me to the junior prom. Can I go?" "Of course you can." But you'll have a curfew. Mara sighed. Some habits were in the teen DNA. The disappointed sigh, it seemed, simply couldn't be overcome, not even by cancer. Okay. Kate stroked her daughter's hair, knowing she should say something profound here, something that would be remembered. But nothing extraordinary came to her. Did you apply for a summer job at the theater? I'm not going to work this summer. I'll be home. You can't put your life on hold, honey, Kate said quietly. That's not how this is going to work. You said a summer job would help you get into USC anyway. Mara shrugged, looked away. I decided to go to UW, like you and Aunt Tully. Kate worked to keep her voice level, to imply that this was simply an ordinary teen parent talk and not a glimpse of the rocky future. The USC drama school is the best around. You don't want me that far away. That was true. Kate had gone out of her way to tell her defiant daughter that California was too far away and that drama was not a smart major. I don't want to talk about college, Mara said, and Kate let it go for now. Their conversation drifted into other ports. For the next hour, they just talked. Not about it, the big thing on the horizon, and how it would change them all. Instead, they talked about boys and writing and the movies that were out. I got the lead in the summer play, Mara said after a while. I wasn't going to try out because you were sick, but Daddy said I should. I'm glad you did. I know you'll be amazing. Mara launched into a long monologue about the play, the costumes, and her part. I can't wait for you to see it. Her eyes widened in realization of what she'd said, the subject she'd unintentionally broached. She slid off the bed, looking desperate to change the subject. I'm sorry. Kate reached up and touched her cheek. It's okay. I'll be there. Mara stared down at her. They both knew it could end up being a broken promise. Remember when I was in middle school, and Ashley stopped being my friend and I didn't know why? Of course. You took me to lunch, and it was like we were friends. Kate swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness of tears in the back of her throat. We've always been friends, Mara, even when we didn't know it. I love you, Mom. I love you, too. Mara wiped her eyes and bolted out of the room, closing the door quietly behind her. It opened a moment later. So fast, Kate barely had time to wipe her eyes before she heard Tully say, I've got a plan. Kate laughed, grateful to be reminded that life could still be funny and surprising, even now. You always do. Will you trust me? To my everlasting ruination, yes. Tully helped maneuver Kate into the wheelchair and wrapped her in blankets. Are we going to the North Pole? We're going outside, Tully answered, opening the French doors that led out to the deck. Are you warm enough? I'm sweating. Grab that pouch off the nightstand, will you? Tully grabbed the pouch, dropped it in Kate's lap, and then took control of the wheelchair. The yard on this cool June night was stunningly, unexpectedly beautiful. Stars blanketed the sky and cast pinpricks of light onto the jet-black sound. A full moon hung poised above the glittering distant city lights. The grassy lawn rolled down toward the water. Blue moonlight illuminated a trail of toys and bikes left on the side of the wide, hard-packed dirt path that led to the beach. Tully maneuvered her off the deck, down a wide wooden ramp that was a very new addition. Then she paused. Close your eyes. It's dark out, Tully. I hardly need— I can't wait forever. Kate laughed. Fine. I'm doing it so you don't throw one of your tantrums. I do not throw tantrums. Now close your eyes and put your arms out from your sides like an airplane's wings. Kate closed her eyes and extended her arms. Tully pushed the wheelchair over the bumpy bit of grass. There, at the lip of the slow hill that rolled down to the beach, she paused. "We're kids again," she whispered into Kate's ear. "It's the 70s, and we've just sneaked out of your house and gotten our bikes." She began to push the chair forward. It went slowly, bumping over the uneven grass, dipping in potholes, and still Tully talked. "We're on Summer Hill, riding without our hands, laughing like crazy people, thinking we're invincible." Kate felt the breeze along her bare head, tugging at her ears, making her eyes water. She could smell the evergreen trees and rich black earth. She put her head back and laughed. For a moment, just a heartbeat really, she was a kid again, on Firefly Lane with her best friend beside her, believing she could fly. When the ride was over and they were on the beach, she opened her eyes and looked up at Tully. In that moment, that one poignant smile, she remembered everything about them. The starlight looked like fireflies falling down around them. Tully helped her into one of the beach chairs and then sat down beside her. They sat side by side, as they'd done so often in the past, talking about nothing that mattered, this and that. Kate glanced back at the house, saw that no one was on the deck, and leaned toward Tully, whispering, "Do you really want to feel like a kid again?" "No, thanks. I wouldn't change places with Mara for the world. All that angst and drama." "Yeah, you're a real drama-free zone." Grinning at her own wit, Kate dug into the purple pouch on her lap and pulled out a fat white doobie. At Tully's awestruck expression, Kate laughed and lit up. "I have a prescription." The sweet, strangely old-fashioned scent of marijuana mingled with the tangy sea air. A cloud of smoke darted between them and disappeared. "You are totally bogarting the joint," Tully said. And then they both laughed again. Just that word, bogart, sent them spiraling back to the 70s. They passed it back and forth and kept talking, giggling. They were so caught up in then that neither of them heard footsteps coming up behind them. "I turn my back on you girls for 10 minutes and you're smoking pot." Mrs. Mularkey stood there, dressed in faded jeans and a sweatshirt from the 90s, maybe even the 80s, her snow-white hair in a lopsided, scrunchied ponytail. "You know that leads to worse things, don't you, like the crack or LSD?" Tully tried not to laugh. She really did. "Just say no to crack." "That's a lesson I tried to teach Mara in choosing her pants," Kate said, giggling. Mrs. M pulled up another Adirondack chair and positioned it beside Kate. Then she sat down and angled toward her. For a moment, they all sat there, staring at one another while smoke drifted into the air. "Well," Mrs. M finally said, "I taught you to share, didn't I?" "Mom!" Mrs. M waved her hand. "You girls from the 70s think you're so cool. Let me tell you, I was around for the 60s, and you've got nothing on me." She took the joint and put it in her mouth, taking a long, deep drag, holding it, and blowing it out. "Hell, Katie. How do you think I got through the teen years when my two girls were sneaking out of the house at night and riding their bikes in the dark?" "You knew about that?" Tully said. Kate laughed. "You said it was booze that got you through." "Oh," Mrs. M said, "that too." At 1 o'clock in the morning, they were in the kitchen raiding the refrigerator when Johnny walked in and noticed the pile of junk food on the counter. "Someone has been smoking pot." "Don't tell my mom," Kate said. At that, her mom and Tully burst out laughing. Kate leaned back in her wheelchair, grinning loopily up at her husband. Cast in the pale and distant light from the hallway, wearing his drugstore bifocals and an old Rolling Stones t-shirt, he looked like a hip professor. "I hope you've come to join the party." He moved toward her, bent down and whispered, "How about a private party?" She put her arms around his neck. "You read my mind." He scooped her into his arms and said goodnight to everyone and carried her to their new room. She hung on tightly, her face buried in the crook of his neck, and smelled the last hint of aftershave he'd put on this morning. It was the cheap stuff the kids gave him every Christmas. In the bathroom, he helped her to the toilet and let himself be her crutch as she brushed her teeth and washed her face. By the time she was dressed for bed, she was exhausted. She hobbled slowly across the room, clutching Johnny's arm. Halfway there, he swept her up again and carried her to bed, tucking her in. "I don't know how I can sleep without you in bed with me," she said. "I'm right here, 10 feet away. If you need me in the night, just yell." She touched his face. "I always need you. You know that." His face crumpled at that. She saw the toll her cancer had taken on him. He looked old. "And I need you." He leaned down and kissed her forehead. That scared her more than it should have. The forehead kiss was for old people and strangers. She grabbed his hand, said desperately, "I won't break." Slowly, still looking at her, he kissed her lips. And for a glorious moment, time and tomorrow fell away. It was just them. When he drew back, she felt colder. If only there was something they could say, words that would ease them over this bumpy road. "Good night, Katie," he said at last, and turned away from her. "Night," she whispered back, watching him go to his own bed. Chapter 36. For the next week, Kate soaked in the early summer sun. Her days were spent huddled under her treasured Afghans in a chair by the beach, writing furiously in her journal, or talking with her kids or her husband or Tully. Evenings were taken up by conversation. Lucas and William told the longest, most run-on stories in the world. By the end of them, everyone was laughing. Afterward, the adults sat around the fire. More and more often they talked about the old days, back when they'd been too young to know that they were young, when the whole world had seemed open to them, and dreams were as easy to pick as daisies. The funniest part of all was watching Tully try to take over the household duties. She burned dinners, bitched about an island world where no one delivered food to your home, ruined laundry, and repeatedly received instructions about how to operate the vacuum. Kate especially loved it when she heard her friend mutter, "This at-home shit is hard. Why didn't you ever tell me? No wonder you look tired for 15 years. In any other circumstances, it would have been the time of Kate's life. For once, she was the center of attention. But no matter how hard they all tried to be normal, their life was a dirty window that couldn't be wiped clean. Everything, every moment, was coated by illness. As always, it fell to Kate to lead the way, to be the smiling, optimistic one. They were all okay as long as she remained strong and resilient. Then they could talk and laugh and carry on the pretense of ordinary life. It was exhausting, all this propping up of their feelings. But what choice did she have? Sometimes, when the burden was too great, she upped her pain meds and curled up with Johnny on the couch and simply fell asleep. When she woke up, invariably, she was ready to smile again. Sunday mornings were especially overwhelming. Today, everyone was here. Mom, Dad, Sean and his girlfriend, Tully, Johnny, Mara, and the twins. They took turns telling stories so that there was rarely a lull in the conversation. Kate listened and nodded and smiled and pretended to eat, even though she was nauseous and in pain. It was Tully who noticed. In the process of passing the quiche Mom had made, she looked up at Kate, said, "You look like shit." They all agreed. Kate tried to make a joke, but her mouth was too dry to form words. Johnny swept her out of her chair and carried her to her room. When she was back in bed, medicated again, she stared up at her husband. "How is she?" Tully said, coming into the room, standing beside Johnny. Kate saw them there, together, shoulder to shoulder, and loved them so much it hurt. As always, there was a pinch of jealousy, too, but that was as familiar to her as the beat of her heart. "I was hoping to feel good enough to go shopping with you," Kate said. "I wanted to help Mara pick out her prom dress." "You'll have to do it, Tully." She tried to smile. "Nothing too revealing, okay? And watch out for the shoes. Mara thinks she can wear high heels, but I worry—" Kate frowned. "Are you two listening to me?" Johnny smiled at Tully. "Did you say something?" Tully put a hand to her chest in a Scarlett O'Hara protestation of innocence. "Me? You know how rarely I talk. People often say I'm too quiet." Kate maneuvered her bed up to a sit. "What's with the comedy act? I'm trying to tell you something important." The doorbell rang. "Who could that be?" Tully said. "I'll go check." Mara poked her head in the room. "They're here. Is she ready?" "Who is here? Am I ready for what?" No sooner had the words left Kate's mouth than the parade into her room began. First came a man in coveralls, pushing a rolling rack full of floor-length gowns. Next, Mara and Tully and Mom crowded into the small space. "Okay, Dad," Mara said. "No boys allowed." Johnny kissed Kate's cheek and left the room. "The only good thing about being rich and famous," Tully said, "well, there are lots of good things about it, but one of the best is that if you call Nordstrom's and say, 'Please send me every prom dress you have in sizes 4 through 6, they do it." Mara came to the side of the bed. "I couldn't pick out my first prom dress without you, Mom." Kate didn't know if she wanted to laugh or cry, so she did both. "Don't worry," Tully said. "I explicitly told the saleswoman to leave the skanky dresses in the store." At that, they all laughed. As the weeks passed, Kate felt herself weakening. Despite her best efforts and her purposely optimistic attitude, her body began to fail in a dozen little ways. A word she couldn't find, a sentence she couldn't finish, a trembling weakness in her fingers that wouldn't still, a nausea that all too often became unbearable, and the cold. She was always chilled to the bone. And then there was the pain. By late July, when the nights began to grow longer and had the sweet, sultry taste of a ripe peach, she had nearly doubled her morphine dosage, and no one cared. As her doctor said, "Addiction isn't your problem now." She was a good enough actress that no one seemed to notice how weak she was becoming. Oh, they knew she had to use the wheelchair to get to the beach, and that she often fell asleep well before the nightly movies started. But in these days of summer, the household was in a constant state of flux. Tully had taken over Kate's daytime routine as best she could, which left Kate time to work on her journal. Sometimes lately, she worried that she wouldn't have time to finish it, and the thought scared her. The funny thing was that dying didn't. Not so much anymore. Oh, she still had panic attacks when she thought about the end, but even those were becoming less frequent. More and more often, she just thought, "Let me rest." She couldn't say that, though, even to Tully, who'd listened to her for hours and hours. Whenever Kate brought up the future, Tully flinched and made a smart-ass comment. Dying was a lonely business. "Mom?" Mara said quietly, pushing the door open. Kate forced herself to smile. "Hi, honey. I thought you were going over to Lytle Beach today with the gang." "I was going to." "What changed your mind?" Mara stepped forward. For a moment, Kate was disoriented by the sight of her own daughter, who'd had a growth spurt again. At almost 6 feet, she was filling out, too, becoming a woman before Kate's eyes. "I need to do something." "Okay, what is it?" Mara turned around, looked down the hall, then back to Kate. "Could you come into the living room?" Kate's desire to say no swelled, almost overtook her, but she said, "Of course," and put on her robe, mittens, and knitted cap. Fighting nausea and exhaustion, she got slowly out of bed. Mara took her by the arm and steadied her, becoming for a moment the mother. She led her into the living room, where, despite the heat of the day, a fire burned in the fireplace. Lucas and William, still in their jammies, sat together on the couch. "Hi, Mommy," they said at once, flashing their gap-toothed grins. Mara positioned Kate next to the boys, tucked her robe around her legs, and then sat down on the other side of her. Kate smiled. "This is like those plays you used to stage when you were little." Mara nodded and snuggled in close to her. When she looked at Kate, though, she wasn't smiling. "A long time ago," she said in an unsteady voice, "you gave me a special book." "I gave you lots of books." "You told me that someday I'd be sad and confused and I'd need it." Kate wanted to pull away suddenly, distance herself, but she was held in place by her children. "Yes," was all she could say. "For the past few weeks, I've tried to read it a bunch of times, and I couldn't." "It's okay, and I figured out why. We all need it." She reached over to the end table and picked up the paperback copy of The Hobbit Kate had given her. It felt like a lifetime ago now, the day she'd given this favorite novel to her daughter, passed it on. A lifetime ago and an instant. "Yippee!" William said. "Ma was gonna read to us." Lucas elbowed his brother. "Shut up!" Kate put an arm around her boys and stared at her daughter's earnest, beautiful face. "Okay." Mara leaned back, settled in close to Kate, and opened the book. Her voice was only a little wobbly at the start, but as the story took hold, she found her strength again. In a hole in the ground, there lived a hobbit. August ended too quickly and melted into a lazy September. Kate tried to experience every moment of every day, but even with the positive outlook, there was no way to avoid the ugly truth. She was fading. She clung to Johnny's arm and concentrated on her walking. One slippered foot in front of the other. Keep breathing. She was so tired of being wheeled around in her chair or carried like a child, but walking was more and more difficult. She had headaches, too, blistering ones that sometimes left her winded and unable to remember the people and things around her. "Do you need your oxygen?" Johnny asked, bending close to her ear so the kids wouldn't hear. "I sound like Lance Armstrong during the Tour de France." She tried to smile. "No, thanks." He got her settled on the deck in her favorite chair and tucked the wool blanket around her. "Are you sure you'll be okay while we're gone?" "Of course. Mara needs to get to rehearsal, and the boys would hate to miss Little League. And Tully will be home any minute. Johnny laughed. I don't know. I can produce an entire documentary in the time it takes her to grocery shop for one meal. Kate smiled, too. She is learning a lot of new skills. After he left, the house behind her settled into an unfamiliar silence. She stared out at the glittering blue Sound and the tiara of a city on the opposite shore, remembering suddenly when she'd lived over there, near the public market. A young career girl with shoulder pads and cinch belts and slouch boots. That was when she first saw Johnny and tumbled into love. She still remembered so many of their moments, when he'd first kissed her and called her Katie and said he didn't want to hurt her. Reaching into the bag at her side, she pulled out her journal and stared down at it, tracing the leather pattern on the cover. It was almost finished now. She'd written it all down, or as much as she could remember, and it had helped her as much as she'd hoped it would someday help her kids. She opened to the page where she'd left off and began to write. That's the funny thing about writing your life story. You start out trying to remember dates and times and names. You think it's about facts, your life, that what you'll look back on and remember are the successes and failures, the timeline of your youth and middle age, but that isn't it at all. Love, family, laughter. That's what I remember when it's all said and done. For so much of my life, I thought I didn't do enough or want enough. I guess I can be forgiven my stupidity. I was young. I want my children to know how proud I am of them, and how proud I am of me. We were everything we needed, you and Daddy and I. I had everything I ever wanted. Love. That's what we remember. She closed the journal. There was nothing more to say. Tully came home from the grocery store feeling triumphant. She put the bags on the counter, emptied them one by one, then opened a can of beer and went outside. That grocery store is a jungle, Kate. I guess I went down the up lane, or in the out lane, I don't know. You'd have thought I was public enemy #1. I never heard so much honking. We at-home moms don't have long to shop. I don't know how you did it all. I'm exhausted by 10 o'clock every morning. Kate laughed. Sit. If I roll over and play dead, do I get a biscuit? Kate handed her her journal. You get this first. Tully drew in a sharp breath. For all of the summer, she'd seen Kate writing on these pages, at first quickly and easily, and gradually more slowly. In the last few weeks, everything had been slow going for her. She sat down slowly, slumped, actually, unable to say anything past the lump in her throat. She knew it would make her cry, but it would make her sore, too. Reaching out, she held Kate's hand and then opened the journal to the first page. A sentence jumped out at her. The first time I saw Tully Hart, I thought, wow, look at those boobs. Tully laughed and kept reading. Page after page. We're sneaking out? Of course, get your bike. And, I'll just shave your eyebrows to give them shape. Oops, that's not good. Your hair is coming out. Maybe I should read the directions again. Laughing, Tully turned to her. These words, these memories had, for a glorious moment, made everything normal. How could you be friends with me? Kate smiled back. How could I not? Tully felt like an imposter as she slipped into Kate and Johnny's bed. She knew it made sense, her being in this room, but on this night it felt more wrong than usual. Reading the journal had reminded Tully of everything she had with Kate, everything they were losing. Finally, sometime after 3, she fell into a fitful sleep. She dreamed of Firefly Lane, of 2 girls riding their bikes down Summer Hill at night. The wind smelled of freshly cut hay and the stars were bright. "Look, Katie, no hands!" But Katie wasn't there. Her empty bike clattered down the road, the white plastic streamers fluttering from the ends of the molded plastic grips. Tully sat up, breathing hard. Shaking, she got out of bed and put her robe on. Out in the hallway, she passed dozens of mementos, photos of this life they'd shared for decades, and 2 closed bedroom doors. Behind them, the kids were asleep, probably suffering through similar dreams. Downstairs, she made a cup of tea and went to the deck, where the cool, dark air allowed her to breathe again. "Bad dreams?" Johnny's voice startled her. He was in one of the Adirondack chairs, looking up at her. In his eyes, she saw the same sadness that filled every pore of her skin and cell of her body. "Hey," she said, sitting in the chair beside his. A cool breeze came off the sound, whistling eerily above the familiar whooshing of the waves. "I don't know how to do this," he said quietly. "That's the same thing Katie said to me," she said. And just like that, the realization of how similar they were made Tully ache all over again. "It's quite a love story you 2 have." He turned to her, and in the pale moonlight she saw the tense line of his jaw, the tightening around his eyes. He was holding it all in, trying so hard to be strong for all of them. "You don't have to do it with me, you know," she said quietly. "Do what?" "Be strong." The words seemed to release something in him. Tears shone in his eyes. He crumpled forward, saying nothing. Silently, his shoulders shook. She reached out and took his hand, held it tightly while he cried. "For 20 years, every time I turn around, you 2 are together." Tully and Johnny both turned. Kate stood in the open doorway behind them, bundled up in a huge terry-cloth robe. Bald and impossibly thin, she looked like a child playing dress-up in her mother's clothes. She'd said things like this to both of them before. They all knew it. But this time she was smiling. She looked somehow both sad and peaceful. "Katie," Johnny said, his voice raw, his eyes shining. "Don't—" "I love you both," she said, not moving toward them. "You'll comfort each other. Take care of each other and the kids. After I'm gone—" "Don't," Tully said, starting to cry. Johnny was on his feet. He gently picked his wife up and kissed her for a long, long time. "Take her up to your bed, Johnny," Tully said, trying to smile now. "I'll sleep in the guest room." Johnny carried her upstairs with so much care she couldn't help thinking that she was sick. He put her on her side of the bed. "Turn on the fire." "Are you cold?" "To the bone," she thought. She nodded and tried gingerly to sit up as he crossed the room and flicked the switch for the gas fireplace. With a whoosh, blue and orange flames shot up from the fake log, tinting the dark room with a soft golden light. When he came back and settled in beside her, she reached up slowly, traced the outline of his lips with the tip of her finger. "You first ravished me on the floor in front of a fire, remember?" He smiled. Like a blind woman, she felt his lips curve with the sensitive pad of her finger. "If I remember correctly, you were doing the ravishing." "And what if I wanted to ravish you now?" He looked so scared that she wanted to laugh, but it wasn't funny. Can we? He took her in his arms. She knew they were both thinking that she'd lost so much weight there was almost nothing left of her. Nothing left of her. She closed her eyes and tightened her hold around his neck. The bed seemed so big suddenly, like a sea of soft white cotton compared to the bed downstairs that had become hers. Slowly, Kate took off her robe and peeled out of her nightgown, trying not to notice how white and stick-like her legs were. Even worse was the battlefield that had been her breasts. She looked ruined, like a little boy, only there were the scars. Johnny stripped out of his clothes, kicked them aside, and climbed back into bed beside her, drawing the covers up to their hips. Her heart was thumping hard as she looked at him. "You're so beautiful," he said, and leaned forward to kiss her scars. Relief and love cracked her open inside. She kissed him, her breath coming hard and ragged already. In their 20 years of marriage, they'd made love thousands of times, and it was always great, but this was different. They had to be so gentle. She knew he was terrified of breaking her bones. She hardly remembered later how it had all happened, how she'd come to be on top of him. All she knew was that she needed every part of him, and everything that she was, that she'd ever been, was irrevocably tied up with this man. When he finally entered her, slow and easy, filling her, she came down to meet him, and in that glorious second, she was whole again. She bent down and kissed him, tasting his tears. He cried out her name so loudly she silenced him with her palm. If she'd had any breath left, she would have laughed at his outburst and whispered, "The kids!" But her own orgasm, seconds later, made her forget everything except the pleasure of this sensation. Finally, smiling, feeling young again, she snuggled up against him. He put an arm around her and pulled her close. They lay there a long time, half sitting against the mound of pillows, watching the firelight, saying nothing. Then, quietly, Kate said what had been on her mind for a long time. "I can't stand to think of you alone." "I won't ever be alone. We've got 3 kids. You know what I mean." "I'd understand if you and Tully don't." He looked at her finally, and in the eyes she knew as well as her own, she saw a pain so deep she wanted to weep. "It was always you. Just you, Katie. Tully was a one-night stand a long time ago. I didn't love her then, and I never have, not for a second. You're my heart and soul, my world. How can you not know that?" She saw the truth in his face, heard it in the tremble in his voice, and she was ashamed of herself. She should have known this all along. I do know that. I'm just so worried about you and the kids. I hate to think. This conversation was like swimming through acid. It burned through flesh and bone. "I know, baby," he said finally. "I know." Chapter 37. The day of the summer play dawned crisp and clear. A beautiful northwest autumn afternoon. Kate wanted to help Mara prepare for the big event, but she was too weak to do much. Smiling took effort. The pain behind her eyes was constant now, like the bleeding beat of an alarm clock that couldn't be turned off. And so Kate handed over her duties to Tully, who performed them like a champ. Kate slept through most of it. By the time night had fallen, she was as rested as she could be and ready to face the challenge of what lay ahead. "Are you sure you're up to this?" Tully asked at 6:45. "I'm ready. Maybe you should put some makeup on me so I don't scare little kids." "I thought you'd never ask. And I brought you a wig to wear, if you want it." "I'd love it. I would have thought of it myself if I had any brain cells left." She reached for her oxygen mask and took a few hits. Tully left the room and returned with her makeup kit. Kate angled her bed up and closed her eyes. "This feels like the old days." Tully talked as she worked her magic, penciling on eyebrows, gluing on lashes. Kate let herself be carried away on the tide of her friend's voice. "I have a gift, you know. Do you have a razor?" Kate meant to laugh. Maybe she even did. "Okay," Tully finally said. "Time to try on the wig." Kate blinked, realizing she'd fallen asleep, and grinned. "Sorry about that." "Don't worry about me. I love it when people fall asleep while I'm talking." Kate pulled the stocking cap off her head and the mittens off her hands. She was always freezing cold. Tully put the wig on, positioned it, then helped Kate dress in a black wool dress with tights and boots. In the wheelchair, they wrapped her in blankets, then Tully wheeled her over to the mirror. "Well?" She stared at her reflection. Pale, thin face with eyes that looked huge beneath the drawn-on eyebrows, brightly blonde shoulder-length hair, perfectly red lips. "Great," she said, hoping she sounded honest. "Good," Tully said. "Let's round the troops up and go." A half an hour later, they pulled up to the auditorium. They were so early that no other cars were yet in the parking lot. Perfect. Johnny put Kate in the wheelchair, covered her in blankets, and led the way to the front doors. Inside, they took up most of the front row, saving places for the rest of the family. Kate's wheelchair was positioned on the end of the aisle. "I'll be back in 30 minutes with your folks and the boys," Johnny said to Kate. "Do you need anything else?" "No." When he was gone, she and Tully sat in the shadows of the empty auditorium. Kate shivered and tightened the blankets around her. Her head was pounding and she felt sick to her stomach. "Talk to me, Tully, about anything." Tully didn't miss a beat. She started talking about yesterday's rehearsal, then went on to her troubles with the carpool protocol. Kate closed her eyes, and suddenly they were kids again, sitting by the Pilchuck River, wondering how their lives would unfold. "We'll be TV journalists. Someday I'll tell Mike Wallace that I couldn't have done it without you." Dreams. They'd had so many of them, and a surprising number had come true. The funny thing was that she hadn't valued them all highly enough when she'd had the chance. Leaning back in her seat, she said quietly, "Do you still know the guy who runs the drama program at USC?" "I do." Tully looked at her. "Why?" Kate felt Tully's scrutiny on her profile. Without making eye contact, she straightened her wig. "Maybe you could call him. Mara would love to go there." With the words came the thought, I won't be there for her. For any of it. Mara would go off to college without her. "I thought you didn't want her to be in the arts." "It scares the hell out of me to think of my baby in Hollywood. But you're a TV star. Her dad's a news producer. The poor kid is surrounded by dreamers. What chance did she ever have?" She reached over, squeezed Tully's hand. More than anything, she wanted to look at Tully, but she couldn't do it, didn't dare. "You'll watch out for her, and the boys, right?" "Always." Kate felt the start of a smile. That one word released a little of her sadness. One thing about Tully, she kept her word. "And maybe you'll look up Cloud again." "It's funny you'd mention that. I was planning on it. Someday." Good, Kate said softly but firmly. Chad was right, and I was wrong about that. When you get to the end, you see that love and family are all there is. Nothing else matters. You're my family, Katie. I know. You'll need more after— Please don't say it. Kate looked at her friend. Bold, brassy, larger-than-life Tully, who'd barreled through the years like a lion in a jungle, always the king. Now she was quiet, afraid. The very idea of Kate's death had unraveled her, made her smaller. I'm going to die, Tully. Not saying it won't change it. I know. Here's what I want you to know. I loved my life. For so long, I was waiting for it to start, waiting for more. It seemed like all I did was drive and shop and wait. But you know what? I didn't miss a thing with my family. Not a moment. I was there for all of it. That's what I'll remember. And they'll have each other. Yes. I'm worried about you, though, Kate said. You would be. You're afraid of love, but you've got so much of it to give. I know I've spent a lot of years whining about being alone, and I've had a history of hooking up with inappropriate or unavailable men. But the truth is, my career has been my love, and mostly it's been enough. I've been happy. It's important to me that you know that. Kate gave her a tired smile. I'm proud of you, you know. Have I told you that often enough? And I'm proud of you. Tully looked at her best friend, and in that one look, 30-plus years crowded in between them, reminded them both of the girls they'd been and the dreams they'd shared, and of the women they'd become. We've done all right, haven't we? Before Kate could answer, the auditorium doors banged open and people streamed in. Johnny, Mom, Dad, and the boys took their seats just as the house lights flickered. Then the stage lights came on. The heavy red velvet curtains parted slowly, dragging across the wooden stage at their hem and revealing the poorly painted set of a small town. Mara walked on stage, dressed in a high school drama version of a 19th century gown. When Mara began to speak, it was magic. There was no other word for it. Kate felt Tully's hand close over hers, squeezed gently. When Mara walked off stage to a standing ovation, Kate's heart swelled with pride. She leaned against Tully and whispered, "Now I know why I gave her your middle name." Tully turned to her. "Why?" Kate tried to smile, but couldn't. It took almost a full minute before she could find enough voice to say, "Because she's the best of both of us." The end came on a bleak and rainy October night. With everyone she loved standing around her bed, she said goodbye to them one by one, whispering one last special thing to each of them. Then, as rain hit the window and darkness fell, she closed her eyes for the last time. Kate's last to-do list concerned her funeral, and Tully followed it to the letter. The Catholic church on the island was filled with photographs and flowers and friends. Not surprisingly, Kate had chosen Tully's favorite flowers rather than her own. For days, Tully focused on nothing else. She handled the details and took care of everything, while the Ryans and the Mularkeys sat together on the beach, holding hands, and occasionally remembering to talk. Tully prepared herself for the day as well. reminding herself that she was a professional. She could smile her way through anything. But when the time came, and they actually pulled up in front of the church, she panicked. "I can't do this," she said. Johnny reached for her hand. She waited for comforting words, but he had none. While they sat there in silence, with the kids in the back seat, all of them staring at the church, the Mularkeys pulled up beside them and parked. It was time. Like a flock of black crows, they came together, hoping for strength in numbers. Holding hands, they walked past the throng of mourners and up the massive stone church steps and into the church. "We're in the left front row," Mrs. M said, sidling close. Tully looked down at Mara, who was crying quietly, and the sight broke her. She wanted to comfort her goddaughter, tell her it would be okay, but they both knew better than that. "She loved you so much," she said, getting a strange and sudden glimpse of their future then. They'd be friends someday, she and Mara. In time, Tully would give her the journal, and they'd share the stories of who her mother had been, and those stories would bind them together and bring Kate back for a few precious moments. "Come on," Johnny said. Tully couldn't move. "You guys go up. I'm just going to stand here for a minute." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Johnny squeezed her shoulder, and then ushered the boys and Mara forward. Mr. and Mrs. M, Sean, Georgia, and the rest of the family followed. They all ducked into the front row and sat down. Up front, an organ began to play a slow, plodding version of "You and Me Against the World." Tully didn't want to be here for this. She didn't want to listen to the pathetic music that was designed to make you cry, or listen to the priest tell stories about the woman he'd known, who was only a shadow of the woman Tully knew. Most of all, she didn't want to see the montage of pictures of Kate's life splashed on a giant screen above her coffin. Before she could even think about it, she turned and walked out. Sweet, fresh air filled her lungs. She gulped it greedily, trying to calm down. Behind her, through the door, she heard the music change to "One Sweet Day." She closed her eyes, leaning back against the door. "Ms. Hart." Startled, she opened her eyes and saw the funeral director standing on the bottom step. She'd met him once before, when she'd brought clothes for the burial and pictures for the montage. "Yes." "Mrs. Ryan asked me to give you this." He held out a big black box. "I don't understand." "She entrusted me with this box and asked me to give it to you on the day of her funeral. She said you'd be standing out front when it started." Tully smiled at that, even though it hurt like hell. Of course Kate would know. "Thanks." She took the box and walked down the steps and across the parking lot. Across the street, she sat down on an iron park bench. There, she took a deep breath and opened the box. On top lay a letter. Kate's bold, left-slanted handwriting was unmistakable. "Dear Tully, I know you won't be able to stand my fucking funeral. You're not the star. I hope you at least had the photos of me airbrushed. There are so many things I should say to you, but in our lifetime, we've said them all. Take care of Johnny and the kids for me, okay? Teach the boys how to be gentlemen, and Mara how to be strong. When they're ready, give them my journal and tell them about me when they ask. The truth, too. I want them to know it all. It's going to be hard on you now. That's one of the things I regret the most. So here's what I have to say in my beyond-the-grave letter. Very dramatic, don't you think? I know you'll be thinking that I left you, but it's not true. All you have to do is remember Firefly Lane and you'll find me. There will always be a Tully and Kate. It was signed BFF with a little heart next to it. Kate. She pressed the letter to her chest. Then she looked down in the box again. There were 3 things left. A Virginia Slim cigarette with a yellow sticky note on it that read, "Smoke me." An autographed picture of David Cassidy that said, "Kiss me." And an iPod with headphones that said, "Play me and dance." Tully laughed through her tears and lit up the cigarette, taking a drag and coughing on the exhale. The smell of smoke immediately made her think of their nights on the banks of the Pilchuck River, lying against fallen logs, staring up at the Milky Way. She closed her eyes, put her head back, and tilted her face to the cool autumn sun. A breeze touched her face and tangled in her hair, and with it she thought, "Katie." Suddenly she felt her friend beside her, above her, all around her, inside her. She heard Kate in the whispering of the wind overhead and the scudding of the golden leaves across the pavement. She opened her eyes, gasping at the certainty that she wasn't alone. "Hey, Katie," she whispered, then put on the headphones and hit play. Dancing Queen blared out at her, sweeping her back in time. Young and sweet, only 17. She stood up, unsure of whether she was laughing or crying. All she really knew was that she wasn't alone, that Kate wasn't gone. They'd had more than 3 decades of good times and bad times and everything in between, and nothing could take that away. They had the music and the memories, and in those, they would always, always be together. Best friends forever. There, standing in the middle of the street, all by herself, she started to dance. Dear reader, in the 2 decades of my writing career, I have never before been tempted to add any kind of postscript or letter to a novel, and truthfully, I tried to avoid it here. As you can plainly see, that plan failed miserably. The problem, it seems, is the book you've just heard. As you may or may not be able to tell, the writing of Firefly Lane was a very personal journey for me. I grew up in the late 70s in Western Washington, a place and time that felt oh so dangerous and turbulent back then, and now seems sweetly innocent by comparison to today's world. I went to the University of Washington and joined a sorority. All of the music mentioned throughout the story reminds me of those long-gone days. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road was the first album I bought with my own money. And I lost my mother to breast cancer. Like so many women, I have spent a lifetime being on the lookout for danger signs. I do my self-exams and have my yearly mammograms. I do everything I'm supposed to do. That's why inflammatory breast cancer, or IBC, is so frightening. It presents in sly and unexpected ways. Often, family physicians overlook or misdiagnose the symptoms. And as we all know, when it comes to cancer, timing is everything. So I want to urge women to add the IBC warning signs to their list of symptoms to look for. And I'd add that if something feels wrong, don't be afraid to ask questions or get second opinions. We women know our bodies. We know when something doesn't feel or look right. We need to embrace our knowledge of ourselves and not take no for an answer. I know it can be scary and difficult, but fear is no excuse to turn away. If you find yourself hesitating or giving in to your fear, look to a friend for help and support. That's the best thing about being a woman. We're always there for each other. As Tully and Kate would say, no matter what. Thank you for listening. Kristin. Acknowledgements. Thanks go out to Marianne McClary for helping out on the TV and broadcasting stuff. Your expertise was invaluable. Thanks. Jennifer Enderlin, Jill Marie Landis, Kim Fisk, Andrea Cirillo, and Megan Chance. Each of you helped me find the path of this story. Thanks. The fabulous team at St. Martin's Press. Thank you for this opportunity.